GG, Big Sid.
All those lives cut short.
Yep.
Nice people.
GG on the fight. I was decent outside of him, bullying Aerith a bit.
Strafe mentioning that it might have actually been a PB too.
PB?
From Big Sid, I would not be surprised. Wolverine's confirming, yeah, there is a PB. I'm not surprised. Big Sid is a menace.
Damn, he
really
had
good
to
at
do
this.
he even got a little unlucky on a couple parts too. You know, the
Yeah, there was a
the
couple of
missing,
fights
a couple
that
retries.
absolutely did not want him. That's the funny thing is when you get to a certain point, it feels like, oh, if I retry this, it's dead PB, but that's really not the case. A perfect run does not really exist for this quite yet, and realizing that some mistakes will happen or some bad RNG will happen, you can still PB as long as you're committed to playing through it rather than getting mad and playing worse and worse and worse, which is my biggest problem.
Yep. Team Mog here and Team Choco both in the temple here, so they're working through the end game here. Wody also just destroying these two enemies, not doing the skip. I guess it's not worth it and easy.
Yeah, I'd imagine if you optimize the fight, it's probably quicker to take it. I don't know if like the EXP offers any sort of benefit. I doubt it though.
Yeah. This turtle looks scary, but if you go along the right side, you'll never get the encounter. It's not a big deal. They don't need any healing at this point. There's an X-Pot there. There's like the Fuma Shuriken for Yuffie, which is great magic, but even at this point, just keeping with the physical... Oh, wait, they don't even use the Crystal Shuriken, do they? They don't pick that up. They just keep the Twin Viper, right?
I know Wody uses the other Shuriken she starts with because it has higher magic anyway.
No, he uses the I don't know what it's called off the top of my head.
Yeah, I forget too because I never use it. Like the Crystal Shuriken I usually grab because it's slightly higher magic and it has better physical in general. Because it like makes her Art of War is actually worth it. But
Savage Dagger, that's it.
yeah, Savage Dagger, that's it.
Yeah, for normal we pick up the Crystal one just to replace the Twin Viper because it becomes a bit stronger, but obviously you don't need that kind of level on. Easy. And even so, like, this Igneous Saber, even though it's, like, we use it for stuff on normal, like, obviously it's gonna kick ass on easy as well.
Yeah, you can get away with a lot of stuff in easy that you probably shouldn't be able to.
I'm holding myself from commentating the FF10 run. I know it well enough. Don't do it.
It's very tempting, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, we'll have a very slow period here in a minute where we can kind of talk about whatever we feel like while we're wandering through the forest. Pretty clean fight there from Wody. Luckily, the enemies here are pretty straightforward as long as they decide to behave. It's interesting to see the party comp too, because it may just be my rout's a bit older, so I go with Cloud Yuffie Tifa here, just to have access to both Power Cleave and Spellblade instead of one or the other. Because if you go with a Yuffie Aerith team, you only have access to Spellblade. The thing is like, you want to change your parties like once and kind of stick with them, even though you have 3 sets. So it's very rare that you change your party comp too much, because you have to go into the shortcut menu to do it. And it's a little bit out of the way unless you're actively changing your shortcuts out for X, Y, or Z. Too bad.
Sorry, I was reading.
Oh,
I was reading chat.
Unfortunate. What? Okay. Matrimony doing a little bit of character swapping here and accidentally canceling Spellblade, slowing things down a bit. I probably would have just let it ride to see if it landed or not at that distance. Got one last fight for both of them. One last fair fight, that is. Then there's the ghosts of discontent.
What's
ideally-
Matrimony's party comp?
I think it's the same. Cloud.
Okay.
No, I saw Tifa. I think he's doing my route where it's Cloud Yuffie Tifa. I don't know if he's using Arrow Mags, though. I haven't really seen it from anybody today.
No, I see Aerith and Yuffie too close, so it must be the same. Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, really the only big part here is you want to get the Fire to get him pressured and then stagger, either by spamming more Fire or throwing out a Blizzara, which is the route that I go with. I usually prefer Tifa here because I can just throw out some Omni Strikes, let Cloud's Limit resolve, and then wander off to the other side of the room so that I'm closer to the exit.
Switching back over to Bear and Tifa, and about to do the hops here.
Of course, like I said before, we're avoiding these first few because they very easily can put you into the wall, or will always put you into the wall, which is counterintuitive.
If you're not paying attention, yes.
Yeah.
You can do the first two, but the third one you have to wait, because for some reason, if you're trying to do it, you can't do the hops on the third one.
Yeah, there. Wody got.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, Wody got pretty straightforward. I thought he got pushed into the wall there at that last one.
Matrimonies, Turtle. They're not lined up, sadly, but whatever.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that the Planet Protector runs around so fast. Sometimes you get it, sometimes ends up on the other side of the room. That's unfortunate.
Enemy charge, no, buddy, you gotta counter that.
Yeah.
You gotta counter or use 50 cut to stop that charge, otherwise you're gonna get hit twice.
Yeah, Matrimony is learning a lot of the lessons that I've had to learn up till now.
That's good. And Demon Wall for Wody.
Pretty
Again,
straightforward.
just a quick fight. Push into phase 2, destroy the first one. It's not totally dead yet, and you just take care of the second one in the meantime, and when he gets it down, he's going to wipe out the first one.
The funny thing is
just do with the boom.
If you actually use Bullet Powder in the right way, it hits both A and B. That's the funny part. It gets hit by the hockey stick.
That's a split for Wody.
Yep. My mouse was not where I thought it was. Thanks, mouse. Got a little bit too into the fight. Now Matrimony is headed into this fight. This is part of the reason why I was like saying mist potions were a good idea, because some of these fights you can get absolutely mauled before, and being able to throw out like a mist potion right before this last segment so that you can jump into the hall immediately rather than spending a bunch of time spamming potions is really nice. Ideally, you can just use Cure from Aerith, but it can take a long time to menu that versus like menu to potion, chuck it and go. Phase 2, got both of our buffs. Wall A should be clear now. Good. Rolled out of it, accidentally got a ranged attack, but waited so that he could get to the other side without going airborne. Good call. Throwing out
I think it's okay regardless. You just got to realize and make sure that you do a neutral dodge afterwards. This combat is very reactionary. I never really talked about it, but like Remake always kind of felt like more towards the turn-based side, and that's the split for them. But Rebirth feels a lot more free-flow combat and reactionary, maybe because it's just faster combat overall.
I think both of them have like similar looking combat, but I think the design approaches between Remake and Rebirth were different. Definitely is how it kind of feels to me. The intent that they wanted to, or logical conclusion they wanted for combat feels like it was intended to be different for Rebirth in certain ways. Because there's, like a lot of unblockables and things like that that really aren't present in Remake. They fixed some of the issues, like aerial combat being just complete garbage to like actual combat, but I think they just wanted the game to play out in a different way. Though I really have no way to verify that outside of maybe like dev interviews that may or may not exist. Because it definitely feels like an intentional
At this point in the
shift.
story, this is like the part where the tempo is shrinking, Cases stays behind, because, you know, it's the black materia, if I recall the original story, something like that.
Yeah.
And Cloud is chasing after Aerith to get it.
Yeah, the big difference here is like we're walking on the vines rather than being in the middle of the ruins of the ancient temple, which is an interesting like set piece to change it. Kind of makes more sense and gives a reason for her to be like, oh wait, I have no way to get out of this. I have to give it to him.
But I don't know. It raises questions like, what was everybody else doing during this time? What were they doing?
I think it was always like that with OG, where it's like, what? Where the hell was everybody else?
Mm-hmm.
This little cutscene with Aerith is kind of funny. After each segment, you can fast forward a bit, then it stops, and then you can fast forward again into the next cutscene skip. This is like one of the weirdest set of like quote unquote cutscenes throughout the course of the entire game. And then there's a lot of these like fade to whites where they actually go into a cutscene, so you can cutscene skip, and you're just like, game? Hello? Oh, we completely forgot about the Forest of the Ancients. This is such a weird encounter. You're supposed to chase down Aerith here, and there's just a couple of black whispers as opposed to the white whispers. What's the difference? Black ones are really easy to kill.
Yeah, I guess
That's
so.
pretty much it.
You're locked out of all your ATB abilities. You just have basic attacks. You can't even use Punisher. It's just like a weird dream thing. You don't have to actually kill the final one.
You can just skip it, yeah.
Yep. You just have to kill the first group and then the second group, and you're done. You're out of there. And they do a little tech there where normally when you're fleeing, you would spam Punisher and dodge, but instead you use attack and dodge, which because you don't have access to Punisher. It's like the same speed, but harder to do.
Literally 2 places that you do it. One in Chapter 1 because you're trying not to get the Punisher tutorial pop up, and then
even though you get that later, anyways.
Yeah.
For me, I get to Unsolemn. You still get it. And then here, you don't have to bother actually going forward. You just need to do like one input, and then the cutscene.
Once the prompt's up, it'll progress towards the cutscene to skip. There's a lot of places where it's like obtuse that like you're basically on a timer waiting for stuff. Got to be careful here with these save loads and make sure somebody actually starts talking, because if you save load too soon, you're not skipping anything. Nope. Okay. I thought Wody may have fired that one off too soon, but he actually didn't.
No, looks like it started.
Got to be careful with some of these too, because in hard mode they take a little bit longer to kill, so you want to make sure that your spin hits are hitting everything. Luckily in easy, it's only like one combo and a couple of pokes, and you're good to go. Good. Matrimony knows about the evading too.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to make it through the forest here. It's one last, like I love the final boss of this game. I adore it. I think it's really cathartic story wise, and it's very challenging speedrun wise. But this walk through the forest and the White Whisper fight are just abysmal. It's unfortunate.
It's okay. It's not as bad as the FF16 going back to the hideout 1,000 times to talk to mid. So I'm okay with it.
I've run 16 too, and I can hard agree on that one. I'm going to be here later tonight for 16, so unfortunately you all are not going to be rid of me.
Do you have help for that commentary? You want me to?
Yeah.
I might be here. I might join in.
We only had one commentator, so they asked me, and they're like, all right, can you drop Rebirth? I'm like, no, I actually know Rebirth. Can I drop Remake? Because I don't know that. And they're like, that's going to be like all day, right? And I'm like, yeah, I know.
Let's see if they need help. I can help out.
I
I'll just say another run.
I wouldn't say no to you dropping by, because it's me and one other person for the whole run, and then we have somebody that is committed to early and then somebody that's committed to late. So it's kind of pretty fluid right now. You can also talk with one of the mods.
I'll think about it.
Find out, yeah. I mean, it's from like 9 till like 6 a.m. or some such nonsense, so you might not want to dip your toe into that, even though I know you have the stamina for it.
Why are these ones white?
I've heard tales of you like starting a run, quitting, going to bed, waking back up and doing the same thing, or starting runs, resetting for hours, going to work, coming back, and then resetting for more hours.
Don't remind me, that was FF10. I don't need to go back to that. Even though I do, because obviously the skip. But yeah, we'll see. We have Whispers. Again, this fight, the enemies will try to grab you. They'll try to keep using abilities on you. As long as you're like using anything with 40 keep, which would be 60 in this case, you'll be fine. So melee blade, you can have a fun time. Essentially, you want them to move into a group at the start. Sometimes you can hit 2 to 3 of them with a melee blade at once. That did not hit.
Oh, he slipped out the last
And he's
minute.
outside of the thing.
Range, yeah.
You
he's
should
not
go
gonna
for
hit.
the other one, I think.
Wody, what are you doing?
It's
Yeah,
okay.
so, like you want to kill the center one
No.
because it holds still theoretically, but if you kill the center one, you lose the free bravery buff out of it. So you're like in this weird position where it's like I know this one's gonna hold still, but also he's actively making me stronger.
Yeah, and then you get the point where if you do that, one of them will decide to use either the haste effect, which is
Oh.
great, or they'll do the brave effect and you get your magic boosted, but we want physical because we're using a physical weapon. And that's a physical comp there anyways. And we have matrimony, we'll see how his goes. Oh, that's a good group.
Yeah, it's pretty much like in hard mode where
That's
you're
three.
indifferent.
That's no, he's doing good.
No,
He
don't
just
think about it. Don't think about it. Just attack.
You can overcharge,
Swing.
just fight. Yep. you
He's
can overcharge,
overthinking it.
fight,
Oh, he's
match
overthinking
fury,
it.
Fight. You do not have to stagger. You can just take the Fated Tempest if
Oh,
you
he's
want. and it's
overthinking
okay.
it. That's a shame. Yeah, if I've gotten to the point where like if
Triple.
I'm even thinking of using ATB, I'm just like I'm gonna triple slash, and you know I'm gonna hit what I hit. And even that's a bad
Triple.
habit, honestly. There we go.
Okay.
It
That's
could have
fine,
gone
but,
better. It could have gone better, but it's
you
understandable.
You don't have to. I know we're trying to find. What's the best way to do this? He could have menued triple slash. Like you can use the menu. It's not a big deal. You don't have to use everything on shortcut. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
These things already have a huge resistance, so even though you get a reduction on triple slash, it's not a big deal because of this.
Yeah, guaranteed damage is better than nothing for sure. Like throwing out Braver can whiff.
In that case, it was a little too melee blade happy. Sometimes you shouldn't.
The problem is like spell or melee blade in general is busted, but it's not the answer every time, especially when enemies are very like fluid and move like that. Honestly, like Matrimony has just been grinding this this event and is still relatively new, but cut the 6-hour mark, being a little bit critical. Honestly, it's impressive how fast Matrimony has improved and gotten to this point. Despite the fact I have like a year in on this game, he cut me pretty easily. It'll be interesting to see where his growth goes from here on out, honestly. Finally into Genova, and both runners will be in Genova here very shortly. Looks like Wody's going for a more standard route, firing off Red's limit here. Gets us through this first phase a little bit quicker. Obviously, we do lose out on having the limit on the Barrett Genova phase. But if you use a D-Protect or a Berserk, you can offset that. And it also sets up for Cloud to be able to do a little bit more damage in the final phase too, because it's the weakness carryover. Yeah, we just want to make sure we get our buffs here and keep them active before we go into the next phase.
He's
good enough. Good enough.
Okay.
Yeah, that warp there is a bit random. Even if you throw out Braver at quote unquote the perfect time, sometimes Genova will warp away, and depending
you can
on
also hit her too early, and then you'll have to hit her again to transition her. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you could hit during the HP lock. Genova's a little bit of a weird one.
Oh yeah, this is also another fight where we need counterfire for normal because Castigate.
That's
your animation.
Absolute massive amounts of damage. Worked out pretty good for Wody though. We didn't have to do a bunch of character swapping. In my experience, I have to juggle it a few times if my damage isn't right. Probably should switch those aerial bravers.
This is the fight on like normal where I do it the same way as I've always done it, where they added a tech to the game where after roll, once you're in the air, you can do focus strike in the air with that, even though you're quote unquote not in the air. And it was like a weird, and then you can go from focus strike into dive kick. So it was like a weird change that they added, and it's like the only place in the run that I use it, and I still do it because it's swag if I can, but that's it.
Yeah, there's some conditional spots where you can do things with Tifa you're not supposed to. The only one that bugs me is like dive kick. It almost never lets you dive kick in the air outside of like uppercut into
You
dive
can
kick,
only
which
do
is
you can
so
only
annoying.
do it after uppercut or a focus strike. That's it.
And its angle is garbage. Oh man, dive kick makes me feel some kind of way.
Or if you tell the AI to dive kick and she dive kicks in place and does not hit the enemy. Yes.
Every other move, the AI like make sure it can kiss the enemy, but with dive kick, no, we're just gonna do it right here. We're gonna do it live. Yeah, the fast forward right here on this cutscene alone saves like a minute. It's crazy. At least a minute.
It'd be nice if they added a 4x speed, just so I can see Crystal complain about it.
Forcing Crystal to do every single category again would be hilarious.
Would.
I was like casually figuring out that I wanted to do hard for limit break so that we had a run that was distinct from the GDQ run Wody performed, and it ended up bleeding into this weird thing where like Crystal ended up getting interested, and it led to Crystal doing like literally every category unintentionally, and I'm like, I'm happy that I have like a good runner to reference, because without Crystal's run, hard would have been extremely difficult to learn. Same thing with like Strife's intervention and explaining mechanics to me made this game so much easier to learn. This has so much weird stuff, you'd be surprised. Well, you wouldn't. The audience might be.
No, but like I said earlier, that this run, everything between it has been a pretty big team effort between regardless of the categories, etc. You know, even just something as simple as movement, one person can't find all that. There's no way. It's too much.
Regardless of like the solo speedrun of itself, that's the one thing I love about this is the community interaction. It always gives me a chance to interact with some new people and learn things, make some slight optimizations.
Matrimony's getting trolled. Sometimes Sephiroth goes for Zack and not Cloud, and it's annoying.
Yeah, it's the same thing with Vincent too. Vincent does the same thing. That can troll you pretty hard in hard mode, especially here in hard mode. You're like, buddy, snapping your fingers over here. Me, your mortal nemesis? No, fine. Wody's got the limit going into this next phase too, but he does need to proc Berserk at the bare minimum, or else we're gonna have way too little damage. It's actually like super important that you go into this phase that Matrimony's heading into with Berserk and Faith, because this Blizzard will not do enough damage with Ingenious without both of those buffs active. One of the interesting things actually is, as long as the buff is still on the table when you start casting, you'll still get the bonus multiplicative or whatever from it. So even if you like charge a power cleave and your Berserk runs out, you still get the bonus damage from it.
Snapshots, that's the term.
Yeah, but it's something I didn't quite realize until I did a little bit of testing while running, and I'm like, oh, yep, that number stayed high.
That works for like Agas and all that stuff. That's actually pretty important, honestly.
It's so nice. It's one of those things that definitely like is actually in the player's favor, and in games sometimes where they really don't put things in the player's favor, that's super important with how short the buffs are, because like Berserk lasts 10 seconds from activation, and the Bravery and Faith from Sonic Boom is 30. If you cast Bravery and Faith, it lasts much longer, but the Sonic
you can
Boom
actually 3 minutes. You can also equip the altruistic buff that comes on the Igneous Saber if you want. I didn't know this for a long time, but it does in fact work on self buffs. I just thought that, you know, the term altruistic means helping other people, right? And there's also the selfish buff, but it actually works on yourself, and so your Sonic Boom will be like 7-9 seconds faster, something like that. I forget, but it does work on your own characters.
Yeah, I know there's somebody I actually use the altruistic buff with. I was using it in one of the like solo VR fights with like Aerith, I think. It is so much nice to get that extra couple of seconds, especially with how long it can last.
Already coming up to his Zack segment. I don't think we're gonna have any issues against Bahamut here. He's staying at range, so that's good. It's only a little bit annoying. If he comes forward, you can perfect guard the attack pretty easily. The thruster spin, you'll get a lot of stagger gain out of that too. But I imagine there's never any issues here on easy.
Yeah. One of the cool things here too with Zack, if you go with a bravery route, you just do the quick charge here, And then, yep, you eat these projectiles with bravery, and then you can follow up with a quick charge. Wody not missing the quick charges, unfortunately. This is deceptively hard to hit the quick charges.
It could
and the
be
combo
annoying.
charge. Yeah.
But after certain attacks, you can do the quick charge, or you can do a charge and hold it and then attack.
Yeah, so it's action, and then you should be able to do quick charge and then combo charge. Oh.
He missed the input for high bravery. Of course, this is a skill-based move, so you do have to time it correctly. There's like an auto cue, but you can look at the square and attack when you see it. But he got it this time.
Yeah, it's going to cause a stagger, unfortunately. This could spell trouble because
this an
staggering... Well, the stagger here will eat out of the Barrett and Yuffie stagger.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this will be an issue. I think we used to stagger anyway.
I think it's
so
okay.
It should be fine.
I mean,
in hard mode, that would be catastrophic. I think in easy, it's
worst
fine.
case scenario, you can like spin with red or something. He gets a vengeance and spin with red, and it should be okay.
Worst case, you'll get like Fallen Angeled here, and you can use
Heartless
some of the
Angel,
elixirs. Yeah, Heartless Angel.
If he
or
does
just
that,
use
he can do a backline command. Most people don't know this, but the battle has gone on for over a
I love
minute,
the
and so you can use a
commands.
backline. It's a secret thing. I didn't know about it casually because I wasn't bad enough, I guess. But if you're in a detrimental state, if there's like everybody's low health, for example, or somebody's dead and two other people, whatever, you're in a bad spot, and a minute has passed in battle, which can't be manipulated, you can press the attack menu and then press triangle, and you can use anybody's synergy ability except for Cloud and Aerith here because they're technically not in the party. So you could even, you could use like Yuffie's attack with Tifa or whatever if you want.
Funny story. Yuffie's Mystic attack with Aerith actually...
Divine Punishment. Wait, no, not that.
No, that's with Tifa.
Yuffie's. What's Yuffie's?
I can't think of it. Like, we use it in Elena and Sung, but it actually fully refills her ATB. Why? I don't know, but it just does. I can't think of it off the top of my head either.
Okay.
It's just like
Yep.
one of
So
those.
Wody,
I'm going to throw it out there.
He backed it
Woody's
up
pretty
nicely.
much-
Obviously,
Yeah.
he knows how to handle this situation.
Yeah, the focus shot does a lot of heavy lifting, honestly, as long as
Yep,
you
and you
build
just have to
ATB
cue
right.
it during the cutscene. It's really
Yeah.
easy. You can time it whenever.
Really, it's just not firing it off too soon because you're nervous. That's the big thing. There you go. Matrimony's got it too, so now we just gotta push out the damage. And Matrimony's got full ATB on both Yuffie and Red, so we should be super fine. Oh, we also got the limit too. So this is
Yeah.
free.
You wouldn't even need limit here, but yeah, they're good. Easy.
All right, Matrimony high.
And
the final phase. Wody is on the final
Wody
phase.
is also on it. So Team Mog, get ready. Less than a minute left.
Yeah, so that early segment, once again, you can go into Punisher stance and then cancel your counter with guard and re-trigger counters over and over again. It really only applies to Sephiroth, but there are some bosses that 2 or 3 hit right off rip. Gonna do this to stop Whisper Cannon. Any other difficulty, you're gonna use counter fire, but here we can just tap it with the Spellblade and push through. Get out that Thundaga because we did buff up our Thunder Materia all the way, so we can min-max our ATB usage here and damage.
Yep. And he's going to always buff him stuff. He always does this when he comes out stagger. When you, then he'll try to stab Cloud, easily dodged, or kept through.
Yeah, luckily we can just Spellblade through pretty much anything that's risky.
And Mog, go.
Matrimony getting into his Whisper Cannon phase. Got to make sure to take the stagger here. GG. Now we just got to fire off a couple of Spellblades, throw out that Thundaga. Want to make sure to hold on to the limit. That's about the only thing we're worried about right now. And make sure that we reapply Sonic Boom here for the... Ooh, Berserk may last? Yeah, we should... Just as long as he doesn't berserk or doesn't cross slash too soon, we'll be fine.
Okay. And Team Choco, go.
Yep. And that will do it for us. I'll be back for 16, so I'm not even going to bother saying nothing.
Yep. I'm not sick anymore. I had a cold at the beginning. No, I don't. Thanks, guys.
What a true speedrunner. Speed ran is cold.
Yep, I'm out. Thanks.
Later.
All right, thank you, Rebirth commentary team. Thank you to all the Rebirth runners. We are now going to take over and take you through Final Fantasy X. You've got me, Crimson Inferno 9.
You've got me, Mtbanger.
Hi, I'm NiGhTBoX. I'm the backup.
Cool. So, I guess we should probably start with a bit of background on what the three runners are running. So, to pick apart what PC CSR manip means. CSR is the cutscene remover tool, which has proved to be very popular in the last couple of years for Final Fantasy X running. Cuts about 5.5 hours of cutscenes out of the run, so brings the runtime down from in the region of 9 hours to in the region of sort of 3 to 3.5 hours. And then also on top of that, each of the runners this year have been given one of the 256 unique starting RNG seeds that you can possibly get at the start of the run, and they've been given a week to try to come up with their own manips on the run to see what they can sort of demonstrate in a week's worth of manipping.
So the Rebirth, it was all kicking off right at the end of Rebirth there, so we've sort of, missed the very, very early game of 10, but that's currently what's going on now with Team Morgan and Team Chocobo.
And I was going to say, I just saw the Kraken got a Spiral Cut crit on Army, so that was a very nice, quick first fight for Kraken.
Yeah. For the most part, the early game of this game is pretty much the same as of the other categories, like True RNG, where we just try to fight these bosses straight, but there are minor differences to the bosses depending on how your RNG works. So sometimes they might fight this normally, but sometimes they might do some wonky things that people might not understand, but we'll try to catch on to that as we go on.
Fellows like Khaegar's in Killiker at the moment, the engine room of the run.
Oh yeah, so
Yeah.
for Kilika, typically you want to farm speed spheres here. There are, I think, 4 types of encounters that 4 or 5 types of encounters that we can get here. We don't want a Regora and a double Regora encounter because we typically run away from them. And sometimes people here will try to get the Lock Sphere early or late, depending on where they are on their specific encounter counts, just to escape or fight another encounter. But that depends on their running. So here we see Khaegar summoning Valefor and using her overdrive that she charged from Equilise. So since Mongeno is a very easy fight, you just charge, you just overdrive first and then charge another overdrive just to overkill this guy, because this guy will give us the required amount of strength spheres that we need for this game. Anyone wanna add to that?
Yeah, I think so. I think what's also interesting is in a few minutes we'll see Kraken and Moonblaze coming up to one of the early game bosses, Click, and we saw earlier that they were able to manip crits onto some of their attacks to speed up the Arme's fight, and hopefully now we'll see them manipping some steals. So in a normal run, if we didn't have the use of manips, we'd be hoping to get as many grenades stolen from Click as we can. With the help of manip, sometimes you can get sort of maybe 2 or 3 quite quickly, whereas sometimes without the manips you might struggle to get even 2 in the entire fight if you're unlucky.
I also noticed from Kraken's screen that she attacked Geo instead of defending, which is slower, but there's a reason for that. He's probably fishing for a crit here on there we go. So getting crits for this quick fight makes it faster and safer because you don't have to potion a lot just in case something happens. Because quick, depending on where you are on the damage seed, will target random people.
Yeah, they're kind of broadly with manips, they're kind of like 3 levels to it. So like manipulating the steals and the getting the grenades and laser on weapon and armor drops, which may come up later. It's kind of like the bread and butter. It's kind of where you get pretty maximal gains, but there's also critical hits that people can manipulate. I'm not saying every single crit that you'll see in this run will be a manipulated crit, but oftentimes they can be nudged to more helpful places, as we saw with the crit with Amez, and some of the crits with in the Click fights.
Yeah, and I just saw that Kraken got 3 successful Click steals in a row, which in a normal run is you'd be
Very unlikely.
Very unlikely to see that because the chance of succeeding halves each time. But Kraken,
you can see the matrix.
He knew that would be successful, so you can just go for it without having to worry about it wasting time.
A rare steal from Kraken.
So he's got grenades coming out the gills now.
I think I saw Moonblaze with 1 or 2 rare steals on Click as well. So these guys are going to have very easy and quick fights leading up to Tross because they'll have most, if not all, of their grenades that they need for the Tross fight already.
Interested to see how Khaegar exits Kilvika here, because depending on the encounters, she might come out level 5 spear levels on Tidus, or just level 4.
Yeah, I kind of mentioned briefly earlier that Killick is like the engine of the run. A lot of the, it's the power and the speed spheres that you get in the run. You can get them from Killiker, but there's also like an AP counter, I suppose, as you go. So the more non-Rigora encounters you get, the more AP you'll have.
Oh, S-Steal.
Yeah, and the S-Steal drops there, yeah.
I heard you wanted speeds.
Oh, speed for speeds.
Ooh, she's getting the AP. Oh, she's definitely exiting at level 5.
Yeah, so that's what we call like the hyper early haste, the very early haste.
Hasting Killiker has many
Yeah.
names.
maybe, yeah, maybe we'll just say Hasting Killico. Maybe that's a bit more of a useful name. Yeah, so
Or
there
the
it is.
haste is fine. Yeah. Okay, once she exits Kilika, she'll do a menu here. I'll read the...
Ah, well, I'll ask Regora to to wave you out.
Yeah, so we don't want to see Regoras in Kilika because you don't really want to fight a Regora.
Yeah, so Khaegar is now able to do this haste grid in Kilika, whereas if she didn't have enough AP, we would normally do it a little bit later.
Ooh, Kraken got
Grenade.
a grenade crit.
Yeah.
He also got the low roll on the first hit, so this is going to be a very fast Tross fight.
Oh, interesting. So, Moonblaze got the low roll on the... I think he got the low roll on this on Tross, and then he just attacked with Tidus and just forced the rotation here. So it's going to be slower, but I think he's might do something here.
It may be that he also needs the extra Tidus attack for Kamari or something later.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Hey, it's this way.
Excellent, both through Tross.
It's a 1.5 rotation. So that's interesting. Did he get a crit somewhere? I'm not sure.
So in days and weeks gone by, or years gone by, in fact, the area that Kraken's in right now, the lagoon, back before in the Dark Ages, before manip and encounter manipulation was understood. This would be the reset spot for many an optimized PB run. In this area, there's like one encounter in particular that can really mess you up, which is the 5 piranha encounter, 5 piranha ambush in particular. Nowadays, Lagoon's kind of not really like the infamous spot that it used to be on any percent anyway, because of the minutes.
Kraken getting a very friendly
First encounter.
first 2 encounters, both double piranha, which is what you want to see, because you can just attack one each with Tidus and Waka, and you can get through the fight very quickly. Will he get the 2 encounter Lagoon though?
Oh, Khaegar is going to this screen. Is she avoid? Oh no, never mind. She bought Stunning Steel.
And Kraken does get the 2 encounter Lagoon, so he'll be making his way into Besaid now. Meanwhile, I think I saw Moonblaze killing an entire 4 stack of piranhas.
Yeah, that was the whole family. Quite brutal, really.
That may be that he that he wants the attack rolls, or it may be that he knew that he wouldn't escape.
Oh, she's choosing to run away from this one.
Sorry, man.
Oh, so that's why. So if he ran away on the 4 encounter, it would take a longer time.
And on Tonberry's screen with Khaegar,
Maybe.
you can see the advantage now of having that early haste. So if Tidus didn't have this haste at this point, Lulu wouldn't be able to kill the 2 Machina fast enough, and we would have to do some attacks with Tidus and Kamari, which is much slower. But because Tidus now has that extra haste, and has exactly enough MP for 4 casts of haste for the 4 fights that are coming up, each of these fights is sped up by quite a lot. So Khaegar's going to be blitzing through these fights.
So the Kraken and Moonblaze are doing the spear trials in the Shade, which is like a tutorial thing. You just get a spear, move it to somewhere, and then it's just a very easy trial to do. So this one doesn't really have much going for it, but for the other trials, it's going to be a very different theme from the previous temple. So all 5 temples have their own themes, but we're just going to talk about them as they go.
And Khaegar now coming up to the Blitzerator fight. So
The Blitzerator possesses the saddest noise in the entirety of Final Fantasy X, in my opinion.
Is that the sound of silence?
Well, no. It's the it's the sad drooping sound. You know when the crane, for want of a better term, rips its head off. It then goes over the side and drops it. It makes like the world's saddest sort of sound. And I always feel for it. It made the silence that comes from CSR definitely really highlights.
Why is it in CSR that the sound here is silent though?
Because bad developers, I guess.
Hey, why don't... Not too shabby. Might make a good...
Yeah, so it's
a
there.
fight.
Ooh. And it just sort of sits there looking all sorry for itself as well.
Alright,
Fun
so
looking,
for
eh?
a Blitzerator, you attack with Tidus here just to hope for a Lightning Steel drop. So hopefully Khaegar has manipped it for a Lightning Steel Elixir. Mtbango, hype.
That...
Not every seed can have a
Told
a
you.
lightning still,
You can't beat 'em
unfortunately.
down.
Or indeed a
Yeah.
Thunderball.
Wow, that's the
Ideally,
dream.
you would like a Lightning Steel
That's
or
the
a
dream.
Thunderbolt for this
Spells are ice and ice fiends are
I get fire and ice.
lightning and water are
For this run.
container is
No, every day we dream of Thunderballs.
So Khaegar is shortly going to be doing everybody's favourite minigame. It's everybody's favourite, right?
Yes.
Oh, Blitzball.
And Kraken is just coming up to Kamari, so in a normal run, if we weren't tracking the damage, we would look to hopefully hit an average of 125. But here, Kraken has already crit once, and he's got a bunch of high rolls, so he's going to have no issue dealing enough damage to Kamari. Oh, 2 crits, very nice. Very fast Kamari fight.
Thanks for showing up, Kamari. It's much appreciated, mate.
So Khaegar here is doing Blitzball.
all aboard, all
Thankfully
aboard the
he got. Thankfully he got she got the ball, but
Why don't we let our son...
right now she's being chased by Jazz. She's
Quite half the
PJ, so
goers.
now
Yeah.
she's going to do the Yasu train strat, which is unfortunate because for runners of CSR, they usually designate this run as their P break. So having to do the Yasu train means that you can't do your P break anymore.
The best laid plans are ruined by the goers.
Yeah.
All right, let's see how Moonblaze does on Kamari. +8, +1, +3. Oh, he's going with the intentional potion. That's interesting. Wonder if that's to set up some damage rolls later on.
I think there's some pretty low rolls in this fight, though, right?
Yeah, he's safe.
Mm-hmm.
So the Garuda fight, the first Garuda fight in this game is something where we just charge Valifor's Overdrive, which we will use for Equiles later on. Equiles, no, Sin. The Sin Fin. But for the second Garuda fight, we just run away. So we switch Waka with Tidus because Waka will force you to do a dark attack instead of running away. So we just switch them so Tidus can immediately run from this fight.
Yeah, it's meant to be a tutorial on kind of like this is Waka's role. In 10, every character's got like their own sort of specialism. So flying enemies is Waka's, fast enemies is for Tidus, etc. etc. So it's meant to be like a tutorial fight, like, oh, you can use status attacks to try and make intimidating enemies easier to deal with. Only Waka's not there, so Lulu's like, Waka, could you take this one? And he's not even there. And then we just leave.
Yeah, so Moonblaze now just finishing up the Garuda fight as well. So
Khaegar having a very unfortunate Blitzball at the moment.
So on this first Garuda fight, fortunately we can just use 6 Thunders, which is exactly the amount of MP that Valifor has enough to cast, and it just about takes out the Garuda. So it's almost like it was planned that way for a tutorial fight.
So Khaegar's currently executing the advanced hide in the corner stratagem for Blitzball.
So
Yeah.
basically, for Blitzball, for some weird reason, the goers can't detect you when you're on the edge of the map unless they are very, very close to you. In this case, they don't really see you. So now you move out. You lure, I think that's Doram, away from Tidus, and then you execute Spear Shot.
Easy goal.
Easy.
Nice.
It's the most reliable, in inverted commas, the most reliable way of defeating the goers.
You can time your Spear Shot at a certain time, which is I think 246 or 248 for a perfect Blitzball skip, but it will really depend on where the goers are at that point, because if the goers manage to block you at 246, you're not making the shot. and you have wasted your opportunity to score. So runners typically would score early instead of going for blitz ball skip. But if you do really see the opening there, you would really go for it.
Okay, Moonblaze now about to start the Sinfin fight, which Kraken is about to finish up. So we put Valor to great use in this fight.
Kifa. Thank God, Kifa.
So we start off with a Thunder from Lulu to get a little bit of damage on the Finn, and then summon Valor. We're going to instantly use Energy Ray, which is Valor's overdrive. This is going to put a lot of damage on the Finn, and then it's going to give the enemies a lot of turns in a row. But we're going to utilize that because they're going to attack us and refill our overdrive that we want to use later on. At the same time, we've got Kraken doing Sinspawn Echoes, which is a boss that follows immediately on. So we'll talk a bit more about that when Moonblaze gets there. So this Finn is just gonna on Choco's screen is just gonna move back and forth a few times whilst the Sin Scales attack and charge up Valor's overdrive, and then we should be able to finish it off with just a few thunders, just to do the last bits of damage, and we get a nicely charged overdrive ready for a future boss fight.
Right, so Khaegar is doing the Sahagin fight here. Typically, this is one of the places where Lightning Steel or Thunderbolt would help because you'll be farming. This is where your main source of power spheres are coming from. But Khaegar doesn't have one, so she's going to be fishing for crits, where 3 in a row. So that's very good for Khaegar's case. Typically, you want to exit here with 24 power spears, but there are places where you can get power spears later if you don't get it.
Yeah, on other categories or before Manips, it's kind of obviously entirely RNG based, but we can know ahead of time how many powers we're getting coming out of this fight and sort of plan accordingly. It's also worth noting that Khaegar got a pretty easy blitz win, so I'm sure she's pretty pleased with that. Yeah, 1 out of 3, we'll see. Not to curse Team Mog or Choco, obviously. Let's hope the goers are rendered truly goners.
Yeah, because the reward for Blitzball, for winning Blitzball, is a Strength Spear, and you would like to get that Strength Spear because it would make a lot of the mid-game boss fights very easy.
Kimari, or what? Normally, it's but when Aranso uses it.
Hey!
Khaegar exits with 23 power spears there.
So, Team Choco's on the Achilles fight, and as promised, there's going to be an explainer from Crimson for this fight now, isn't there, Crimson?
I could do a quick explainer. We're very close to the end, but we use Cheer twice here with Tidus to boost the damage of Waka and Tidus. Use Dark Attack to stop it hitting the party members with Drain Touch because we don't want it to heal itself. Once we've done enough damage to it, we use Spiral Cut to finish it off, which ensures that we get an overkill, get a little bit of extra AP, and then we can move on.
Is that an Ice Brand I spy there? I think so, from the Achilles fight. So that's an ideal drop, just to help with getting some additional AP and Killiker. Also, that was very, very well timed, Crimson. You managed to get that explainer done rapidly and then just in time for the end of the fight. So
Also depends on the encounter that Moonblaze will get. So yeah, Khaegar just done with the Garuda fight.
Yeah, so Khaegar now picking up 2 spheres, which will prove very useful later in the run. We'll talk a bit more about those as and when they get used. At the same time, Kraken is now on the Sinspawn Genova fight, which we talked a little bit about earlier. So again, the strategy for this fight, we open up with that Valor for Overdrive that we charged on the boat. That does enough damage to kill off both of the tentacles that are on the side and force the enemy out of his shell. We can then hit it with a few fires because it's weak to fire. This then also charges up Valor Force Overdrive.
Alright, never mind, moving on.
And then we can finish with an overdrive and get the overkill, which is nice and speedy. And as NiGhTBoX said earlier, it gives us a few extra power spheres, which is always nice for later in the run.
What?
Told ya.
Live and let live.
So Khaegar is now running down Mihan High Road. We don't really need anything from Mihan High Road. So number one priority is just getting through as fast as
I'll be
possible.
right back.
What we don't want to see is ambushes, and ideally we want to see as few outspeeds as possible. So we may start to see the runners try to
Don't break any bones, old
shift
man.
around the encounters they're going to get, and if and when we see them do that, we can
That
talk
won't
a
go
bit
so
about
easy
how
on you next time.
they're achieving that.
And even if they don't outspeed, you typically want to get Waka hit in this portion of the run because you want to charge overdrives. So Khaegar healed Oran and Oran to full and Waka once. This is, I think, to keep the HP low, but Waka's HP is at 600 at the moment, so the wolf can target Tidus
Say your prayers.
if he wants
That
to,
won't go so
because
easy on you
Tidus
next
has the
time.
lowest HP.
I think Mihan High Road's one of my favorite areas of the whole game. I don't quite know why, but because it is just a like 13's got this whole like corridor simulator rep, but Mihan High Road is the OG corridor, I suppose.
Hey, I'm a guardian now, so watch out.
But it's just
I mean,
a nice
just press
chill
up.
part of the story.
Live and let live.
There's a lot of things that you can do casually in Mihan Road.
Yeah.
There's an ice brand on the left side from Khaegar's screen. If he wants to get it, he can get it, but
Live and let
I guess
live.
it's easier to enjoy it when you're not stressing out about getting ambushed to death.
there's really no reason to have ice brand. So Khaegar's getting the good encounters.
I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
I've counted no ambushes so far, right?
Yes,
And only one outspeed.
I think one of our runners does have a fun Mihan, but
I'll
we'll
be right back.
we'll wait and see what happens. Kraken getting the ideal encounters you want to see here. Lots of bees, lots of
I'll
lizards,
be right back.
and also I've just noticed he hasn't either he didn't pick up the ice strike weapon or he hasn't equipped it. But I'm guessing that means that either all of Walker's attacks are crits,
I'll be right back.
and he knows that he doesn't need the extra damage from the elemental affinity.
Or he's not getting a lot of lizards to make.
Yeah, but he has just crit
Ice strike
bees in a
by a
row.
He
one.
just
so
crit that wasp, yeah. Or is
Yeah,
it
he
a
crit-
bee? Is that a bee or a wasp? It's a bee?
It's
I think
it's a
that's
killer bee.
Yeah.
But yes,
Khaegar
Not to be
buying
confused.
grenades early. So one of the reasons why you buy grenades early here is maybe because you're short of speed spears and you would like to grenade somewhere before Guado Salam.
I think Khaegar had quite a rich Killiker, right?
Yeah.
yeah. If you get
And she
hasting
bought
killer,
for it.
if you get hasting killiker, then you normally means you've got most of the speed you need. It's interesting though how the ability to manip the attacks do allow for slightly nuanced strategies like Kraken has done there though with not picking up the ice strike weapon. That will save him about 10 seconds not having to open the chest and then not having to equip the weapon itself. So a nice little optimization there.
I'm not certain what Team Choco's AP route is making Killiker. I think there may be. That's it for our early hastes, right? I think we get one. Oh, a double Regorer encounter. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So Khaegar just finished the Chocobo Eater fight. Typically, for speedruns, you don't really kill Chocobo Eater because it's faster to just to get punched off into Old Road and just walk away than to win and ride the Chocobo out of Mien.
This'll be easy.
Has anyone, out of interest, has anyone seen the cutscene that you get if you beat the Chocobo Eater, but then do not pick up the Chocobo and just run along the top? Because there's actually an extra bonus little Shalinda cutscene.
I have not. Moonblaze farming for an extra encounter
I'll be
here.
right back.
Oh, that lizard was very dead.
Yeah.
468
dead.
damage with the crit. I think that's enough to kill 3 of them.
Let's see some hustle.
Live and let live.
And very soon we're going to have Khaegar coming up to
The infamous,
the infamous
illustrious.
Mushroom Rock Road skip. Very, very soon.
Let's see if Khaegar
Thank you for your.
manips encounters before Mushroom Rock Road. He does not.
So the
Cool.
thing with Mushroom Rock Road skip is that when it was sort of first discovered, there was not a vast amount of consistency to it, but now it's 100% consistent. So
Watch and weep,
60% of
Crusaders.
the time it
I'll be
works.
right back.
it's
It's not 100%.
90% of the time, 20% of the time, it
tell
works 100% of the time. What are you on about?
Don't tell that. Consistency in Mushroom Rock Road skip. That's not happening.
Nah, Khaegar's going to get 100% though for sure.
That's what I was saying. Was that not obvious? No.
So yeah, so Mushroom Rock Road Skip runners have their visual cues here to line up. Hopefully they've done it correctly, and then when the NPC comes in front of Tidus, they spam A or X, B or X, just to get pushed here. Right, that was a good first push. So there are ways to. So for Mushroom Rock Road Skip, there's two hitboxes that you don't want to hit. It's the left hitbox and the right hitbox. You just want to be in the center of everything, bypassing all those hitboxes, because if you manage to enter the zones of those hitboxes and get stuck there, you're effectively soft locked from the game. Getting right boxed is better because there's a way to escape it, but left box is effectively a soft lock at that point, and you have to kill the party in order to reset the game, just to keep your manips alive. But Khaegar is getting a good push right now, and he should be out in one more talk. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, none of
GG,
this left
Khaegar.
box and right
GG.
box malarkey. We're straight through the middle, first time
I'll
every
be right
time.
back.
Never in doubt.
Never in doubt. 100% of the time. This is what I'm saying.
So on Moonblaze's screen, we now get to see what these Machina fights look like.
Ooh.
Live and let live.
If you don't have, oh, he does have haste. Well, guess I'll shut up.
Just for context, Khaegar's encounter there is a double what's that called? Dual horn
Dual horn?
and
Go so easy on you next time.
big lizard encounter. And if you get into an ambush there, or if they manage to kill Tidus, you're in for a time.
As a general rule, those lizards are
Here we go.
bad news. But
I'll be right back.
in Manips, we can kind of emotionally prepare
Avoid
for
them.
Or avoid them.
or-
No, yeah, indeed, yes, no, yeah,
Yeah.
avoid them. That's what that's what I meant to say.
So I think something interesting here about the weapon that Moonblaze has got equipped. I saw him asking questions earlier in the week about what happens if you've got a weapon equipped with multiple elements and you hit an enemy that is weak to one of those elements. So the answer is that it uses the element that's most favorable for the player. So he's got a weapon with lightning and fire elements. So for the few enemies that we want to benefit from a lightning-based strike on Tidus, he's got that there, and he doesn't have to worry about there also being fire on it. It won't
I'll take you
impede the
all
damage in any way.
And it also may open Chocobo Eater strap. No, it won't. Chocobo Eater is
No.
weak to fire, but I feel that would
Right,
So we
Khaegar got her Basilisk encounter. So, in this run, there are certain encounters that we would like to have. One of them is getting a Basilisk encounter here. It would give us Stone Breath, which would be very useful in the mid game, which Himari would take some highlight battles of.
Yeah, so on Choco's screen, I don't think we've actually talked about the mechanics of this Blitzerator fight yet.
You
But
mentioned the sad sound, right?
We did. You did.
Yeah.
But so what we need to do here is use Lulu's Thunder to actually charge up this crane. It starts being inoperable. And then once we've charged it up 3 times, Tidus can use it, grab the enemy, damage it, and that does, I think, 15/16 of its HP. And we're 2 for 2 on metal bangles, apparently. I didn't see what Kraken got, actually.
Kraken got lightning steel.
Oh, nice. We got 1 lightning steel, then that's good. I guess Moonblaze has also already got a lightning steel of sorts, so
Yes.
Yeah.
he has the spicy lightning steel.
Yeah, indeed. So spicy, it's a blaze. Hey, moon blaze. Maybe.
Ha 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 ha.
Ha 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 ha.
So we've got 2 of our runners now in Blitzball. I think I saw
think-
that Kraken started with a grav,
Grav. Yeah, grav attack.
but Moonblazer started with a Letty first, which is what you want to see. It's a 50-50 chance, we think, never confirmed, that that either side gets the ball on the blitz off. And-
Blitzball is the only thing in manips that we have never managed to successfully manipulate, but we kinda have an idea of how things would go based on our what's this called, RNG2, I think, but it's not a full manip, if that's what if that's what I would call it.
It's effective. I mean, it's effectively not manipulatable by a human.
Yeah.
Blitzball.
Yeah.
As it to our
'Cause-
current understanding of it.
Yeah, but because you're kind of hoping on what's certain NPCs talking during an encounter, which forward moves the RNG
It's to do with
forward
so
or backward.
RNG2's to my understanding. Crimson's got a much better understanding of me, so he'll interject if I get this wrong. My understanding is that RNG2 is based off of animation cycles by actors in potentially in combat and out of combat as well, which means it
Yeah.
kind of it ticks every frame, but also not like when it does tick, it ticks every frame, but it doesn't always tick, and it's not obvious when it is or isn't ticking, which means that effectively a human, it's actually there's as far as I know, it's the basis for how true RNG, which is another category, works and becomes effectively untrackable, and that is what seeds a lot of the stuff that happens in Blitzball. So Blitzball as it is not manipulatable.
But you can
Beyond what we're doing. I mean, I say it's not manipulatable, but we've got both of our runners currently are sat not being attacked by the goers, so we can
But you
manipulate them in some
can
ways, but the
you
random
you can
outcomes
get
can't
an
be
idea
manipulated.
of if you're going to get Letty or Graph as your first pitch, if that's what they blitz off.
Kraken did get the most important Letty, and that's the second phase Letty, so you can get this sphere shot off, guaranteed.
Is he trying for it? Yeah, he is going for it.
Well, he's gonna get it.
We're getting Blitzball skip.
If it goes in, he's got the timing right.
Yeah, we got it.
Roddy's not stopping that.
So, what happened there was the ball went in at 3 minutes and 1 second, but at 3 minutes the game starts to transition to a cutscene. So the game still registers that the goal is scored, but it also is still transitioning to the cutscene. So it doesn't trigger the what would normally be a mandatory blitz off that would go to the goers, and that takes about 7 seconds. So it's a 7-second save if you can hit hit the goal in that sort of 2-second window after the 3-minute mark.
Right. Kraken getting the safe side of the graph blitz off from the third phase.
Yeah, so this blitz wins in the bag for Kraken.
Moonblaze also on a double letty by the looks of it, so hopefully should see a potential goal here for Moonblaze as well. Although this formation from the goers looks a bit
Yeah,
scary.
I think Titus is, and I think so I think Moonblaze is committed to the pass here, so Titus is going to get manhandled by Balgurda. We're all good though.
Ooh, we're good.
Pray for the high roll. Oh,
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Well, we're all good.
Oh, we're good. We're good.
No one was worried. Were you? I wasn't worried.
never in doubt. Never in doubt. So I wonder if Moonblaze will do the
Oh, Khaegar. Khaegar getting the bad.
The sleep on Titus, yeah.
Yeah. And Oran refusing to wake up. Right.
There's no risk of a game over here because there is already someone who's escaped. But
That won't go so easy on
There
you
we go.
next time.
It's
unfortunate.
just time loss.
Yeah. The I would say ambushes in Mihen High Road. Ambushes can get nasty. I mean, they can always get nasty, but it's really sort of from Moonflow onwards that they can become existentially dangerous to the run. Pretty reliably.
Oh,
That won't
there
go
are
so
some,
easy on
there
you
are
next
some
time.
runners that move Lulu here in the party. It's just to lure the wolf into attacking Lulu more than Tidus, just to prevent the sleep from happening. But for Manips, it causes death, so don't necessarily want deaths in Manips because adds to the RNG rolls. But it helps save some time.
Live and let live.
It's possible to know if a status is going to be inflicted ahead of time. So with the Manips, it's one of those where on that encounter, there's a decent shot that Khaegar knew that wolf was going to sleep somebody. I believe it is possible to predict who that person would be.
Yeah, targeting
that-
is also possible.
Yes, targeting RNG is possible to track. I kind of alluded earlier that there are like several levels to RNG tracking, where you kind of need to keep track of the actions that you've taken or the deaths or steals that have occurred. There's also the keeping track of random targeting attacks that have been used, which is kind of like the third sort of level. That one is kind of less common in runs. That one's sort of like the last level that you would apply to your runs, as it were.
Yeah, and
I'll be right back.
most of the time, most runners won't bother with some of the more
Esoteric.
some of the more nuanced manips in CSR, just because you don't have the luxury of time that you get with the cutscenes version of the run to track some of those things. You could be quite pressured for time in the CSR run sometimes.
Yeah, I try to take a holistic approach to tracking, which means that I immediately lose my tracking because you can't take a holistic approach to it. That's not how it works.
Fair.
So Moonblaze is about to fight the Garuda in Luca. So this is a fairly simple fight. We've just regained Auron into the party. So we're going to start with a haste on Auron because he does significantly more damage than either of the other 2 party members. Moonblaze opting for a dark attack here to reduce the chance of characters getting hit. And
Khaegar entering the extractor fight. Anyone want to explain that?
So with the extractor fight, we are looking to get a slow with Tidus as soon as possible. So Khaegar currently has a stunning steel equipped, which was purchased back in Luca from Iwaka. So opens up with a haste, just to give Tidus more turns to try and hit that slow. This being Manips, we would expect it to be one of the first couple of hits, if most of the time the first. And yep,
She got it.
She has hit it on the first one. So now just need to switch out to either Brotherhood or Lightning Steel after hasting Waka. Do some cheers to bolster up the damage of both the party members, and then go to town hitting it in the face.
What's the resistance? Is it 50% resistance that Extractor has? So kind of like without Manips, it would be 50% of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So slow touch is a 50% hit.
Yeah, so there's no inherent resistance from the boss, but the weapon only has a 50% chance to land.
Got it.
So now that Khaegar's done the cheers, swapped the weapon, it's just about hitting Extractor in the face until it dies. This boss can't really pose too much threat once it's been slowed.
There's the alternate strat where you don't really use slow touch, but that is much more dangerous. And requires a lot of finesse.
Yeah, there are some paths on Manip routes where if you get enough crits on the boss, you don't even need to bother with slowing it. But otherwise, yeah, the majority of them will go through Stunning Steel. And I think Stunning Steel has been purchased by all of the runners here.
Yeah, no one no one went out of their way to equip to not buy Stunning Steel.
So Moonblaze opting for some early Waka damage there. Interested to see how that's utilised. I wonder if
So that will be mostly shifting Waka's critical hits,
You
right?
should know. I'm gonna use that item.
No, I mean he gridded strength on Waka.
Oh, good. Oh, right. I thought you said he did it. Right. Okay. I thought you meant he did a random attack.
And Kraken now coming to the end of Mihan High Road. So we'll shortly go into everyone's favourite chocolate bar.
Alright, so Khaegar has 35 strength spheres from this point now, 33. She should have enough strength spheres to last until the end of the run.
And here we go. So Kraken doing a simulation encounter there on the little pedestal in the agency.
Ooh,
So-
Moonblade.
we got a Blitzball kicker. We got a kicker, everybody.
Oh boy.
So the way encounters work in this game is that every time an encounter is triggered, it does a formation roll to decide which enemies you're going to fight, and an ambush or preempt roll to see if you get an ambush or preempt. So this means that
More of
every
us
time
means
you
less of them.
get an encounter, the RNG is pushed along too. So you kind of hop over an RNG roll every time you get a formation or an ambush. So if you take a simulation encounter, it does a single roll. So the effect this has is that you can swap between two independent strings of potential encounters to manipulate away any bad encounters, for example ambushes, or to gain favorable encounters like basilisks that you may want to see
Get
later
the
on.
feeling he called us.
So the cost of doing one of those simulation encounters is about 10 seconds, probably less than that even, maybe 5 to 10 seconds. But if you can avoid even one ambush, you're going to save probably more than that 10 seconds. Just for not having to deal with the aftermath of having to heal your party back up once you're out of the ambush.
Or with dealing with the game over if it happens in certain screens.
So Khaegar hasn't done a encounter manipulation yet, so I'm presuming that her Thunder Pains is going to be a good one. And what Khaegar's right in Guadosalam right now, where she got 8 lightning marbles, and that will be used throughout the mid-game boss rush, which is going to be in a few minutes. Usually, Guadosalam is just an icebreaker for runners at this point. Just for what the chaos that would ensue, which is going to be this map.
So Team Choco is switching to track B for encounters.
Out of my way.
Yeah, when I saw Kraken go back,
be right back.
he did a second simulation at the start of or just before just at the end of Old Road. So obviously wanted to avoid some ambushes on the Old Road, and now wants to be back on the original set of encounters he was on. Moonblaze also doing the Choco Eater fight, so
I won't go so easy on you next time.
this fight is you basically want to get pushed off the cliff. So we haste the boss and hope he pushes us off nice and fast.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
And pray that he doesn't soft lock.
To be clear, he didn't soft lock. We can stop praying now.
I'll be right
Looks
back.
like Kraken's having a nice push on Mushroom Rock Road skip so far. So
That seems good.
Hopefully, if the second push is good, we can be at 200%.
Live and let live.
Nice dodge from Khaegar there. Oh boy.
Live and let live.
Moonblaze got the double dual horn encounter. That's again a mini heart attack for runners.
Pretty clean.
So Khaegar tried to do a movement check where you try to open the door before Riku talks.
I think Kraken just got a big yeet.
Yeah.
On the second push there, so this is looking like a 3 push MRR skip.
Alright, Khaegar equipping the yellow shield for the Thunder Plains would give you the illusion of safety in this place.
No, the yellow shield is safety. It's the armlet that's the illusion of safety, obviously.
No, you can get encounters that are not lightning based that can still kill you.
Yes, that's true.
So yeah, it's still kinda an illusion of safety. You feel safe, but you get an ambush from a dual eye Iron Giant and just confuses you. Yeah, you're done.
Kraken just got an encounter, but I think he should be through now.
Yeah, I think he's through. What happened there with Kraken is when I said that MRR skips 100% consistent, I don't know if any viewers may have picked up on that, but that might not have been wholly the truth. Sometimes you can be yeeted quite vigorously usually to the right, out of nowhere by the NPC. I'm not entirely certain what it is that causes that to happen, but normally it's like a controlled.
Oh boy, Moonblaze.
A controlled push. If you can get yeeted out to the right, you may end up right boxed, or you may fall off and then you're unable to complete that push. I think Moonblaze Team Circle may have been left boxed here.
Moonblaze backed out. He was about to get right box, left box, and he just backed out of it.
Yeah, this is I think it's just like doing the first push again.
Oh yeah, that's the first. Okay. When I sort of looked up and saw they were quite far off to the left and thought, oh no, but yeah, there.
Sometimes if you don't get pushed quite far enough to get through the first unpassable zone, then you can sort of back out if you don't like the way it's going, and start again. But once you're in the sort of the crisscross of unpassable lines, you're kind of committed at that point.
Alright, so Khaegar now in Macarena Temple. You have to do some steals here, namely an Arctic Wind from this guy and a what's this called?
Fish scales.
The fish scales from a water element. Khaegar ignoring the 2,000 kill there, so she has enough money for buying Sonic Steel.
So on the,
Right,
I don't know if it was mentioned last time, but on the screen that Team Mog is on right now, there's like a chocobo that'll come along and behind Tidus. You can ride that chocobo as far as you're able to, and it will give you a little sort of push. It doesn't affect like how many encounters you get, because even though Tidus is moving further per step, the encounters are measured on how far you move rather than how many steps Tidus takes. I think Kraken may have fallen off the chocobo there though. There is a fabled skip that can happen if you get to the end of here and speak to that monk whilst being pushed by a chocobo. It's not viable by humans thus far, so it would have been a big deal if we'd seen it here, to say the least. It was never going to happen though.
So Kimari's in the party right now, so I'm presuming Riku in Khaegar's screen has enough overdrive for
You're wasting our time. Live and let live.
overdrive charge for what's the next fight called again? Scaramorph. Yeah. So you only switch parties here with Kimari, Tidus, Oran for tanking HP more, for tanking HP, because after the steals you don't really want to heal anymore. You just want to get through this part of the run out of the way.
you next time.
So Kraken doing the worst cloister trials in the game.
Debatable.
It,
I
I would debate this with anyone any day. This is the worst designed.
Macalania Temple is
trials.
harder than this. Fight me.
I actually think I'm with Crimson. I think this is the worst designed
I'll
one.
be right back.
If you-
Casually, this is the one that gave me the. It just the logical leaps don't make any as much sense.
Also, if you've run this game and you've encountered the many oddities that occur in this trial, for example, invisible walls on steps, then you will understand why this is the worst trial.
I would say that this temple has minor inconveniences, but so far for me it's like Macalania Temple. If you make a mistake, you're just wasting time at that point. But here,
Standing
it's
on
like,
the reset, the reset panel as you're leaving, that's pretty. That's pretty sad. That's a nasty trick.
yeah, that's true.
So,
But yeah,
Team Tonberry
for
now.
this temple,
Khaegar
don't really make a lot of mistakes here. But Bevel and Macalania, if you make a mistake, it's just straight up time loss. So I
the
don't
next
really
few
see
fights,
why this is difficult.
the next few boss fights here are kind of pretty. I mean, they're all scripted. You know, obviously they're all very scripted, but there's not really too much variance after this one. This one kind of there's a little RNG check on what element Cerimorph counterattacks you with. Khaegar happens to use a bomb core there, which is unfortunate because the bomb core can come up later. Hopefully, it's not something that she was banking on. The crawler and Seymour fights coming up though. They look spooky, but they are. Oh wait, no. I was about to say they're 100% safe. On Manip, they're 100% safe. On True RNG, the Seymour fight can go horribly wrong, but that hopefully shouldn't happen here.
This is also the part of the run where Khaegar and Tonberry is in, where in the cutscene remover, the boss fights start coming at you thick and fast for a good 10-20 minutes.
Yeah, welcome to the mid-game boss fight, ladies and gentlemen.
The late game's a boss rush as well. It's pretty much just.
But this part of the run is where Riku comes into her own quite a bit. She pretty much single-handedly dispatches a number of these next few bosses.
He's the boss of the mid game.
Turns out Mick's good.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
So Kraken just leaving.
We haven't
Temple.
talked about it, but so before you exit Yosei Temple, you picked up a certain halberd. It's just for selling for guild purposes, so you don't have to open a chest in Macalania Temple later. Riku getting the under damage. And then the overkill. Difficult.
I find the crawler fight really satisfying because it kind of like ends on the last turn before disaster. You always look like you're on the edge of complete calamity, but it's
very controlled.
It's a 100% controlled and solved fight. But you do literally win the fight seconds from disaster.
Lulu reviving Riku there specifically. And now Yuna using a Mega Phoenix to revive everyone. This is for XP purposes. You want Kimari alive for spear levels. And now you switch to Brotherhood here, and then you mix. Thank you. A Strength Spear and a level 2 Key Spear for Lightning Bolt.
Easy as pie.
Yeah. Tidal Knuckles. So I think that's a lightning weapon, but you don't really have any use for lightning weapons at this point.
So quite a big grid here for Tidus on Tonberry screen. So at this point, we have a lot of stored up sphere levels in Tidus, and we use a level 2 key sphere to break into Auron's section of the grid, chuck down the strength sphere we got earlier on for the Blitzball tournament win, and we basically send Tidus to the gym for a good dose of steroids, and suddenly he comes out hitting like an absolute truck.
As Anima is going to find out very shortly.
Kimari's here for HP reasons. And to get an agility spear, it's going to be used for Kimari for turn order, and later on for teleporting.
So we've got Kraken now on Extractor, so we'll see if Kraken also gets the first try slow.
Moonblaze getting the early level 1 key spear chest doesn't really change things, but you just get extra steps on doing it. But you still get the same amount of items. So
that was the
Khaegar
first
is
time.
making a safety save here.
Yeah, it looks like Kraken did get the first time slow, which is nice. Fairly easy to line up when you've got the when you've got the minute set up, but it's always nice to see it.
Nice,
And
great.
now from here, Lightning Steel will accelerate this fight from here as well.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on Tonberry's screen, we now have the first Seymour fight. So this is where we're going to put all of that strength to good use on Tidus. So opening up with a haste to give Tidus twice as many turns. Kimari is now going to put to use that Stone Breath that we got from Josie High Road. Take out the 2 side Guardo that will block Tidus's attacks. We need to get a turn in with Yuna here, so we do a quick swap weapon before swapping her out to Auron, and then give Seymour the old smack in the face. And he responds by summoning Anima, which is honestly kind of a bit rude.
So Anima has a very funky dodge chance. You can miss Anima's attacks 1 out of 255% of the 255 chance. So we're hoping that we don't critical miss here.
Yeah, so the important thing here is Khaegar switching out Tidus to Walker because you can predict who's going to get pained, but it's not the easiest minutes to set up. So even in the minute run, it's a lot safer to just switch Tidus out of the party and wait for somebody to die before you switch him back in. Once he comes back in, he can fairly easily dispatch Anima because he's got more than enough strength to take it down.
Khaegar defending and then switching, so she probably had a critical miss there. I'm not sure of that, but or the other reason is she needed the other death for a certain item drop.
And now the last little
I'm
thing
pretty sure defending doesn't move the RNG forward.
And so another usage of this yellow shield that we picked up in the Thunder Plains is it makes us immune to lightning. And fortunately, Seymour has a predictable move set, and so he always uses Blazara as the first attack during the first phase of the fight, and then during the last phase of the fight, his second move in his move set is always a thunder-based attack. So we're able to nullify that damage there and simultaneously build up some overdrive on Riku, which will be very useful for a future fight.
Speaking of thunder-based attacks, I think we saw a thunder reels from Moonblaze then.
Kraken doing manip encounters again. Waka surviving by a sliver of health.
Oh boy. 8 HP and a something. Can't remember what it was.
8 HP and a dream. Unfortunate rolls from Moonblaze here. There's a 50% chance that Extractor this guy goes up or attacks, but he chose to go up. Yeah, I hate this
Tractor
tempo.
down, nice.
Well, that Thunderball was a little bit late, wasn't it? Cheers,
One
Extractor.
encounter too late.
That's the classic drop.
Yeah. It's either
It's also
that or
annoying too.
when you end up with lightning steals for days. Like you get one lightning steal, great, and then you end up with like 3. Cool.
Get a
Could
light,
you just do me a favor and triple wield these lightning steals? Cheers.
get a lightning
Give
steal
them,
from Extractor. Get a lightning steal from Spheramorph.
Get one from a dingo.
You can get one from the crawler fight too. I think you can get a lightning steal from Seymour as well.
So Khaegar going to attempt to avoid all of the Guado on this ice bridge. On the PS2 version, it's actually impossible to evade all of these Guado, but in the HD version, they made Tidus run about 25% faster, I think it is. So we'd have just enough speed that we can, with good movement, get out of there without being attacked by any of the Guado.
That point of the run is what our runners call a skill check.
Get out of
Because
the way.
CSR has a tendency to... I'm not sure if it's fixed yet, but a CSR has a tendency to crash there
I think I
if
missed.
you get an encounter.
I think I missed it earlier, but I think Khaegar must have got special spheres because I think Tidus has Steal and Use,
I won't go so easy on you
Yep,
next time.
she did.
which is very nice. That would be very useful for Beacon, and very useful for guards for that matter.
Live and let live.
So special sphere is a rare drop from Seymour, right?
Yeah, so that would have been something that Khaegar would have intentionally manipulated the drop on. So in this Wendigo fight, we're utilizing that strength that we put on Tidus, hasting him up as with the start of the Seymour fight. Riku comes in and uses the light curtain, which was stolen earlier in Thunder Plains, to give Tidus a bit of protection because Wendigo does hit quite hard, and even with the protection from light curtain, halving the damage, it can still almost one-hit Tidus. So we have to be very careful. But Khaegar,
Missing Spiral Cut.
yes,
Should be fine.
Khaegar taking out one of the Guados that casts Shell on death, not taking out the other Guado because the other Guado would cast Protect when it dies on Wendigo, and we don't want that because we want to
Nice crit.
we want to deal physical damage to Wendigo. So should be a couple more hits on Wendigo, and then one hit on the Guado, and then the fight will be over. Easy,
There are
easy.
two ways to
Easy.
fight Wendigo. I'm not sure if the other runners would do the other strat, but I'm hoping someone would.
So normally we're about Khaegar is on Team Tonberry is about to fight a zoo enemy. Normally we would just attack this and then defend until the end of the fight, until we can escape. But Khaegar here opting to steal. This is a very good opportunity to get some smoke bombs because we're forced into this fight, and we need the smoke bombs for a later fight to deal with some groups of enemies. So very nice optimization that the special spheres enable here.
Only happens when you have special spear drop from Timur. We did have
I won't go so easy on you next time.
we did
Did
have
I,
to use it before.
Did I just spy a petrify grenade from Team Mog being swiped there?
I think so.
I think I did.
I'll be right back.
Moonblade is also almost getting the Riku skip.
Be interesting to see where Kraken chooses to use the petrify grenade. Oh, both of them. In fact, it was two, right?
Yeah, there's a couple of options for using it.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
Could we see Wendigo putting them up?
Maybe. We'll have to wait and see what Kraken's got in store.
Yep.
Live and let live.
Moonblaze is utilizing the fact here that the Iron Giants always attack the lowest health enemy. So by putting Riku in the party, it's a very easy way to get some overdrive charge because she's always got the lowest HP, assuming everyone else is healed up. Since we also need to steal a light curtain from the Iron Giant, it makes for a nice sort of double whammy to achieve both things in the same fight.
Just trying to think if we've seen any frightening ambushes in the Thunder Plains yet. I don't think so. I mean, obviously it's a manip run, but sometimes they are unavoidable. I think here they have been mostly avoided. Apologies in advance, Moonblaze, if I'm wrong about that. It's one of those things where as soon as I said it, I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have said that. But hopefully we're going to get out of Thunder Plains and I'll be spared.
I'll be right back.
Runners get their
an
seed
unfortunate-
in advance here. They have a week to manip them.
Alright, so we've got Kraken coming up to the Theramorph fight. So we kind of missed the opportunity to properly explain this one
Live and let live.
earlier with Khaegar's run through it. But Theramorph starts the fight with one of the 4 elements at random. So, but what it also does is it counters with its current element, and it's weak to the opposite element. So what we do here is throw a grenade with Riku, which does just enough damage to make it so her mix is gonna do enough damage always to kill it. And then we do a mix throwing the opposite element, and it does a lot of damage and kills Theramorph. So a little bit of investigation to find out the element, and then mixing the opposite to kill it. But it's a fairly short fight.
Alright, Khaegar doing the beacon no skip. And we're done.
Very nice.
I think I saw Team Choco there. It was charging a overdrive on Riku with the Chimera. Chimera's got a... Is it four attacks and equal chance to use any of each of them? And there's only one attack that wouldn't have charged Riku, and unfortunately that was the attack that it that it chose to use. So that was an extra turn there. But the important thing is Riku has got her overdrive, which is the important thing for Theramorph.
Khaegar now just quickly going through the fights in home. So that first fight is fairly easy. We use Tidus to just auto attack the enemies down. But now we make further use of the stone breath that we got earlier with Kamari. So this is another point where Kamari really comes into his own and kind of carries this section of this small section of the run for us.
And this is one of the annoying parts for manip runners.
Yes, so the enemies here don't die in a predictable order. So it can, depending on which order the enemy's dying, you can get a varying number of drops sometimes. And so that will affect how the runners need to track how they're going to line up the drops for the rest of the run. Looking towards a specific drop later on that is sort of the main thing that you want to minute for.
We're also abusing Kimari's tendency that if he lands hits a monster with a skill that he can get, it would charge his overdrive to full.
Yeah, it's quite convenient that the two forced encounters there both give you. I mean, for most casual players, I say for most casual players, any casual players that were using Kimari and kind of land setting everything we saw, it would have already learnt those overdrives by this point. But obviously, if you, we know that if we delay the learning of those overdrives for those fights in particular, it's a 2 free overdrive with the Aqua Breath and Fire Breath, which those attacks are not particularly helpful, but the enemies teaching them is.
Lightning still drop for Kraken.
Woo! Late lightning still drops.
Let's go! Alright, so Khaegar is about to do the most annoying boss for the mid-game boss rush. Well, she's not really that annoying, but you get what I mean. Once the fight starts.
Yeah, the irritating thing with Every, I don't know if it's a CSR thing or just a Final Fantasy X thing, but the autosave brings you in after the fight has already begun. So if you're learning this run, it's often advised to save before Every. I mean, here we're doing it for because it's the relay and you want to do it for safety reasons, but yeah, if you get into the Every fight and find that you've forgotten to do something or things aren't lined up properly, it's pretty catastrophic. So it's always advised to save before you go in, because if you game over here and then load the autosave, the game's just going to drop you right back in front of Every again.
Yeah, so this is one of the, or not one of, this is the most tightly rooted fights in the run. So we use a mix with Riku that's going to ensure that Tidus crits all of his attacks. But we need to use careful or very specific usage of cheers to do the right amount of damage at the right time, so that we don't damage Every too fast, because Every has a damage gate where it will cast haste on itself. But we want to damage Every just fast enough that we always kill it before it gets its fourth turn, upon which it will poison breath, which would kill the entire party.
Everyone.
So if you enter this fight with anything amiss, then you're not going to be able to kill Every in time.
That inhalation that Every does at the end there, that will go off if you've not got the right configuration.
Yeah, so that's kind of the precursor to the poison breath attack.
Khaegar got the ideal fight there. Every attacking Riku, so she charges her overdrive. So no spear farming here for Khaegar. I think she has everything that she needs. Usually for manip runners, this is the part where you start calculating everything here on the fly, if you have no encounter or not. And before you start the fights here, you You check if you get no encounter and then start manipulating the last bits of this fight so you can get a no encounter armor.
Yeah, so I suppose we haven't really talked about it yet, but it'll be coming up relatively quickly for Team Tonberry. There is a location a little bit later in the run where there's a ghost enemy which has a very small percentage chance to drop a piece of armor which turns off all encounters for the rest of the run. Now, with this being the maniped category, the runners will be going for this drop and should be able to get it fairly consistently. So we'll be eager to see how they do when they get there. And as NiGhTBoX said, this is really the part of the run where you start to put all that together and piece that together, because you've got all of the information you need to work out what you need to do. And past this point, there's not really anything RNG wise that can throw you off if you've got a good line to the drop.
Quite an intensive part of the run, and thankfully the trial coming up, it's quite infamous as being one of the trickiest trials, but if you know the solution to it, you actually don't really need to do that many inputs, so it's kind of used as like a pseudo break for which runners can get their house in order in terms of manipulating the no encounter drop, which is the priority. Manips have got tons of like really cool optimizations that you can do, which is what we're trying to, the runners are doing a great job of showcasing in this race. But the big one, as it were, is no encounter armor. It's orders of magnitude more significant. Is it a swimmer armor's like what 6 minutes if you get a very fast one? Is it? I think
Yeah.
Save versus nothing. So, yeah, pretty major time gains. And thankfully, the Bavel trials you can kind of like use this time to figure it all out.
This is the calm part of the run.
Yeah, we're in Trial Town, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're in the easiest trial in the game. You
Yes.
can quote me on that.
I will. I agree. I'm in full agreement. Well, wait, no. Second easiest? But, I mean, the Besaid trial's pretty
Okay, fine.
insultingly easy.
It's the tutorial trial. What do you expect?
The one that tells you how to do it.
Yeah. Go here. Pick up ball. Put it on door. We're good.
Don't try and pick up 2 balls. We lack the technology.
The left hand cannot be used.
Okay, so we've got Kraken skill check here. One of the things about 10 is that anyone who's played this game will probably have noticed that the movement can be at times a little bit jank. Most of the jankery is related to when the camera moves. I think when the developers made this game, it wasn't quite a solved problem yet. 2001, I think it was. It wasn't quite a solved problem where how to kind of deal with a camera moving and then a player holding a direction while the camera moves. So you end up with this weird kind of, it's like an elastic band being pulled, and then if you move it a little bit too far, the band snaps and Tidus runs off into the sunset. And at that Guado escape sequence, you may have noticed the camera is constantly moving. So it kind of, yeah, it does bring forward 10's weird movement mechanics.
Khaegar missing the prompt here. So she had to do it again.
I feel compelled to add jankery to my vocabulary. That was quite the word.
You
MC.
should.
Oh, you gave me a word earlier, Crimson. You can consider it a swap. Although I confess I've forgotten what the word was. So it looks like no petrify grenade usage here yet.
He's probably doing it on the Woolhorns.
So the mystery of the petrify grenade endures.
Continues. Tidus at 49 HP. This is.
I'll be fine. Give him an
Alright, he's
elixir.
gonna
Get him
go.
out there. You'll be right. What do you think an elixir tastes like?
Not sweet.
You think
I
not
th-
sweet?
I think it's just apple juice. That's all it is.
Personally, I think it's just water. Holy water that you're drinking.
I think it's whatever you want it to taste like. What would pep you up the most?
Soda.
Maybe it's Bovril.
I'd prefer to imagine it as Sprite at this point.
That might be preferable to Bovril for some people, yeah.
Or maybe a Scotch.
I think looks like Kraken also is using got the special sphere and is stole 4 smoke bombs from the zoo there with Tidus. I actually missed what Moonblaze got.
I'm not paying attention to Seymour drops. But from what I surmise from the Spear Grid, he doesn't have. Probably didn't use it. Right, Khaegar is out. So yeah, Khaegar getting this guy here, Bahamut. Thankfully, she didn't name it from what she usually names it.
Get out of the way. Live and let live.
Bahamut is going to be used for most of the game from this point on.
Hey, this is a professional outfit. Khaegar's a consummate professional.
Live and let live.
There'll be no funny
That's actually-
business with the dragon.
That's actually looking forward for Khaegar naming it. I don't know. She might just muscle memory it.
So this is the first time Yuna now is going to move on the grid. It will not be the last time, and she's going to be doing a lot of movement. And if we thought that Tidus got hench quickly, then Yuna is going into the hyperbolic time chamber and emerging an absolute monster. Kind of funny because, like, the last time the rest of the party see Yuna, she's sort of, you know,
Weak,
relatively, yeah, low strength, white mage archetype.
Yeah.
And then she's going to emerge from Via Purifico, literally
Super
smacking
Saiyan
robots, bopping a robot in the face, and it just crumpling. And something to note about how Aeon stats are calculated. They're a function of Yuna's overall stats. So you'll see seemingly like kind of strange gridding choices on Yuna, where she may be getting like defense, which is not traditionally that useful of a stat. The reason for that is whenever she gains a stat, her Aeons gain in all of their stats to some degree. So if Yuna gains strength, the Aeons will gain strength, but they'll also gain a little bit of magic defense. And the amount that each Aeon scales is different. Bahamut, being a big scary dragon, is meant to have a lot of strength stat, but Yuna, on her normal grid, doesn't have that much strength. However, when you bust her onto Auron's grid, she can get real swole real quick, which means that Bahamut absolutely finds himself jacked to the nines and is basically what spawns the strategy we see for the entire end game of this run.
Which is summon Bahamut at that end game.
Yes, the holy boop. Which is actually what happens to Sin later on. You literally do bop Sin on the nose.
The Petrify Grenade being used for the bombs fight.
Does the Petrify Grenade issue... You know the Stone Breath issue where you don't know what order they die in? Does that happen with Petrify Grenade as well, right?
Yes.
Oh, but I suppose they're not guaranteed. They don't have guaranteed drops, do they? So maybe it doesn't matter.
Live and let live.
I think for Kraken's side here, he has enough spirit levels for Lulu, so he doesn't really, and extra power sphere, so he doesn't really need it. So he just killed it fast.
Also, I think was that bomb an ambush? Was that what happened there? I'm not.
Possibly.
I didn't.
Yeah, I'm trying to piece together what the.
That may have been why the Petrify Grenade was
I'll be
used.
right back.
Not to mention, it's also a very fast way to quickly dispatch that fight.
It well is.
He got ambushed here. So interesting use.
Isn't there an easier way?
No complaining.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
Oh baby.
Oh baby.
Oh dear.
Maybe he needs the deaths? Question mark?
No, I saw. I think Kraken failed the Sandra Gore skip once. So it may have upset the encounter he was expecting, and he may not have been expecting that ambush. Fortunately, it's not a huge time loss, but it does make the manips for no encounter armor a little spicier.
Right.
No.
Yeah, so yeah, Khaegar is here on the Aeon fight. Just summon Aeon, boop it to the head, and it should be fine.
Kraken's saying that he's an encounter ahead, so that's
I won't go so easy on you next time.
interesting. Obviously, too good at the game, move too well.
Live and let live.
Sad, no one summoning Shiva.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
Did anyone name their Aeon?
I don't believe so, not so far. Not that I've seen anyway. Moonblaze just dispatching a Sandragora there. We need to get rid of that one so that we can get the teleport spheres that are used in the grids that Khaegar's just done before Osaru. And the second one is used in an upcoming grid. And then hopefully we'll see a successful Sandragora skip here. So Moonblaze will position themselves just to the side of this pit, and if Riku does her job correctly, she will push Tidus through without triggering encounter. Perfect.
Oh, that was very smooth. Yeah.
We were so close to two versions of Evray on the screen at the same time.
Maybe just A up. There we go.
Just about 2 seconds.
Just about.
So that very quick fight that Khaegar just dispatched is a zombie version of Evray. So being a zombie, the easiest way to defeat it is to throw healing items at it. So depending on what's available to the runners, they'll either use 2 elixirs or 2 Phoenix Downs, or any combination of the two.
One of my favourite Final Fantasy tropes. I mean, it's a shame that the FF9 became too soft to live thing didn't persist. But the yeah, I like the zombie token zombie boss. It's also a massive relief as a like casually playing the game, because you've just gone through this absolute ordeal that is Evray, and then and then Evray shows up again. You're like, oh my god, not again.
And Khaegar is now doing another grid with Yuna. This one, she is sending Yuna to the portion of the grid that Tidus previously went around before the first Seymour fight, and picking up all that strength. So that's another huge amount of strength that we've just piled on top of Bahamut, sent him back to the gym, going to put in those reps.
And defense as well.
And defense. Make sure he's not a complete glass cannon. And then we'll see how much damage he does to the next boss.
Do we think that he can
Has
do
it
more
been
or
mentioned?
less than Yuna?
Has it been mentioned that we have a certain amount of monsters that we need to kill for Yuna here?
I came to home quite.
No, don't think we talked about that yet.
Please let me.
The
Thank you.
basically from the sequence at the beginning, after where Yuna first does her grid, basically before the Isari fight, until here, you count the number of encounters or the number of kills that Yuna gets. You need 4 for AP reasons for her, for a little bit later on. Here, Yuna kind of really does become the deciding factor for the entirety of late game. Well, I say Yuna does. Bahamut does. So this boop, I think it's pretty much the weakest boop Bahamut does.
Yep.
Casual
But
30.
the lowest number. But it's
I think it's a value
obviously
for
still enough.
that's weak.
Khaegar not forgetting to put strength on Yuna post Natus. I can't tell you how many runs I've lost to not having enough strength to kill Defender X.
It's the shortest grid in the game, but so it's kind of like
It's
easy
easiest.
enough to
It's the
forget.
easiest
Yeah.
to forget. I'm pretty sure 3 of us are experienced runners at this point, and we almost always have that problem of overconfidence and then just running straight to Defender X.
Yep. Every time I de-rush this run, I die there.
Stay right there.
Every single time.
I don't know what you're talking about. It never happens to me.
Lies.
What you-
I have
mean?
watched it one time. You did it.
The one time. You love to hear it. Oh, okay. There's some.
And you were ahead by like 3 minutes.
So it was mentioned a little bit earlier that this is kind of like the spot where you start trying to lock in the final descent, as it were, to the no encounter armor. I don't know if you may have spotted the impromptu and unsolicited violence towards Riku from Tidus there. That almost certainly will be down to trying to jiggle the RNG into a no encounter position, because there's no variance really in the fights. There's no sort of like random outspeeds that'll kill you, and you're not petrifying any enemies. You are able to make control adjustments at this point, which does unfortunately sometimes involve smacking your own allies. So unfortunately, Riku's the one who copped it here. But it's a sacrifice we're willing to make.
Yeah, so I guess without trying to get too technical, the two key things that can be used mostly to try and push the drops in the right direction are, as MT said, killing your own characters, and also stealing from enemies. So stealing moves the RNG value along 1 tick, and a death uses 3 ticks. So by using a combination of steals and deaths, you can push it forward as much as you need to get it in the right position to get the drop you want to see.
So it won't be too long now until the culmination of the no encounter trek starts to kind of show itself. I don't think any of us commentators have been ourselves tracking any of the runs, so how successful, I mean, I'm sure it has been successful, but I don't know how far or close to the track any of the runners that we've got right now are.
I'm hoping everyone gets their no encounter armor, regardless of the incidents that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Bahamut turns that Defender X fight into somewhat of a trivial matter. 2 hits and he is dispatched.
It's around about this point that you can surmise whether or not you forgot the grid.
It's when you see that first attack do 28k and you're like, oh no.
I'm in danger.
Second attack, please crit. Okay, so we're gonna see.
Alright, how many encounters, Khaegar?
Well, that's not a ghost. Riku? That's Riku's fault. Oh no. Oh my god, Tidus has lost it. He's gone full Shuyin.
Just have to hope Khaegar doesn't forget to heal Kamari before the upcoming fight.
Some Crimson Squad stuff.
I think she heard you.
Alright, there's the ghost.
Ambushed ghost. Shouldn't
So
matter.
this is the enemy that can drop the no encounter armor. So you can either summon Ixion or Bahamut here. Both of them can dispatch the ghost with no issue. And this is where
I would have preferred summoning Bahamut on an ambush over Ixion, but that's a runner's preference.
I was about to say with any luck, but you know, it's never
There
luck.
it is.
Peaceful armlet.
It's never luck when
that.
you know it's gonna happen.
Get that sucker on. Let's go.
1 out of 3. We got 3 blitz wins. That means we need to get 3 no encounter armors, right? That's how that works.
Hopefully.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure, yeah. It's a contractual obligation, I think.
At this point, I'm praying for Moonblaze and Kraken to get their own no encounter armors.
Let's see if if anything particularly extra hot and spicy comes from the Biran and Yankee fights. The drops that you get from this boss shape also the end of the run. The gridding diverges quite a lot depending on how many rare drops you get here. Obviously, Khaegar will know what the expected drop here is. It's part of the manipulations that can be done. The best outcome is to get 2 rare drops, but that is pretty tough to manipulate and often isn't worth the time investment to do it. So I think we're
4
on
returns for Khaegar.
0 rare drops there. 4 returns, yep. Which is the most common result.
So what Khaegar did there is saving a spear level because Yuna at this point is kind of short on spear levels because of stuff. So she uses a return spear to move to a grid that she already activated the spear from, what we call a
Yeah,
Sereth warp.
it leverages the sort of the look ahead mechanic, I guess, if that's the right word for the sphere grid, where you can grid one node away from where you're currently sat, and then if you then return to that grid that you never actually moved to, you save a level. It's kind of a common thing that you see, especially with new runners, where you kind of think, well, it's just one level, it's no big deal moving on the grid, just one level. But obviously, the more levels you gain, doesn't matter how many you've spent, the more levels you gain, the more XP it takes to get to another one. So especially on Yuna, every level counts, which is where the Sereth warps come in, which is the name we gave to that tech. I don't know why. I think it's named after some ex-speedrunner.
There must be an.
And Kraken and Moonblaze quite close here now. Kraken in the Isari fight for Team Mog, and Moonblaze just doing the grid that Kraken finished not long ago, just leading up to the Isari fights. And Khaegar currently reaping all the benefits of no encounter armor, having a very peaceful walk along the mountain.
Which usually nets you around 13 to 14 encounters if you don't have no encounter.
So there's this is where the strategy, again, as MT was saying, starts to diverge a bit depending on what the drops were. So on Team Tonberry's screen with the Seymour Flux enemy, unless Khaegar gets a crit here, Bahamut won't have enough strength with the 4 returns drops to take Flux out in one hit. So Flux will banish Bahamut, and then Tidus and Yuna will need to make up the rest of the damage with their physical attacks. If we see either of the other 2 runners get Friend Spheres, which is the rare drop, then we may well see Seymour Flux able to be taken down in the one hit from Bahamut, with +1 hit from Yuna at the start of the fight.
Last hit crit.
The most helpful of all crits.
Yep.
And Kraken has just finished up the Isari fight, so he'll be moving on swiftly on towards every Altana.
I think the section of the game we're entering now, I think all the runners have entered now, without the CSR, is quite sort of lore, story, exposition, cutscene dense. There's a lot of chatting, that goes on. Whereas in CSR, it really kind of, you remove all that, and the boss rush nature of it all is a lot more kind of apparent on CSR. There's a lot of lengthy cutscenes that we're just not seeing here, and then when we get the airship back in a little bit, that can be quite disorienting because you're on the airship. Where am I at here? So anyone who kind of goes from
this
the
mini game
cutscenes.
on Khaegar screen is very it's very troublesome for new runners for speed, but the idea is that for the rotating thing, there are crosshairs for both walls. You want to hit the center crosshair for the second wall once it rotates. And Khaegar got it.
Yeah, and Khaegar had the peaceful armor for Kamari, so unfortunately that does mean that in these water-based sections in the Gagazet cave, she will still get encounters. So if we see either the other runners get a swimmer armor, then they'll be able to save a little extra time here by avoiding these encounters. But unfortunately, at this point of the run, you only get Tidus, Riku, and Waka whilst you're in the water, so you don't get to benefit from the equipment that's on Kamari, unfortunately.
Is Gagazet not the worst trial?
I mean, it's certainly a trial when you've got cutscenes.
I cannot.
Let me tell you. I think one of my favorite comparison points for the cutscene remover versus just a normal run with cutscenes is that Sanctuary Keeper, so the boss that Khaegar will soon fight at the top of Gagazet, to the end of the game is like 2 hours. In cutscene remover, it's 30 minutes. That's how story dense the end of this run is.
Khaegar successfully navigating the singular most difficult trial.
All right, we've got Kraken just about to approach the Calmlands, so Kraken will be setting up their manips in a similar fashion to the way Khaegar did shortly. So won't be long before we get to see if Kraken is successful for Team Mog with getting the no encounter armor.
Moonblaze for Team Choco using elixirs to kill every Altana there. It's faster to do so if you have the elixirs. It's a slightly faster animation. But really it's NBD, as the children say.
somewhat of a recurring theme now. Past this point in the run, pretty much all the fights are just going to be Bahamut slap thing in face. Turns out when you take a big dragon and you send it to the gym to get nice and strong, it does a lot of damage.
I think did Khaegar get an armor break miss against? Because I saw the photon wings come out, but I don't believe she did armor break it, right? I think.
She may have got a status fail.
Yeah.
I wasn't paying attention actually to whether she used armor break, but I did see that he was only hitting for like 20k.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Photon wings came down from Sandkeeper. I think there's a 1 in 101 chance when you use a status that status will fail due to coding oversight, which may have happened there. I don't think any of us were actually watching Tonberry's screen when that fight started, so I suppose it's possible that she just forgot to use armor break, but.
Live and let live.
So it looks like Kraken on Team Mog's having to do relatively minimal wiggling / waggling to get the no encounter to line up. Or he did it very early. Or I suppose he could be planning to do it inside the
I
cabin.
won't go so easy on you next time.
We shall see.
Yep, we shall see in a couple of minutes. And Moonblaze won't be too far behind. Currently just about to dispatch Simonators. Khaegar here for Team Tonberry, picking up Friend Sphere in a treasure chest. So that's something that the runners will need to pick up if they don't get Friend Spheres from Biron and Yenke, so that they can move Yuna on the grid down to where Lulu is to pick up all the strength and agility that's down in her section of the grid.
Khaegar also choosing to grid the fortune sphere there. Without the luck, there's a 3% chance of Bahamut missing an attack on Unalesca, which is in CSR it's not too bad. In any percent it is 15 minutes time loss minimum due to the cutscene.
I know a certain runner that doesn't really like picking up the fortune sphere.
Kraken got first encounter Ghost, so here we go.
Yep, this could be a decent swing.
Moonday's also not
Especially
really
if it's a
doing
swimming-
much
swimmer
for
armor.
Nips. Ooh, is that a crit?
Bahamut with the unnecessary crit, yeah.
Baroque sword.
That could be intentional if he's got another ghost. Kraken seems to be going further into the cave, so I suspect that may have been an intentional miss.
Oh, we're doing this.
There are different areas of the cave, so the area that Kraken's in now is the green area. They have different encounter sets or formations, which probably may explain why they chose to go into the cave further.
You might have missed it.
Yep.
Okay, we're good.
So yeah, ghost number 2 here. Hopefully we're one big bop away from glory.
Peaceful shield. Peaceful charge. Close enough.
Peaceful touch. There we go.
Never in doubt. All right, so that's
I think Crimson mentioned earlier that the game over really does complicate the manip quite a bit. The runners here, they did have a week or so with their allocated seeds to try and carve out a route. But that, and they will have done. But obviously, a lot of their pre-entered like actions and encounters and deaths and steals and so on won't have taken into account a game over. So some adjustments were probably needed by Kraken there, which meant there's a delay in getting the no encounter armor, but still a time save. Yeah,
it's actually quite impressive to still get that with the game over in CSR, because
absolutely
that can easily throw you off, and to manage to keep everything on track and still get there in the end is a huge achievement, honestly.
Alright, so Moonblaze going for the green room here. I think there's no he's not going to put that on suspense.
Kraken was styling on us. That's what we're getting then, is it?
And the 2-2.
And the 2-2 as well. Oh, you love to see it.
Oh boy. I told you, the death there was a maneuver.
You know what? I believe you. It was an 18 brain manip. Game over strats. We're not ready for them. We're not ready for them, but they're here.
So 2-2 is a drop that we refer to for Biron and Yankee. So a 4 drop is a 4 return drop. 2-2 is 2 returns to friends, and we don't really talk about 4 friends because it never happens. So yeah.
It alludes to the number of rare drops that you get from Biran and Yankee, basically. We aim.
Peaceful
there's
armlet.
Another peaceful armlet for Moonblaze, so we are
3
3
out of
for
3.
Oh,
Let's
nice.
go.
We love to see it.
Team Close Race wins again.
That's 2 Kamari armlets as well.
Yep. So, yeah, just to quickly finish the thought about the 2-2 and so on. Basically, when you defeat Biran and Yankee, they will drop either return spheres or friend spheres. The rare drop is friend spheres. The more friend spheres you get, the faster the end game is. It's sort of we have different grid routes depending on what drops you get. and 4 friends is the fastest, but also the rarest. And then 2-2 is the second fastest, and then quite a way behind that is 4 returns. 4 returns is I think I want to say about a minute slower. So it was not only did Mog manage to get Team Mog managed to get a no encounter armor after a game over, but also a 2-2 manip on the Biran and Yenke fight, which is, as Crimson said before, really, really impressive stuff. So Kraken is styling on us, I think. Or alternatively, as NiGhTBoX said, maybe it's maybe it's the hyper advanced game over strats that we're not ready for.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll shortly get to see the 2-2 version of Seymour Flux, which will be.
Oh
big
wow!
hit.
4 friends for Moonblaze. So we're
Oh,
getting
boy.
all 3 grids.
We
now.
get all the combinations. What
Ooh,
the
boy.
hell?
I did wonder if this would happen. I saw Moonblaze posting about 4 friends in one of the Discord channels the other day, and I was like, I wonder if we're going to see that in the relay, and here we are.
Spicy.
Even in like the, I think in the world record run it's a 2-2, right? It's not 4 friends even in the world record run, so it's not a common outcome even with manips to get 4 friends.
I mean, most runners, myself included, probably can't even do 4 friends without looking at the notes and losing more time than it saves because you don't even know the grid.
Yeah, I'm of the opinion that if 4 friends happens, you just drop it. Just ignore it and go for 2-2 instead.
As we saw there just with the Seymour Flux fight, Bahamut just one-shots. Well, he doesn't one-shot because he took a hit before, but the fight is significantly faster because there is no banish on Bahamut.
If you think Bahamut is very full with 4 returns or 2-2, you see 4 friends, and the difference is night and day.
Yeah, it's certainly a really fast outcome. So it's really cool that we've got all 3 all at once.
All right, so Khaegar just going through the phases with Unalaska. Meanwhile, Kraken is enjoying that sweet, peaceful time swimming in the cave. No encounters for Kraken.
Unfortunately, we didn't get the now speech from Oran because it's CSR.
So what you're saying is the cutscenes run is superior. Yep.
Yeah.
Wait till they hear
Almost
about what
over.
happened to the Omnis, Seymour Omnis battle theme. So I think Khaegar got a zombie strike weapon there on Kimari, which is used
Love
in
to see it.
the last boss of the game. It makes the actual Yu Yevon fight. I
Alright.
don't know if this is
Moonblade
slower, slightly slower.
I want to
But,
see this.
It cuts out a grid, so.
Right? Moonblaze ignoring everything and now summoning Bahamut. And we're done.
Yeah, so we actually got all 3 versions of the Flux fight there, with the 4 friends, which is a 1 in 64 chance. Obviously, with Manips, it's guaranteed, of course, every time. With the 4 friends, able to do enough damage there that we don't even need any supporting hits from Yuna. Bahamut just does everything on his own. Nice and simple.
Timor was not prepared.
All right, Kraken just coming up to the Sanctuary Keeper fight. So we saw this one a little bit earlier. Hopefully, we'll see the armor break land for Kraken. It'd be quite unfortunate to see 2 people get the status fail. And Bahamut.
I mean, if you're gonna get the status fail, you'd probably want it to be in this fight. To be completely fair.
True.
Yeah. There are 2 fights where armor
there is a
break
fight coming up, which would be Mondo Tragic.
Yeah.
But it won't happen.
For me, for that fight, if you fail the status check, you just reset. Don't even bother with that code strategy.
Yeah, that late in the run, I'd agree. You've already got out everything that you're going to manip for already, so.
And at this point, there's not a huge amount left in the run, so Khaegar's going to start mopping up the last few bosses in this run quite quickly.
Things really do accelerate. Once you get the airship, things accelerate quite quickly in CSR.
Yeah, so I think we've got
Once
like
you get
half a dozen bosses left, something like that. And we'll get through them pretty quickly now.
Once you get to the airship part of CSR, it's like, hope you know where you're going, because we won't tell you where you are. Just very confusing at that point for new runners.
I think Kraken is ignoring the Fortune Sphere.
Oh, baby.
Faith in the tracking.
Absolute faith. No reason to doubt him, though.
You don't need the Fortune Spear for the Seymour fight, right?
For Omnis.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bahamut can miss that.
What?
Yeah, it's 2-3% chances of disaster without the luck.
But if you know it's not going to happen,
Yeah,
then
it's only 3% if it's 3%.
Yeah.
So here it's 0.
I mean, in Manip, it's either 0 or it's 100. There is no 3%.
Unless your game crashes right before the fight. Or something equally unfortunate.
And Kraken now is doing just finished the last menu before Unalesca. And one of the last grids that we'll need to do in this run. And now has we kind of didn't talk about it when Khaegar was here because I think we were preoccupied with no encounter drops. But at this point in the run, this trials, you have to do this little floor puzzle of these Tetris pieces, and you basically just have to match what's on the screen. So Kraken is gonna push in these pedestals to activate a bunch of different patterns, and then have to walk into the next room and select all of the tiles on the floor that match the shapes of the pattern.
And basically every runner has a little JPEG somewhere showing them the correct solutions. I think there's only maybe one runner who just memorizes the whole thing.
Sounds like a bit of a super nerd.
Yeah. Imagine.
I know Karakarn memorized it.
Whoa. Way to call him out like that.
I thought you were referring to Crimson.
Oh, way to call him out like that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, NiGhTBoX chooses violence today.
Alright, and Khaegar is now inside Sin, so with no encounters in here, we're getting very close to the end of the run now for Team Tonberry.
And she went back.
She just wanted to make sure that the airship was still there.
So it happens to runners. It's a common mistake happening to runners. They're holding down there on the screen switch, and unfortunately down when the screen switches just puts you back to where the airship is.
Yeah, much earlier I was talking about the jankery of Final Fantasy X's movement with camera switching and stuff. You may notice inside Sin, which is where Team Tonberry are at the moment, there's a lot of camera cutting and moving, but also screen buffers can be a little bit strange. So when you transition from one screen to another, if you hold the same direction, that may not be the direction that the game registers you as entering the screen in. So for example, there are some screens like before the MRR skip screen. If you enter that screen and you hold up on the D-pad, which would logically move Tidus up, he actually does the complete opposite and runs in the other direction. Which there's a few screens where that can happen, so you've got to do a little safety wiggle on the analog stick if you want to make sure.
Or just not hold any movement until the screen switches officially. I think the status hits there.
The armor break attack certainly hit. So as long as the
attack hit,
as long as the status didn't fail, we're all good.
I think the status did hit. Yeah, we're good.
The evidence suggests it did, yeah.
Never in doubt.
The armor break needs to land on Seymour Omnis because as strong as Bahamut is, Omnis has got, I think, is it 9 billion defense? Not literally, but he has the highest defense stat of any mainline boss that you face. This boss is really meant to be defeated with magic by interacting with the wheels and doing the elemental magic stuff, but
don't really care.
We ain't got time for that. I'm sorry, we don't have time for that. So
the other solution is having 255 strength. which is not happening in an any percent run.
Yeah, so if we don't use armor break there, we just attack on this. I think Bahamut does about 13,000 damage.
Omnis has 80,000 HP, right? So
yeah, which is
not strictly enough.
Just a tad short. So now Khaegar is in probably the most annoying part of the run, other than
another RNG2 fest.
Yeah, other than maybe Blitzball for a lot of runners. Do you know what you need at the end of your speed run? You need a spinning. You need a spinning room with randomly spawning crystals that you need to interact with, whilst also dodging ice spikes that you can't always see.
Sometimes are literally invisible.
In an any percent run, it's like you're in here for 7-8 hours in, and you're already tired and get this. And one encounter.
At least Sonic still is equipped.
That would be tragic.
Imagine doing that.
Imagine doing that.
Imagine getting to the end of the run and getting ambushed by a great Marlborough and not having Sonic still equipped.
And imagine if that run was 21 hours long.
Imagine.
Alright, so one final bit of menuing here for Khaegar.
Oh, Kraken did just have a miss on Unalesca, but it wasn't the third phase miss, so it actually...
wasn't the fatal miss, yeah.
Yeah. You can actually safely miss on the first two phases of Unalesca, but if you miss on the third, you are unfortunately just dead.
Dunzo.
It's quite a cruel way that she does it as well. Oh wait, no. That's if you don't touch a save sphere. That's because she uses like mind break, which seems like, oh, maybe I'll survive, and then she uses absorb, and oh, I don't survive.
Yeah, and Khaegar here now getting the last few stats that we need on Bahamut for the Braskus Final Aeon fight. We'll also pick up the spare change ability, which will be used a little bit after that. And
so on the Leska fight here, Kraken's got full overdrive on Bahamut, so maybe he'll use Mega Flare here, maybe.
Maybe, you never know.
Impulse.
Wow, seems like an impulse decision.
I'm pretty sure Mega Flare is what's this called? Magic attributed.
Okay, so on the Braskus Final Aeon fight, the first thing that Khaegar did was switched into Riku through a Chaos Grenade, which gives Braskus Final Aeon full break, so that means it deals less damage and it takes more damage. This allows Bahamut to hit it for almost maximum damage, and that instantly triggers its phase transition. And now we'll just need 2 attacks in the second phase, and then the fight will be over.
Also for the 20%. Also hoping for the 25% chance of Jet Beam happening.
Never lucky.
Imagine getting unlucky in a run where everything is predicted.
So to kind of summarize what can't be predicted in a minute run is probably easier than going through everything that can be. What can't be is Blitzball random outcomes, the nucleus, egg, and spike spawning locations, and the enemy attack choices where they would pick a random attack. Because sometimes they don't pick a random attack, so therefore you can manipulate that. And Braska's final Aeon has an attack called Jet Beam, which is quite a bit faster because you kill it before the U pagodas, which are the pillars next to him, have an opportunity to move if he uses Jet Beam. So it's a few seconds quicker, but totally, as far as I'm aware, pretty much unmanipulable.
Yep, so Tonberry's probably got just under 4 or 5 minutes left now. It's about a minute per Aeon here, so 4 more Aeons plus you Yevon's about 4 to 5 minutes.
So
how much gil do we throw here?
150,000.
All of it. It's a lot.
Yeah, so I think we throw in the region of 145,000, something like that.
Yeah. Basically, every gil that we earn from the mid-fight boss onwards is what we're throwing here. So yeah, the solution to win this game is to pay everyone to go away.
Yep, the Aeons have done their job to get us this far, and now we give them their severance pay.
Severance pay. That's 30,000 per input. Exian, who has done something in this run, should be paid more than Ifrit, but
Ifrit really does get a free ride, right?
And Shiva.
Ifrit and Shiva, yeah, they don't do a whole lot.
For my runs, it's usually Exian that gets the free ride in Ifrit.
It's alright. Shiva puts the work in with NSG, so. I mean, Ifrit used to get run around before MRR skip. Ifrit used to get a little run around sometimes as well. Very rarely. Oh no. Yeah, rarely.
Alright, so 2 Aeons left for Team Tonberry, and then just you, Yevon, so very close to the end now.
I must thank.
So,
What? Well.
the final show.
Now for our final Aeon, which is getting the whole bonus.
We have to pay the big man himself.
Yeah. All of the gil. He deserves it.
Alright, that's the last Aeon down, so Team Tonberry be ready to go very shortly. So we just need to put zombie on the enemy. We should see white numbers here. Yep.
Now there we go.
Throw a Phoenix down. And time. Team Tonberry go.
Time.
GG, Khaegar. GG.
All right, looking back to Kraken and Moonblaze, they're both very quickly making their way through the last set of bosses, working their way towards going inside Sin. So Moonblaze is currently working on the fins and the core, and Kraken is just about to take on Overdrive Sin itself, which will enable him to go inside. As with all the fights at this point in the game, we are solely reliant on Bahamut's insane damage output, making good use of impulse actually here, because it hits enemies that are far away. So normally in this fight, if you want to deal up close damage, you can move the airship about on some of the fights, and so we actually just bypass that and use impulse to hit things from afar.
Yeah.
Alright, so Kraken's inside Sin, and Moonblaze will be there very, very shortly as well. So both very close.
It's kind of the end game here now. It's just a lot of walking for the both of these guys.
There's a little downtime with the FF16. Why don't your crew want to introduce themselves?
Yeah.
Sure. I'm Akintunde. You can just call me Akin. I run 16 in Gold Chalice, and I'm here to support my fellow 16 runners in their story run. Really excited to see RainbowUnicornPhoenix get started here.
Sorry, it took me a second there. I got a little bit of a server mute there.
Yeah, I was waiting for that too.
Gotta let the mods give me some time to speak. Let me speak.
I muted myself to protect me from that.
There you go.
That's probably the pro play I didn't even know existed.
This is my speed tech already coming out in this run.
Yeah, man, pro strats. So I'm the Sid. I run this. I've run Remake and Rebirth in the past. Who knows what category I move to next. I promised to pick up BOF 4 for a relay. I'm trying to help Breath of Fire community restart. And I really want to start picking up Deltarune, so yeah.
Oh, nice.
Hi, chat. I'm glad to see you again. Good, you're all here. You're all going to be here the whole time I'm here, right? We're in this together, right?
Sid and I are going to be something in 6 hours. In 6
I
hours,
believe
we're
the
going to
two
be
of you.
something.
Hey y'all, I'm Gamesstetson. This is actually one of the first games I have seriously run in this community, and happy to join the Final Fantasy and RPG Limit Break community as of probably this year or last year. Also, shout out to the Mickey the Ledge group.
Hey, I'm PeteSwanson. I ran this game last year in the relay. I love this speedrun. Amazing tech. Really crazy skill expression, and it's very punishing. Like, yeah, I'm excited to talk about it. Also, I'm running FF9 tomorrow in the same relay.
I think we all have self-control issues.
Absolutely.
We're all just here, and the mods can't get rid of us. It's a very unfortunate state of affairs.
Cool. So we've got Team Mog approaching the nucleus now. The nucleus, like, there are a few ways of approaching it, but I think it's kind of largely been decided upon now that you just leg it. There is like some trains of thought that maybe stutter stepping a little bit to try and limit your movement speed so you don't run into spikes is worth it, but you just beeline for the eggs, man. Yeah. And maybe also like oh no, it's very unfortunate for Kraken there.
Alright, and in Team Choco's screen, we're starting with the Seymour fight. We're hoping for a status hit here. Or armor break. Let's see if he gets it. I think he got it.
Well, the attack landed. Whether or not the status is inflicted, we'll find out on the...
Does the animation triggers if the status hits,
so
right?
my understanding is the first inkling you have that armor break is missed is when Omnis is not dead after the punch. So there's two roles going on here. So Tidus can actually miss the attack, but also even if he hits the attack, armor break can still fail to apply.
All right,
but that did not happen. So we're all good. Kraken's had, I think, one hit. Unfortunately, what can happen is when you are interacting with the eggs, it is possible while you're speaking to the egg for the spike to erupt from the ground beneath you. And if you're in the dialogue box when that happens, the encounter won't trigger. But if you've closed the dialogue box when it happens, unfortunately, it will trigger. Which is what happened to Kraken on Team Mog.
It was just a second too early for that instance.
Yes, yeah. It's kind of it's a difficult one because you don't want to hold that menu open just like pessimistically. Oh well, there might be a spike, because any time you're not running around is time you're not looking for an egg. But it does feel bad when you get punished. It's a delicate balance.
So Moonbase on the Nucleus minigame here.
You basically
hoping for a fast one.
You basically just hope that the crystals appear in front of you. That's all you do here.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. And you run in the opposite to try and maximize your field of view. And everything else is just kind of reactions. Because when you're running into the camera, obviously if a spike spawns in front of you, you gotta swerve, but it's doable. But like there.
Or that was clutch to dodge that one.
Yeah.
That was a pretty hard dodge.
I mean, this Nucleus is doable at on the illustrious boosters run. It's done on 2x speed, so it can be done, but it's not so easy. Even at one time.
That was quite a actually decent Nucleus for
it was,
yeah. It was quite friendly.
It was, and they managed to avoid any
Nucleus.
encounters, so could close the gap a little bit. And a Jack Beam coming out here could also close the gap a little further as well.
I think the menu here is also slightly shorter. The 4-4 possibly. Well, sorry, not 4-4. The 4 friends. 4-4 would be incredible.
Yeah. Is the armor break that's applied by Chaos Grenade that's unmissable, right? That one.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
That one can't status spell.
It's very unfortunate for an overdrive to have a status fail.
But the
especially
armor break, if you do armor break strats, if you do armor break strats with Riku though,
all right, they're both on BFA at the same time.
Ooh, armor break.
Oh, Jack Beam for Team Mog.
Nice little 1 in 3 there. saving about 20 to 30 seconds.
Yep.
Hoping for a Jack thing here for Team Choco as well.
Team Close Race demands it.
Yes. Cooperate with us, Dad.
This may be our last chance.
For 16, we have Rainbow coming into the first boss fight of the game, Gigas. There's a little bit of tech here with parrying, getting these aerial hits. Aerial combos do more damage than grounded combos. They're always better to use. And playing around the stagger, which we'll talk about more later because we want to give the 10 commentary time. But figured I'd chime in with that for you guys.
Oh, please. Please continue.
Gigas a boss. This is just a glorified enemy that they plopped here since it's the early game to kind of give you a bit of a tutorial. But it is a glorified boss since we're kind of in it. Got training wheels on and everything. Some very basic teaching, trying to teach us how to parry, which is countering an attack with an attack at just the right time. That your special ability recharges. And a lot of the special abilities have different interactions that cause them to recharge faster. I just believe Phoenix Wing is just recharges super fast, so it doesn't have
it's like
any
20
conditions.
seconds.
It is one of the best DPS in the game because it comes back so quick, it's not conditional, and it's just great. It's just great. And it's free.
Best friends in single target fights, absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, and taking that parry also triples the rate at which their cooldowns recover, so any parry they can sneak in anywhere is always great.
That's
Especially
the rough
for a move. Yeah, that's the rough part, but for a move as free as Big Swing, no problem.
Yeah. That's the rough part that, like, is the kind of gulf between, like, top-tier runners and, like, mid-tiers like myself. Parries can be very frustrating to pick up. But there's no reason, as long as you have the time to run this game, I wouldn't worry too much about parries. There's only a few places where, like, you have to have them.
Right here.
Yeah, the early game here, like, these parries are pretty much free because there's been a lot of setup work like this.
It's just Phoenix Shift and mash attack, and it parries them every time.
I just wish the game had more of these. Yeah, Marvel here is a pretty straightforward fight. We're just trying to race to the HP locks so that it digs back down and we can progress as quickly as possible.
It's
We do the
also
aerial.
place where they teach you the QTE strikes and QTE dodges.
Yeah, the aerial combos are a little bit shorter and they do hit faster, so it's just faster DPS overall rather than grounded combos. And so, it's better by, like, very specific reasons. I wish it was just like, oh, this hits 10% harder. Although the game does kind of boil down to that in several points.
One of the few time saves in the Morble fight is trying to get as close as possible to it, where it's going to appear when it comes back out of the ground. The closer you're to it, the faster you'll get sucked in, and the quicker you'll get the QTE. That's a micro time save.
But yeah, the micro optimizations in this game are super goofy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a game of seconds. You know, you don't typically lose big time, but you bleed seconds. Go ahead.
Sure.
Sorry, 16 runners. We're coming up on time on Team Mog and Team Choco, so we're going to cut the commentary short for a little bit for the 16 guys.
You got plenty of time.
Thank you. We're summoning Bahamut here for his final payday. For Team Mog and Team Choco is on Ixion. We should be done in around a minute or two for both of these guys.
It's quite incredible how close it is, because we are within an aeon of each other here at this point.
Yeah.
So they've done really an amazing job keeping pace with each other here.
The strats really help. The difference in strats really help for the runners. Khaegar getting the 4 returns, being ahead.
That was so cool. that was so cool. That
Yeah.
we got all three. That's
Yeah. Kraken getting the middle drop, being the middle child, and Moonblaze being the last one getting the best drop.
Mog now on the final fight. So assuming we see white numbers here, which we do.
There we are.
It'll just be a Phoenix down, hopefully. And that's time. Team
GG Kraken.
Team Mog go.
Team Mog go.
And very shortly behind will be Team Choco. They're just summoning Bahamut now, which will be the last day on. So probably just over, just a little around a minute left on Choco.
Alright, that's Bahamut, babe.
Thanks for nothing, Bahamut. Keep the change.
Alright, so once again, final fight for Team Choco. So, quick switch to the zombie strike weapon. Hope to see white numbers again. Yep, perfect. Throw the Phoenix down. And it's time, Team Choco go.
GG all the 10 runners.
GG to all the runners.
GG Moonblaze.
Congrats to all the 10 runners. Fantastic job.
All right. Thank you for thank you to my co-commentators. I've been Crimson Inferno 9.
I've been Mtbanger.
And I'm out.
Oh,
very good.
Right.
GG's again to Kraken, Khaegar, and moonblazewolf, and good luck to the FF16 runners.
Yes, good luck FF16.
We got both these runners in the Phoenix fight. We're going to be seeing some quality bit rates on Twitch right here. It's going to be great.
Absolutely, and welcome to the unskippable 2.5-minute cutscene that starts off this game, which wasn't always unskippable. This was a skippable cutscene at one point.
Nice patch, Square. Could you please revert this?
Right? It was like the second or third patch. We were all like, what are they doing?
They have some cool patches. In like Rebirth and Remake, they gave us ×2 for cutscenes, so it would speed things up. And then this, they're like, you know what? This cutscene shouldn't have been skippable. Bad speedrunners.
We can't speed it up because of the QTEs.
Yeah.
Right.
Just in case.
I think they just made it this way so they could remind us who's in charge. It was
you are going to play the way you're playing the way we want you to.
Literal T-pose for dominance. So RUP is up to the knight here. This is the first time we're going to be facing a more like humanoid boss. A lot of hippity hopping here, so we want to try and get as much damage as we can before he takes to the air, so that we can speed this fight up. First jump is pretty consistent when we see it, but pretty good movement. Half stagger puts the enemy in place for just a little bit of time, so we want to take advantage of those and make sure we're getting as many free hits as we possibly can.
Yeah, you get a little bit of bonus damage too. Like 5%.
I just want to say how impressed I was the first time I saw them do a precision dodge into a hit on the jump and the double jumps.
Oh,
Blew my mind.
You can do a bunch of cute stuff on the Night of the Dragon here. This is like a really good example of optimal combat with minimal amount of setup.
Yeah, highly parryable enemy too. So there's always some time to squeeze, always some cooldowns to reset quicker.
If nothing else, I think the early game is very well balanced to like teach you all the mechanics and try and teach you naturally through gameplay without completely forcing you to do things with cutscenes. I'll
You'll notice
maintain
when Rainbow's cooldowns are when his abilities are on cooldown, they are using jump combos because the cooldown after you finish a jump combo lets you start attacking much faster, and then right before the knight jumps away, often Rainbow will release a charge shot. There's a big recovery after a charge shot, but if that's the last part of an instance where you can do damage, it's nice to just throw in a charge shot right before the enemy jumps away or something.
Extra little pink of damage. Another thing too is these cutscenes, they let your cooldown charge. So a lot of times you'll see us just go gas before we run into a cutscene. Some of the moves have too long of a cooldown to get away with it, but there are some fights we can be a lot more unga bunga because the cutscenes are so long. Yeah, you know what? I'll just use Giga Beam here. It doesn't matter if it recharges in 60 seconds.
Yeah, it's really just flames you lose before those cutscenes. Everything else is easy.
Unfortunately, when we're in town, or even as adult Clive, we don't really get much in terms of optimal movement. We just gotta kind of walk from A to B. The only good optimization we get is in the bog with young Clive, and then we develop a severe case of arthritis and can no longer lunge.
Right.
And just, nope, you're gonna have to walk. But at least the Phoenix shift movement and some of the other stuff isn't too bad. Just not as easy to mash.
Yeah, and you'll see a lot of lunge and overworld too once we get there for movement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, luckily it has just enough movement tech to keep you awake in between combat segments.
All three of our runners nailed the first skip of the game. Good job, tutorial skip.
Alright. That is like the one thing, that's the one kindness 16 has, allowing us to skip the tutorial. Because, like, you're probably thinking the tutorial isn't that bad, but you've got to remember we're on story mode, so they automatically equip the you don't have to play this game rings. So the tutorial takes forever.
Oh, yeah.
But once we get them back off, it's functionally the same game, just with reduced HP and reduced stagger bar, so we can get staggers quicker.
Yeah, so the reason we take the rings off is because it kind of stops us from being able to control when we dodge and counter. Is that correct?
It's pretty much like it turns your attack into an auto attack, so just hitting square is a suggestion to attack. Yeah.
Oh.
And then, like, I think it has the parry window increase so that if you're attacked and, like, you're not actively dodging, the game will slow down and be like, you should dodge!
Yeah, and the precision dodge too, giving that to you so free, it loses you a little bit of time instead of just dodging enough to get out of the way of an attack to avoid the slowdown.
Yeah, even there's some cases where you're like aiming for the parry, so that slowdown ends up messing things up too. It's a good way to like get used to the game systems, but like in terms of a speedrun, like you could keep them on. It just lowers the ceiling, the skill ceiling, and will cost you time over the course of the run. You won't get knocked on your butt as much, but you'll end up losing more time overall, you know, wasting with it.
And over a 7.5-hour run, that's going to put you over 8 hours to 9 hours easily.
Yeah, I mentioned it briefly, but this is a game where you really just bleed seconds everywhere. You know, there are a few places where you can lose a meaningful amount of time, but it always feels like, oh, there's 5 seconds, oh, there's 10 seconds, oh, okay, cool, this is now going terribly.
This game is the kind of run you just have to commit to, whether you feel like it's going bad or not, because it's just so long that you have to be in an awful state for it to be like untenable. Outside of like getting tilted and just playing terribly, then I mean at that point you're not having fun. You might as well mercy kill the run. But longer runs like this are a test of endurance and mental fortitude more so than Am I a god gamer? Well, these are two facets of being that.
Yeah, nothing will get you tilted more than all the practice on Barnabas and then missing all the parries.
Dude, Barnabas is either like you feel like a demigod or a god, or you feel like you have wasted your entire life. It is nothing in between.
Yeah,
Especially,
you can legitimately lose 7, 8, 9 minutes on that fight. Like, just, oh man, it's
brutal.
terrible.
Absolutely brutal.
Like, the ship is... You have, like, a shorter encounter where he's just going to always kill you. And hitting that is, like, a macrocosm of how Barnabas fights go. It's really nice when you get it. I think my PB, like, actually had the Barnabas fights go pretty well. And the thing is, the later game gets... Some enemies are just, like, you can knock them out in 2 hits. But a lot of the endgame bosses are extremely challenging. It's part of the reason why I love this game, because when you're doing combat, it's so much fun. And your skill set changes so often that combat never really gets stale. Like right there, Shiraishi lined up a couple of the goblins to hit them both with a flame wing. So there's a little bit of RNG getting enemies together, but also making sure that we're like in optimal position here where we're going, backing up to the doorway that we need to kick through.
It's more difficult than it looks to hit 2 enemies with a rising flame. It is a small hitbox.
Yeah, it is. It is not the perfect anti-air like a Shoryuken. It is a suggestion.
Angel had a beautiful parry to start the Gigas fight.
Oh, nice!
It was an excellent Gigas fight with 2 parries in there.
Yeah, that's the other thing with this. There's a lot of the combat in this game. It comes so fast. It's really hard to appreciate, especially when you're watching 2 to 3 screens. So it's good we have enough commentators to keep an eye on all of them.
And as our runners were telling us earlier, they each have a specialization in each part of the game. So Rainbow says that their early games are best. Angel's got the mid game, and Shiraishi apparently has the best end game. Or no, Angel and Shiraishi are switched there. So it'll be interesting to see how these runners might line up later.
Yeah, ideally, like I was talking with moonblazewolf who just did 10, and RainbowUnicornPhoenix, and we're trying to submit this again next year to RPG Limit Break. So it'll be really good to split it up that way rather than doing it as a race, which is like, all right, you get the beginning, you get the middle, I get the end or whatever. Because it allows you to really specialize on each of the fights, so it should make a much smoother run. But it's definitely... Stitching the whole thing together is very challenging.
Yeah, this is such a mechanically challenging run. Oh, nice parry from Shiraishi. Unfortunately, Shiraishi did miss the first parry of the fight. That's what happened when he got hit earlier. Yeah, like, there's a lot of things in this run that are risky, but you go for it because parrying, I think we discussed earlier, it increases the damage that the enemy takes, and it lowers your cooldowns, makes them refresh faster. But obviously if you get hit, then you're stun locked for a few seconds, and
yeah. Getting knocked on the floor hurts. Yeah.
You get 25% bonus like health damage and 50% bonus stagger damage, which also means sometimes parries aren't the thing you want, but those are very specific cases.
So we did pick up a nice little move here, the Cyclone. A lot of the early game moves have some like unique mechanics to them, and the Cyclone specifically, if you're hit before you use it and then use it, it'll massively reduce the cooldown. The game says it reduces it by 33%, but it actually reduces it to 33%. So instead of a 30-second cooldown, it's 10 seconds. So early game, if you see us just kind of standing around waiting to get hit, that's what we're looking for.
It is so important. Like, basically Scarlet Cyclone is exclusively used as you're getting hit throughout most of the run because of the insane cooldown reduction. So you can use it constantly.
You also get almost 20% more damage, and a bigger AoE too. Also very nice on the fight with the only gray hair woman in the game. We don't know who she is. It's a secret.
You may also notice that RUP has just randomly found a Buster Sword. Part of this category, and just all categories in general, the DLC is allowed. So there's several DLC weapons that are free, or were premium or freemium with some other thing. Buster Sword is one of those free ones that was released to celebrate Rebirth. It's a 160 160. So basically, this is as strong as Clive's Father's sword that you get when you get the new drip, minus the 5 points in strength and will damage. So this is going to speed up the early game extensively to make our lives way easier.
Yeah, it's basically double the attack and then some of the starting weapon. It's like 75 versus 160. So it is an. I
Something
mean,
like
you
that,
can
yeah.
see that health bar chunking too. Very nice here.
It just speeds up a lot of these things. It makes early game learning a lot quicker.
I'm afraid so, Your Highness. We
So
must hurry.
in the end game, you end up having to like kick it up a notch. So I feel like the DLC weapon's a great thing, not only for the speed of the run, but also for new runners to pick it up. Because myself, like, I did it without the DLC initially, and then once we added the DLC in, I was like, oh, this is so much more enjoyable. Give me a free start, man. I'll take it any day.
It
Yeah,
definitely
you
makes
really
onboarding
wanna-
to the game a lot easier.
You really want to get to 3 icons quick so you can have a full ability loadout. And then once we get to 4, you get to start doing some unique strategies based off what you're comfortable with. So it's really nice there too.
Yeah, getting to 2 kind of stinks. It's nice to have extra stuff, but Garuda ends up putting you in a position where you want to use a counterattack on it. And whether you're good with that or not is the rub, because it does more damage and recharges quicker if you actually counter with it. And if you don't, you're just sitting there looking like you don't know how to speedrun.
Yeah,
And this game will make you look like that.
Sometimes, yeah.
It freezes the screen too, which is always great when you get that screen freeze and then you just flip right over them, miss them entirely.
Neat. I didn't know you could do Tony Hawk Pro Skater in Final Fantasy 16. I'm gonna do a kickflip over it for 0 damage.
There goes 13 seconds. Oh man. Just a little bleeding.
It's a little.
Or even more if you really need that to kill. Those are the painful
Oh.
ones.
What's the sidekick you have during the Josh segment? Angel's
I was
sidekick
just trying to
trolled
think of
him.
that too. Yeah, he's just
Wade.
doing his own
Wade.
thing, man. Wade,
Yeah,
yeah.
Wade was supposed to attack that soldier there, but he just decided to not do anything, so Angel had to charge another fireball.
Sometimes people just run up and be like, okay, I'm going to stand here menacingly at you. And just look at Josh. Like, what are you going to do?
Sometimes Wade goes like John Wick, and then other days he acts like a bad guy in John Wick. It's just- I'm supposed
Also-
to be doing something?
This went by quickly on Rainbow's screen, but some cutscenes start and you can't skip them until they've started and then gone a little bit, which just happened talking to Goots, the Final Fantasy XIV NPC in this game. So you end up pausing and it's like, no, you can't skip. You gotta unpause, wait 3 seconds and do it again.
The big struggle with this one, coming as somebody that does remake Rebirth and 16, they all have cutscene skips, and like 16 has the skill tree, which is very similar to the icon tree for this one. The problem is that you have to like hold the button to skip a cutscene, so it just adds up over the course of the run, where it's like, can I skip it? Yes, but I got to make sure you actually want to skip it.
Yeah, 20% of my notes are skip this one, mash through this one, wait like 3 seconds, then skip this one.
Yeah, the mashing is like
cutscene.
theoretically faster because you don't have to pay attention. Ooh, nice parry.
Good parry.
Oh yeah, that was beautiful. That's a hard one too.
Yeah, getting that opening
Very
parry
nice.
is not. I get it every once in a while, and I start feeling myself. I'm like, yeah, I'm the best, and then he jumps
Early
away
stagger
before
right
he gets
after the
staggered.
first jump due to that.
It's gonna speed this
Very
up.
good start by Angel. I always feel like I'm still at the point where if I get a parry, I'm like, yes! And then
Yeah.
I'll get to like the caves and I'll get my first parry tutorial and I was like, oh no, it's been a bad run.
Yeah, sometimes you're either popping off when you get a parry, or it's just pure depression because you know how bad it is.
Shiraishi about to be on the same fight. Did that rising flame hit both targets there?
I think so.
Couldn't tell. Okay.
I do want to point out that the Dragoon is actually the same animation and model as a Stydian from Final Fantasy XIV.
There's a few
Reused assets? What? Nah.
I don't know about that, but it is CVU3, so maybe it's just an updated one. And the same voice actor.
Sorry, we were perfecting it for 14, but we added it to 16 while we were at it.
It looked like Rainbow was going for an enhanced Cyclone, but just missed it by a little bit, unfortunately.
Yeah. The weird thing, too, is, like, most moves you would think, okay, I'm supposed to hit an enemy in an encounter. So, like, you want to hit them instead of letting them hit you. So it gets really hard to actually get used to that, the sped up cooldown, because you have to learn to just wait until you see Clive wince from getting hit and then throw it. It's definitely like a really counterintuitive thing you have to learn. Also picking up Heat Wave here so we can reach out and touch somebody instead of Phoenix Wing.
Shiraishi did not decide to go for the parry at the start of the fight. I believe it's just slightly slower, but a lot safer. But we're talking like, I think he staggered the Dragoon like maybe a second later than Angel did. I'm not sure how the damage is differed.
For the most part, with this game, especially in story mode, you want to go with what's consistent for you. If you find that you can't get a parry, even though it is very strong, you might be better off just like doing a dodge and a counter or something like that. As long as the boss goes down consistently and you're not hemorrhaging 15 seconds because you decided, I'm going to go for a parry and I'm going to miss it every time.
We'll see their luck on the spin cycle coming up, because that's a parry that just gets a little bit off access and it ruins your day.
Or if they can beat it before that happens.
Yeah, ideally, we don't see spin cycle.
Right.
Reality and like hopes are two different things, unfortunately.
I think that's their first use of the strength tonic as well.
Yeah, we pop a strength tonic there to try. If we do enough damage in the correct way, we can avoid spin cycle. Because we need to do enough damage and then hit a stagger so that the HP lock doesn't trigger. It's a very weird thing. The game has a lot of those, but this is like the big use. Otherwise, we can just Burning Blade and tap it when it comes to hit us with spin cycle and cancel it.
Yeah, and not all the HP locks work equally, too, because a lot of enemies, when you HP lock on a skill, they have to use it before you can do it. But for Fafnir, for some reason, you just have to get it low enough, and you have to let it have at least one frame to think, and then you can stagger it.
This game has a lot of very weird, close enough type situations. But Heat Wave, the move that we're using where we get the Fire Sword Slash, is actually supposed to be a counter for projectiles. So it has a similar type thing that Cyclone has. If we counter a projectile with it, it gets a massive damage buff and a decreased cooldown as well. Unfortunately, we can't really take advantage of that portion of it here, but the fact that we can use it to hit enemies across the room speeds things up, so that's mainly why we're using it, because we have a lot of nothing enemies.
Yeah, nice big AoE. And then here it's switched out back for Rising Flame to have more DPS on Fafnir.
The Strength Tonic going in. Strength Tonics are cornerstones of a lot of the fights here. 10% seems kind of measly, but once you realize, like, right now our damage is way higher than it should be, that 10% ends up being a lot more than you expect.
Yeah, and it's multiplicative too, so, when you get your staggers, you get additional damage. Accessories later on, you get that multiplicative scaling. It does add up a lot more than you would expect.
Did we hit it properly? Yep, looks good.
Looks like it.
Yeah, can you explain what happens in this fight? There's a certain thing that can happen where his HP gets stuck and you can't damage him.
Yeah, it's HP lock we're referring to. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so there are these things called HP gates in this game, and they're kind of in all games, just 16's a little weird with them, where there's a sort of point where the enemy is allowed to use a move, but they put so much effort into how cinematic this game is. They're like, you have to see this move, and you can't kill this enemy. So there'll be like a threshold, like say 50%, he can use spin cycle, but if he hasn't started it thought about it, because this one's different, by 33%, the game will lock you out, even if you stagger, and the game lies to you because it looks like you're doing damage, but you aren't. So we want to avoid those kinds of staggers where we're going to hit that little lock. And a lot of bosses have several of them.
Yeah, most bosses consist of, at minimum, 2 phases, if not 3 to 4, and that's kind of how we look at bosses, is based on where their HP's locked. Luckily, early game with the higher damage, we can kind of fudge our way around, and because we're in story mode, we have some inventive ways to either hold on to the stagger till we absolutely want it, or do enough damage to stagger at a later point. It does take some very inventive routing, and usually getting faster cooldowns on a lot of our moves is the cornerstone of it, which is why I was referencing Rook's Gambit. Hits like a truck, but if you miss it, your strat's pretty much dead zo. But we'll get to that when we get to it.
Yep.
Just realized we neglected to talk about the Phoenix fight, but that's probably because not much is happening in the first Phoenix versus Ifrit fight. There's actually an HP gate you need to hit. You just need to hit Ifrit enough times, and then he'll be at a certain HP threshold at the last cutscene.
Yeah.
Not much to this cinematic.
So you just hold down fire button and just let the game do it itself.
Well, you can actually hold down and mash and get extra fire out, but you really don't need it in story.
No,
you can do it a little bit. Which, in normal or action, I guess it is, you would need it. I do it a little bit, and then when I hit the HP gate, I just stop and let the auto fire do it. Because once you get the Arise status or whatever, your DPS massively shoots through the roof to the point where, like, as long as you're on target here where Shiraishi is, you can more or less just blitz through about half Ifrit's life, as long as you're staying on target the whole time.
Yeah, and actually on Rainbow screen fighting Midnight Raven here, that actually, they're right at that HP gate for the first phase, but it just worked out. Like, the timing's just fine with how much damage you do. It's important to note that you can't kill this boss when it's staggered. It has to be unstaggered. The game will just wait at 0 HP because it goes into a little cutscene.
Yep.
So, yeah, you can just wail on it for a bit.
Some bosses just don't die. They have to trigger a cutscene to progress. There's a lot of weird little things with this game that, like, in speedrunning terms, they're just like, why? Why are you like this? But for the most part, it's fine. One or two playthrough experience.
Midnight Raven can be a little tricky to learn at first. Yeah, there's a HP gate you can, or the cinematic that triggers the first time you learn the smash, or the mashing square QTE. You can stagger him before that, and then, yeah, you have to wait the entire length of the stagger before you can progress the fight, just as you were saying. And Angel skillfully avoided that. Pushed him to the QTE before staggering him.
At least from what I remember, the trick is, like, you have to get hit and then use Cyclone, so it has the reduced cooldown. Because the cutscene actually isn't long enough for it to recover on its own, so you won't ever be able to get the cutscene, or you won't ever be able to get the stagger properly. It's an interesting fight. It's probably one of the few fights that has some, like, tech to it in terms of the early game. I think we're using Furion Sword on Angel's side.
Yeah, he went with the Blood Sword.
Nice.
Yeah, they give you a few weapons that are all basically the same damage, I believe.
Yeah,
so
Onion Sword, Blood Sword, and the Buster Sword. And the Onion Sword was our first DLC.
I want to say the Onion was 130. And also Ugly as Sin, so I'm glad that it's weaker. Because I really didn't like playing with a nerf Play-Doh bat. It was kind of annoying. The damage was nice, but gosh, did it hurt my eyes.
You really took you out of the immersion of the game a little bit.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So with Shiva there, we needed to, like, wait until she got back down because she hits a lock. So we just wanted to make sure that the stagger was all the way up there. But we could do more than enough damage to get her to that lock, so we finished off the other enemies while we were waiting for her to stop her rage attack and or become vulnerable.
Yeah, we're actually about to get some lunge tech, potentially, from Rainbow here. If they can get far away enough from these enemies, they can start spamming lunge like that, and it won't auto-target, and it won't have a delay. this game doesn't like you moving fast out of combat, so if you use like lunge or Phoenix shift or dodge, you know, in combat you can spam them. Out of combat, the game's like, no, you need to wait 10 seconds to recover, which is another part of like you're bleeding seconds everywhere.
The world movement until you get the Chocobo is dreadful, because it really punishes you for doing most movement tech. The stuff that you can do is kind of nice, but it's just a good thing we don't have to do it for the whole game. Once we get the Chocobo, it's bearable because it's a 50-50 for the most part. It is,
yeah, especially since the sprinting is such a wind-up.
Yeah, the fact that it's just hold forward and you'll go fast eventually is a choice.
Yeah, and it actually gets interrupted too, you know, if text or they start talking, which is why when Rainbow was going up to those soldiers, eventually they just started jumping and using Phoenix Shift because they were about to hit a little talking area that would have slowed him back down to normal movement, aka slow, so slow.
Oh, that'd do it. I was wondering why Rainbow went for the Cyclone early, but I guess if you're going for the parry, you'll get your Phoenix Wing back soon enough that it's not that big of an issue.
Right.
Yeah, and Shirada has no gates, thankfully, at this point, so we can just wail on her.
If things go perfectly, you can kill without staggering, so you don't have to watch the animation and all that, but sometimes things don't go to plan. As long as she's dead and you're not, it's not that big of an issue.
Yeah.
Got to take them small W's.
I believe it drops an attack.
As long as you don't entirely miss one of the abilities, that can be very punishing.
Oh, yeah.
Well, let me see. There is an attack accessory, but I'll check where you equip it. Because I think the Badge of Might you get from the guy you fought in the woods, and you equip it before Cheer Day. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what my notes are saying. Because all the other ones that we equip, either... For the most part, every other accessory we equip will boost a specific special attack, minus Wages of Warcraft, which we'll get in the middle of the game to increase the amount of AP we get. There is a Badge of Might Plus that's actually the name of it. This one only adds 7. That Badge of Might Plus is like 13, I think. It's not exactly double. But that side quest in story takes too long to complete and come back from. So we just go with the Badge of Might the entire game. Just the straight damage bonus is enough, and luckily our damage is high enough and the HP thresholds are low enough that it's not worth the effort.
Yeah, and the damage scaling in this game is purely linear. So, you know, when you've got 200 attack, 3 attack is a very, very small difference.
Yeah.
You know, it might not even be a single hit for any enemy in the game. I don't know. Maybe later, if with a lot of sequencing, you might be able to squeeze it out, but it's not going to be worth getting it regardless. Just
because
swing your sword.
Initially, what I was thinking, I was like, oh, you just equip both and get like plus 20, and it's like, no. We will replace the other one because it's just not worth the extra 7. Like, oh, okay, yeah, that is a waste of time. Luckily, the entire game we can buy strength tonics. They're not like elixirs or anything or ethers. We just have access to them. The only downside is we only get 2 of them and they only last 30 seconds. We could upgrade them through side quests and hold more potions and increase the duration of it, not the amount of bonus. But those side quests take way too long to go through.
I believe strength tonic is 60. It's the
60.
The
You're
limit,
right. Yeah.
The limit break tonic, that's 30.
Yeah, I made that mistake last time I was commentating. I always forget that it's 60. It's actually a reasonable amount of time.
I'll goof it up because in Gold Chalice it's 72 seconds because of side quests you get to do long before you start your run.
Oh, yeah. Like in Final Fantasy mode, you'd have everything grinded out as well. You know what? I think what it is the stat boosting status effects from Rebirth are 30 seconds off Sonic Boom, so that's probably where I'm pulling the number from. Because it's more or less the same difference, except it doesn't require an ATB.
Yeah, and
go ahead.
The movement stuff I mentioned before, this is why Rainbow's not currently, right now they're in combat, but they weren't using Phoenix Shift because they would collide with the ground and Clive becomes an old man and it's just like, oh man, I don't know about standing up from that one.
Yeah, if you perform an action that touches the ground, the ghost of speedrunners past come out and slap you, and then you can move.
Yeah. And the runner Dorius put this the best for me. This game likes to hoover you to the ground, so when you make a mistake with movement, it feels impossible to recover because you're going to mess up the next one and the next one and the next one. Because you feel like you should have control, but your jump didn't come out, so too bad.
Yeah, you make like one mistake and you feel like your gravity is just like multiplicatively spiked.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, am I training on my way to Namek? What the heck?
I did not land one Phoenix shift on the ground, you lose a whole 3 seconds.
Yep.
Sounds about right. Yeah, it's pretty cursed.
We need the power scalers for Goku versus Clive gravity training.
I just get me cutscene remover, and then somebody add in the accessory that increases the distance of Phoenix shift from the beginning of the game, and I'm good to go. Clive beat Goku every time.
What you saw earlier was Angel and Shiraishi both did a couple of load saves there at the beginning of this particular level to save on walking and talking with Sid.
Slow walk, yeah. It's a bit of save loan chicanery. Same thing as Remake and Rebirth. It just cuts the dialogue and starts us post-dialogue so we don't have to move at the speed of slow.
Yeah, even slower than he normally moves. And we do get to Phoenix shift in this Care Norvent basement that Rainbow's in. But you also have a reduced jump for part of this, so you can't always do it because you'll just hit the ground.
It's super, yeah, the movement in there is super goofy. The big part is just like getting that shift at the beginning or the movement at the beginning, which allows you to move quicker. But other than that, you got to be very mindful. Because like once you get to this part where there's the big iron gate and the cell doors, you're just like, all right, well, I'm walking it out because or I think it's up to here.
Yeah, and that's actually what that magic shot you saw from Rainbow is to put them into the sort of combat state to bypass that speed reduction.
Well, one of the other things that our runners have been doing too as well, they've been sicking and can't remember what the other command with
Ravage.
Torgal is. Ravage, yeah. But we use one or the other in certain situations to just add a little bit of extra damage. It's only like single digits right now, but it does add up over the amount of commands to a reasonable amount. So it'll shorten things a little bit as long as we're getting them timed properly.
The most important aspect of pretty much what every runner's doing right now is grouping up mobs and hitting as many as possible with each ability. The abilities are much stronger than Clive's attacks, and if you miss a single enemy with Scarlet Cyclone or Heat Wave, you can lose several seconds. So you'll see runners carefully grouping enemies up, baiting them, or even lunging and charge shotting to push them into a certain spot.
Yeah, using
especially
the taunt as well.
Especially when we get to Sierra Norvente, we want to line enemies up for Heat Wave. We want to make sure they're grouped up nice for the Cyclone, and or tank a hit before we use it. Usually tank a hit before we use it.
Yeah. Although thankfully soon we're going to have the big long grabby stick to take care of some of that for us.
True.
Yeah, that is the nice thing about the next icon. The issue I always had with it, with the skills on Garuda are kind of like middling, but the iconic feat with Garuda more than balances out having bad skills, or at least like very defensive skills.
Her skills are more for breaking will versus breaking life.
Yeah. They're pick, kick, they're just little bits of damage. It's good for like staggering an enemy, but obviously like in terms of a speedrun, if it's not like a strong enemy, we don't want to stagger it. And most of the normal enemies just don't have a stagger anyway, so especially
Thankfully.
with why'd I even say that?
Man,
okay, next patch coming in. Let's go.
The first time I saw the first time I saw a trailer for this game and I saw a stagger meter, I was like, oh, please tell me it's not like that for everything. Thankfully, no.
There's enough mini bosses in the world to make up for that anyway.
Rainbow is in the biggest mob fight so far. This fight can be pretty much decides how this section goes in a lot of ways. Besides the
cursed, yeah.
two boss fights coming up, management of cooldowns is extremely important. Using
Went pretty
Scarlet
well.
Cyclone when you're getting hit and hitting as many things as possible with both the abilities.
Good cluster there.
Yeah,
That'll save
and
us
they
our cooldown.
they walk to that door too because there's actually 4 enemies that are hiding there that don't spawn until you get close enough. And I believe you need to kill all of them for that door to open for the next reinforcement wave to come. So you want to make sure to take care of them quickly. Or not all of them, but you have to kill like a certain specific set of enemies. The reinforce mechanics in this game are interesting. Because sometimes you need to kill everything. Sometimes there's like one specific enemy to kill. We're coming into this QTE for Rainbow too. This does give a free stagger, so that's kind of nice.
It also does give us the this amount of time into the cooldown on the skills too, so we really don't have to worry too much about that. It won't be quite long enough for Cyclone unless we tank to hit first, which I think we might have been in the position for it, but we ended up not getting it. But it'll work out just fine anyway. There we go. Yeah, back up a little bit so
Focus
Cyclone
down
hits both of them.
Serparna, hitting both with the Cyclone. And,
That looked
they're gonna
easy.
try to
It's
trigger
surprisingly
inheritance
precise.
as soon as possible.
Yeah, that luckily like one jump back tends to put you in the right spot, but man, when you miss that spin on both of them, you're like, oh, well, we're gonna be here for a bit, aren't we?
You know, this won't be a thing for a few hours, but I do wonder if any of them have gone through with the new Shiva tech that was discovered a few months ago. Because there's a few fights you can use that. The limit break cancel. It is so cool.
Rainbow unfortunately took a couple hits before landing that last stagger.
For a minute there, I thought you were talking about the endgame Shiva movement, and I was like, ooh. And then you said limit break cancel. I'm like, all right, I'm even more invested.
I'll have to send you a video, but there's a limit break cancel you can do on Diamond Dust that makes it the most powerful ability in the game. I'm not joking. I discovered this. You see there in Greatwood, I have 700 runs in Greatwood. For the Final Fantasy PC record. And if you position yourself just right, use Diamond Dust, use your limit break, you teleport a little bit, so you end up hitting the boss like every frame for a little bit. And it ends up, this move's not supposed to do damage, but you end up doing like 70, 80, 90,000 damage with it. I mean, of course, in Final Fantasy mode, I've got a ton. You're going to be a lot stronger, but it is really cool tech. It's kind of specific for what it works on, but ever since we discovered it, we've been trying to route it into a lot of things.
I love this section that Rainbow's on. Every group of mobs, they need to get hit before using Scarlet Cyclone, so it's up just in time for the next group of mobs. Right here, they'll actually group up these 2 mobs and use Rising Flames, and then switch to Heat Wave for some big AoE clear in this next room.
Juggling the cooldown on these different abilities is super cool. Some of the other things we're doing here is we're actually taunting, which is a skill a lot of people don't even know exists. I think it's pushing down on the left or right thumbstick, and it'll enrage the enemies, so they're more likely to hit you. So it'll make it a lot easier to get those Cyclone hits without just
Beautiful
being like,
room from Rainbow there.
oh yeah,
that was
super
fast.
clean. It's a really good Sierra Norvente so far.
Yeah, and the movement in this stage is hard because there's like a lot of those little, sconces you can get stuck on, little like bumps. So I mean, Rainbow's making it look easy. It is not. I promise you.
There's so many like mildly raised terrain that you can very easily like Phoenix shift onto and be like, yep, that was fun while it lasted.
Yeah, and sometimes you try to Phoenix shift to kill an enemy, and Torgal kills the enemy for you, and you're like, you know what, you're the best boy, so I'm going to forgive you, but I do not like that.
The most cursed thing about this game is that you can't pet him on the elevators that you have to take, and it's like, bruh, this was low-hanging fruit. Come on. We're gonna do a little bit of interesting stuff here. So the whole time we've been actually getting AP to upgrade or buy new abilities. So for this fight, we're gonna upgrade Heat Wave so that we can get a much cleaner and easier Garuda fight. She kind of flip flops between ranged and physical moves. For the most part, her AI is pretty set in the order of things as long as we take the fight properly. So we can take full advantage right here, make sure she hits us, get that Cyclone recharge rate, and then, unfortunate. The arrow there is always going to come out, so Heat Wave can usually get its boosted attack. Luckily, this first phase is pretty easy, so we can recover relatively easily, and then there's going to be a long cutscene in the middle, so no matter how late or early we throw out the special ability, we can just use it again.
Yeah.
Our
Not
damage
too
is so
punishing.
high that we don't even need it to finish the phase.
The second phase is what's very scary. It can be very punishing if it's messed up.
Messing up phase 2 is the worst because there's a very long attack. I believe it's Arrow Rain, where she just flies around for like 30 seconds, and you're like, that's cool. You can't hit her with charged magic. You can't hit her with the heat wave counters. You just kind of sit there and go, yay, I'd like to participate too.
You can dodge. Practice your dodging.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. Yeah, too
Staggering
bad
her
I don't have Rook's.
quickly,
Give me Rook's
hinges
Gambit so
on
I
the
can
heat wave
practice.
counter.
Yeah. That's part of the reason why we power it up. There's been a couple of different ways to do it, but it's generally accepted that the heat wave leveled up is the best way to handle this and the easiest way.
Also, last time you will see Heatwave is during this fight.
Unfortunate, honestly.
Yeah, in my casual run of this game, I did like all counters. It was terrible. It's very inefficient. Don't do that if you play this game for the first time. Oh man.
The game
Rook's Gambit, Heatwave, Titan, Block.
Yep.
Titan Block is so weird because it's like an action game and you get block like casually 20 hours into it, and in a speedrun it's like 3 hours into it. All right, let's go.
Oh,
Very
good.
nice.
Good Heatwave. Let's go.
Oh,
that stagger. Wow.
So the whole trick there is you want to like get right next to the edge of the middle stagger, because if you push her over that bar, she does the arrow rain. So Rainbow throttled the stagger damage just enough to cause to not get the mid stagger, so you could get the full stagger off Heat Wave there. It's a lot more difficult than it would
Perfect
seem,
phase two.
because you have to just barely let off the gas pedal, and especially in this kind of environment, it can be very easy to tap that attack just one extra time, and you're like, what have I done?
Yep. I believe we'll see it again too, but there was a little bit of tech from Rainbow in that first phase, backing away from Benedicta before she stands back up. If you're too close to and she recovers from a half stagger or a full stagger, she does like this little explosive wave to push you away. But if you back up enough, that doesn't happen, and then the moment she's ready to lunge at you, you can lunge into her, save a good second here.
I think it's phase 1 and 2 where that like really matters. Here, it's the same thing, because I forgot there's one extra phase after this. This last phase, we're just trying to kill. The screen won't come up. It's a really nice little time save, though, especially following it up with a lunge so that you trigger the cutscene as quickly as possible. But sometimes, if you get a little bit greedy with it, you end up triggering the scream instead, and you're like, yay! I doubled my time loss.
And this just
Bleeding
shows how
seconds
Torgal
everywhere.
is best boy.
Oh yeah, Torgal. I mean, after what she did to Torgal, she deserves this. Who shoots a dog? Come on.
Right? Cruel.
For me,
That's
like casually, I focused on the combat. I disconnected with the story and ended up enjoying the combat. I think finding the part of this game that you enjoy and then focusing on it's the best part. And just doing that with any game in general is probably the best way to play through it. If you don't like the story, who cares? You don't have to care about what Clive's doing. If you find it fun to punch Garuda in the face, then there's no negativity in that. And if you like the story but you don't like the combat, just turn it down to story and walk on through.
Right, it's like, what level of action game do you enjoy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's kind of frustrating because I have a lot of friends that would like to play Remake or Rebirth, but especially a 16 like this, but they're not really physically able to interact with an action game, and it really sucks that they can't enjoy the story because of it. Because a lot of the auto play features make the game frustrating to do.
Yeah, and I mean, for these runners, you're going to see them a lot of times holding charged magic. They might be holding a burning blade. They're also going to be moving and phoenix shifting. This game can be hard on the hands. I had to stop running for a couple weeks because of carpal tunnel.
Speed run wise, games like this can definitely do a number on your hands. So you have to find a way where you're playing it that's healthy as well. The charge is really a rough one, honestly. It's an expensive solution, but having a controller with buttons on the back can make your life a lot easier. Because then something like charging magic you could do with just your index fingers or whatever. The only thing is you got to remember that you're doing that. Because there'll be times where I'm I'm going to use my ability, and I'm holding down the charge button, and it's yeah, those are kind of the same thing. You need to let go of the magic, buddy.
Nice part is you can also remap these buttons as much as you want.
Yeah, the fact that we finally have remapping is fantastic. Because for the
The
longest time,
Garuda abilities have been unlocked, so combat changes
Oh, yeah.
a lot now at this point in the run. We now have Rook's Gambit and Wicked Wheel, so 4 abilities and 4 different cooldowns to keep track of instead of 2.
Yep.
Yeah,
And,
so
Wicked Wheel's an okay AoE move. It's not as good as Scarlet Cyclone,
it's
but
better
having
than
2
Gouge.
Oh yeah, oh god.
Anything's
Gouge.
better than Gouge. God.
But
So-
at least when you use Gouge, all of your cooldowns will be done by the time you're finished with it, assuming you didn't just get slapped out of it.
Well, I mean, that and the enemy is going to have more HP when you get done with them than when you started.
You can use it to build your stagger multiplier. That's about it.
Yeah, it's good on pressured enemies, but because it takes so long to recharge, and it puts you in a state where you're not actively dealing damage, that it's just awful. So what we do is we take off Heat Wave, we unlearn it, so we get all our points back, which can be done freely throughout the course of the game. Which is one of the coolest things about it, is that you can learn stuff and unlearn it. So if you don't like it, you can switch to something else.
Yep.
We pick up
completely
Garuda.
free.
We pick up Wicked Wheel, which I think you start with Wicked Wheel for free anyway, but it is something we do want to level up because it is an AoE move. Not a great one, but a good one. And then we get Rook's Gambit. Rook's Gambit is very feast or famine. It's better than Gouge, but you need to hit the sweet spot for the counter of it because it's actually a counter attack. And if you do hit the sweet spot countering an enemy with it, its cooldown is incredibly fast. And it hits pretty hard and does some pretty decent will damage, which is the stagger gauge. So it's a super good move if you can land it.
Ooh. Rainbow gets to try some little time saves here that are pretty precise, but we'll see if they hit them and we can talk about them.
I want to say I've seen Rainbow hit this quite a few times in past marathons. Meanwhile, I'm just jumping and praying.
Yeah.
I'm just mashing the button, and if it works, it works.
Yeah, so if you jump there, the Garuda falls down, but it doesn't actually stagger you. You can actually do it here, too, right at the top of the stairs, like that.
Nice.
That stone won't stagger. You do it with Garuda. It does make your camera weird, so you have, tank controls for a second, but it saves you a decent bit of time. And also right there, you get blown by the wind just a little bit later. You get a little bit further.
Yeah, because it's not even really the stumbling. It's just that you get to continue walking forward is the more important part of it.
Right. Well,
It's
that's
just
going
those-
on. Angel and Shiraishi are doing very well with their grouping and movement up Khaegar Norvent here.
Yeah, luckily the assassin's pretty free as long as you haven't turned your brain off completely. Meanwhile, the 2 burbs can be a little bit harder. Oh, nice. Got both birds together, so I want to say the wing uppercut hit both of them. Not 100% certain, but they were pretty tight.
I think it might have, yeah.
That's actually really good luck, because the other one can kind of do whatever it wants. Every once in a while, it jumps right next to the red one. So you get to double dip, which is super good.
Yeah, it's purely random, though, depending on what Sharada decides to do. If they're going to float left, going to float right, and Suparna. That was the bane of routing this stage is, can you make that consistent? Meh, no. Just try your best, smiley face.
The real killer was like getting the demo with the iconic feat portion where you had Titan, Garuda, and I think even Rama, and you're just like, cool, this will be fun. And then you get here and you're like, oh, neat. I only have Ifrit.
They were just showing off New Game Plus mode for you.
Yeah. What a taunt.
I love New Game Plus
taunt.
in this game.
We got Rainbow with our first icon fight here, well, outside of Ifrit.
So this attack right here, the funny part is we were just talking about New Game Plus. This attack right here, we actually have an ability where we can set like a little lightning orb that will explode every time it's hit by something, and if the enemy hits it, it'll hit for more damage. You can actually put the lightning orb on Garuda here and just absolutely melt Garuda's HP.
Yeah. And Garuda can't be staggered out of this attack, so you can just keep taking pot shots at her.
Yeah. Fully charged, though. You gotta get that extra damage.
And then that also means when it comes out, you'll almost instantly be able to stagger it. It has to, like, completely recover, you'll see here. So you gotta bring her head down, and there you go.
This is another boss that's fortunately simplified by having the DLC weapons. Gives us a nice chunk of damage so that it can just churn through Garuda very quickly.
Yeah. And I believe
Angel and Shiraishi are both zooming right now.
Yeah, they're moving real quick.
Yeah, they're doing really good.
Oh wait, I guess we gotta kill the actual like icon Garuda for the split, huh?
Yes, yes.
Oh boy.
It is very hard to keep track of all three of these.
Yeah, I had Close to War coaching me last time, thankfully.
yeah. If we're close, you can remind me. I will only cry a little bit if I forget. I was a little late on the icon Ifrit one for Shiraishi. That's a tongue twister, and I apologize to them. They were like 13 seconds faster than I gave them credit for.
I mean, it's a good thing you're splitting, because my tiny brain was thinking of Shadow Clive when I saw Icon Ifrit, so we wouldn't have even split yet.
They're like, why have we split for 4 hours? What's going on?
Please do your job. What job? It says Ifrit. I don't see Ifrit anywhere.
Yeah, and I believe that's also the first instance where you will intentionally fail QTEs just to go a little bit faster. You can't die to them, but, you know, the win animation can be a little slower than the lose animation, so sometimes you want to take the hit, sometimes you want to take the QTE, it just depends.
Yeah, some cases the QTE itself, actually it saves time failing it, but there even are some instances where we do it just for extra damage to make the fight a little bit easier. I think, like, I want to say the Titan, not Titan, but the Titan's holder, whatever, that fight's like the only one I can think of off the top of my head, though, where it's kind of like a, do we skip it, do we not?
Shiraishi's having an unfortunate big room fight here. And also, I want to point out, Shiraishi actually saved 30 or 40 seconds on Angel in the last split. Shiraishi in particular went extremely fast. Until this room actually, Angel probably saved about 15-20 seconds on. That was bad. Unfortunate on Shiraishi's end there.
It's so hard to keep up with multiple runners and be like, wait, somebody saved time, but also how did they do
We got Angel coming in the second phase of Benedicta here. Let's see if they can also accomplish that stagger skip.
And we do have our real tutorial icon fight going on with Garuda here. This fight's very straightforward. It also has slightly different controls from all the other icon fights with Ifrit for reasons.
I think even in Final Fantasy mode, this is the exact same thing, right? You don't get anything extra.
Yeah, you do learn moves eventually as Ifrit, and they do carry to New Game Plus, which is really nice. Also, someone's going to say Ifrit in Twitch chat and get mad at me. I'm saying Ifrit.
Sorry,
But
bro.
yeah,
Learn the speed run and then commentate, and you can pick at it all you want. Until then, get out of here.
Right.
We've earned the privilege to butcher these names.
Yeah.
There's no one to
No,
save.
Shiraishi's starting their phase 1 here. Oh, good start
Nice.
there. Good start.
On the jump. All right. Angel's got the setup. Now we just got to hit the counter. Benedicta, please.
There you
Thank
go.
you. I would have totally like freaked out if I had been fighting or playing myself and got that pattern. I'd be like, what do I broke it. I think I broke it. Please help.
My carefully choreographed fight.
I don't understand. What did I do wrong? Nothing. Wait.
Time to join your pet.
It's interesting seeing all 3 runners on different phases of Garuda here.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah. Rainbow's fights technically been done for 2 minutes and just been cutscenes. Very
That's
good time
true.
to go to the restroom and just mash square while you're in there.
Yeah.
Oh, a fun fact is like these mashing segments, you can mash as slow or fast as you want. You don't have to like do it quickly. It literally will just sit there until you do the required number of inputs, and you can do it as slow or quick as you'd like. So, like, outside of, I think even these inputs, the game waits for a significant amount of time before it actually.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's no
fails.
fail state for those. It's like, why are they there then?
I know,
Yeah.
it's like, are you still awake? Please hit the square button 14 times to let me know.
Thankfully, on the PC run, Turbo's allowed for those, and it's comical how quickly it goes. There'll be like 3-4 second mashing sequences. They all have different like values for how long they actually last. But on PC, they're all like 1.5 second because you literally get a button press per frame.
PC runners got it easy, dang.
Kind of reminds me of when like Metroid Dread was like, yeah, we can have turbo, and then it's like, yeah, but you just get to delete bosses, so it's like we can't have turbo. It's got to be this. Now it's capped. Now it's uncapped. Now it's sideways capped. Now it's upside down capped, and I'm just like, whatever, man.
You're doing fantastic, Rainbow. Don't worry about it.
Terrible. I don't know what part of that opening you'd call terrible. Because trust me, I would not have done better.
Yeah, exactly. I think I'd probably be like over 2 hours now at this point. Like, Rainbow, you're doing great.
Dude, I'd have somehow died to Garuda.
Yeah, this
I
is
don't-
like
I
the
run
10-hour
on-
mark of the game, by the way.
Yeah, typically.
The speedrun versus like the casual playthrough is like a 10-to-1 ratio, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Every 1 hour of a speedrun, you're supposed to be like 10 hours into it.
Yeah, when you play the game casually, it feels you have like a 30-hour tutorial before you have 4 icons and have like a lot of freedom in what you're doing.
Right, post time skip, yeah.
Time skip. Am I watching an anime? Why did nobody tell me? I was uninformed of this.
I'm so glad these teams are color-coded. That is saving my life on these splits.
I bet.
Yeah, having a big blue button does make it a lot easier, yeah.
Yeah.
Benedicta said, taking her power. Still.
Yeah, and Shiraishi there taking an intentional fail on one of those QTEs just because it's a little bit quicker. But still taking the second one, which gives you the guaranteed stagger, which is why you can skip the other one for time.
What could possibly go wrong?
Since we have like a little bit of downtime, I will say, as somebody that is a staff for RPG Limit Break, I do very much appreciate the mods and the team that sets up the Final Fantasy Relay, the runners, and all my other commentators. You guys put on a great show, and we literally just get to go, yeah, we get free content out of it. I love that the community is so ready that you guys are not even worried about it, and I'm glad
Yeah.
that we can showcase it. Also,
Yeah,
grabbing
a ton of
things.
work.
Yeah, beautiful usage of Garuda's Deadly Embrace to pull everything right to them and get Wicked Wheel this time. Other time, Scarlet Cyclone, but you can see Wicked Wheel definitely not quite as good.
Now we get to start having fun. We don't have to go to the
Yeah.
enemies. We can bring them to us.
Right.
Oh yeah.
I like to call this a Final Fantasy and a Mega Man game because Clive just collects powers.
Yeah, I could see that. So the big thing is like each icon has their special moves and then their feat. Phoenix is the shift that we've been using. Garuda is a grab. It also can be used to extend like half staggers, but that usually results in a, or not usually, it always results in a massively long cutscene. So we really don't want to use that unless we're in a really bad spot. It is a very, honestly, like you'll more often accidentally use it and go, no, than use it on purpose.
Yeah, that's like that could be like a 20-second time loss sometimes.
The dragons are so annoying, it's very tempting to use it though. No, get over here.
I guess if you need your cooldowns, it might be alright. I don't know.
You got to be really down bad to use it, unfortunately. Yeah. So normally you could buy more strength tonics before this area, but we don't really bother because we don't quite need it in here. The power bonus that we have from our weapon is still more than enough to carry us through most of these fights. That's one of the big things is moderating how we use those.
Yeah, we are like 70-ish% more powerful than we're supposed to be, really. That will fall off quickly, don't worry.
Yeah, for better or worse.
Yeah, there's nothing like going from Sleipnir with like 180k HP into Barnabas, the next boss, who has 500,000. Game really takes off the brakes there. Well, 500,000 in action, so like 350k.
I think it's like once you get Bahamut, the game just has no more mercy for you.
Oh yeah. Oh, Mega Flare is so fun though.
It really is.
Mega and Giga both just they feel so good. We mentioned earlier that the cutscene at the beginning was no longer skippable because of an update. And to be clear, like the reason we don't go back to an earlier patch is number one, on console it'd be a pain, but there's also other changes that make combat a lot better and improve a lot of moves so that it's worth it because we save time in other places. So we just kind of deal with the time loss up front, but it saves a lot of time over the course of everything.
Very nice Minotaur fight from Rainbow. That's not the easiest Rook's Gambit to land when the Minotaur charges at you.
Yeah, especially in this cave, because of all the spiders, it's really hard to hit that one, because the game likes to get confused on its targeting and just kind of... Or you can randomly get tagged by one of the spiders as you're setting up for it. It can be very frustrating to Gambit in there. That was a really clean execution.
Also an oddly annoying move to parry, too.
Yeah.
It seems like it should be so easy.
It's some of the timing on the things that you have to Rook's Gambit are a bit goofy, so it gets a bit frustrating without like dedicated practice. Luckily, this game has like 50 save slots, so you have to be trying to run out of save slots, honestly.
Yeah, and 10 out of
nice
saves.
Training area.
Oh, the training area is really nice. And yeah, one of the big quality of life updates we got for this game was iconic loadouts. So you can actually have 5 sets of abilities and swap between them in the menu really quickly. If you go back about a year and watch runs, you just see people opening the menu to switch one ability in and out. I'm so glad I didn't speedrun this during that period. I don't think I would have enjoyed it as much.
You can use loadouts in the early one because you can just put Heatwave on one of them and Phoenix on the other, but unfortunately there's enough juggling where like in normal we can't take, or story we can't take full advantage of it, but Final Fantasy mode allows you to be a lot more creative and waste a lot less time because you get those 5, and there's some loadouts where you have to do like really specific stuff to make something very fast, and just being able to go, all right, I'm gonna switch my X out, everything out for something else, and instead of spending 3 minutes, it just is a R1 or an L1 press type thing.
Yeah, the Final Fantasy fight sequencing is what got me into this game, because you can squeeze so much damage out of very specific setups that it's really cool. You see a lot more abilities than you would expect. just from some interactions you can do.
The few things that I've seen of Final Fantasy mode, the other cool thing is there's a lot of places where you can like hold on to staggers too.
Yeah.
If you're really good with it, and it's super cool when you actually see it. Like saying it and seeing it are two different things. It's so nice.
Rainbow tried to Rook's Gambit the end of the double jump there, and unfortunately didn't work out.
That is obscenely hard.
Yeah,
As long as-
I've never
as
tried to
long
do
as-
that.
Good attempt.
As long
with
as we're in
Slayer, though.
Mirage Drive, we're good though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fights
Mirage
over.
Drive is required to push on to this last phase here. Otherwise, you can't kill.
Yep.
Just like we were saying with other fights.
Thankfully, Sid nukes it for like 30% of its health.
Yeah.
Best character in the game, by the way.
Oh, hands down.
I can't wait until we're in was it Drake's Breath and we get some of his amazing lines to come out. It's so great.
Yeah, Sid definitely is like one of the things that dragged me into this game. Like no knock to Ben Starr and Clive as like characters and actors, but Sid kind of stole the show for me.
Yeah, Ralph Ineson, a fantastic voice actor.
Yeah, that. Barnabas later on when he starts really
Yeah,
losing
Barnabas
it.
is my
Oh
favorite.
my god.
His maniacal speech and laughter. Oh my goodness.
I will be
get
quoting part
chills
of the
every
speech.
time.
I will be quoting part of the speech in the fight because my wife will scream it at me when I'm practicing that fight because she thinks it's so amazing. Unfortunately, she's asleep now, so.
I feel the same way when it gets to like Dying versus Barrett and Rebirth. There's a lot of very like iconic moments where the voice actors sell it. One of the other things is I know a lot of runners will play with like the Japanese BA, but like Remake, Rebirth, and 16, I had it on English to start with, and I'm like, there's no reason to change this. This is just
Yeah, Ben Starr really exploded in this game, and then showing up as Verso, really killing it there, and they're going to be Dice Dark in Final Fantasy Tactics, I believe.
Yes,
I probably said that very wrong. I'm excited for that.
It'll be nice to know how those names are actually pronounced.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Or
Like,
be like,
we
wait,
can get
what?
them wrong anyways.
How does a name with 13 vowels exist? What the heck?
Final Fantasy.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, honestly, like, moonblazewolf apparently ran into Ben Starr and chatted with them for a while. Hopefully we can get them involved if we do actually get this run into RPG Limit Break too. It would be
geek out like a schoolgirl.
so
Please.
much, yeah. I'd be down bad too. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like,
this is the only game I've ever speedrun. It got me into speedrunning, and Ben Starr is a big part of that.
yeah, no. I would physically fight the tech team if they said it was too much of a pain in the butt. I'd be like, no, it isn't. It absolutely is not. I do not care. We are making this work. I don't care if we have to call him in for 5 minutes. This is happening.
Yeah. I'm married, but man, I could listen to your voice all day, buddy.
Yeah.
My wife understands too. She'll be here listening with me.
Yeah, like I said, I disconnected with the story, but like the actors and individual characters I did connect with, honestly. The overarching story was nice, and the individual interactions between the villains and the heroes outside of Ultima, like I kind of was like, weak villain, but the rest of the game is very good overall.
I want to point out some movement tech here. Rainbow's bumping into people as they're running by them.
Imagine being rude, saving time.
Yep, you save like a second per oops boost.
Running into obstacles makes Clive move faster.
Yeah.
In some cases.
And then also jumping right before entering town to keep that forward momentum for a little bit before being slowed down to grandpa pace.
Yeah, town movement speed is criminally slow.
Yeah.
Hey, Shiraishi and Angel are pretty much right on top of each other here.
Oh yeah, we're absolutely just.
You can skip these ladders.
We're talking
here.
seconds.
The second ladder can be a bit annoying to.
Yeah.
That was easy.
You have to
Rainbow
jump
made it
like
look
so
easy.
much later than you think. It's bizarre.
Yeah. Good movement
Honestly,
tech there, though.
Mog and Chocobo were pretty close during Rebirth anyway. So
Yeah.
and it's nice to see the two teams very close.
Yeah, they're pretty much a cinematic part at this point.
Yeah, the only time loss here is how much arthritis do you want to inflict on yourself?
Oh, Angel choosing to use the control type A with R1 as attack. Oh man, I use C to get that square attack button.
Type C.
Type C, or on PC. You know, even more remapping than you can do on console. My favorite is you can remap interact, which is the jump button on console. It's really fun to run up to an NPC and just jump in their face. And it's like, I'm trying to talk, please.
Absolutely,
But,
jumping for dominance is something that happens a lot in speedruns of this.
Yeah, you go to Pet Torgal and you're jumping in front of him instead.
That's how I tend to start my conversations in real life.
Just roll up. Dude, why are you hopping at me? I'm just a jumpy guy. What do you want?
And there's Mogdo and Garuda. Good fight.
Speaking of jumping on things to assert dominance, Ifrit right there, jumping on Garuda.
Quite literally, yeah.
I know I run on PlayStation 5 primarily. What about you folks?
5 as well.
So I did my Gold Chalice run is on PS5 Pro, thankfully, which actually can kind of keep a stable 60 FPS. But I've since moved to PC for the individual level stuff. I intend to go back to Gold Chalice, but you know, with the carpal tunnel, being able to just turbo those mashes is like, it's so amazing. Yeah.
That's part of the reason why I use an edge controller, so that I can like leverage the buttons on the back to try and keep less stress on my like, index and thumbs.
Yeah, I also spent $200 on a controller for this game and $500 on the console.
I've spent more because I bought some Scuff controllers as well, and those always broke. They always broke. I cannot recommend them.
The Mad Catz controller of the modern day.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh wow, throwback.
Absolutely, 100% true. This is not shade; it is reality.
Yeah,
it's called Scuff for a reason.
Yeah,
yeah.
Don't buy into the hype. It's like Raycons, man. They may be good, but just because all of your YouTubers sponsored them, don't expect them to be perfect.
Right. And we just saw first use of a quick complete there with Rainbow.
Yeah, nice new quality of life feature too.
That's the big time save, because right here it only saves a little bit of time because we don't have to walk upstairs. There's a lot of places where it avoids walking around the hideout for like a good minute.
Yeah.
Oh, Angel with a beautiful parry at the start of the Minotaur fight.
That was a really good parry.
Yeah, that parry feels good.
And a
sets
Rook's
the pace for the
Gambit
whole fight.
counter.
Beautiful.
These are some clean fights I could only dream of. I usually like buy extra strength tonics to come in here with a strength tonic because I suck so bad at the Minotaurs. Like, hold on, wait a minute. I know how to fix this. 10% extra damage.
Oh yeah, and you get so many extra Minotaurs in Final Fantasy mode. You got to learn to deal with them, man.
Oh god, so true.
So many.
Are you threatening me? It sounds like a threat.
Yeah, for anyone who's beat this game but hasn't played Final Fantasy mode, if you've ever played Dark Souls 2, New Game Plus remixes all the dungeon encounters in this game. It's really cool. You get mini bosses way earlier. You also get a lot more of them.
So many more.
Yeah. You'll
It's worth the playthrough.
It's so worth the playthrough.
Yeah, if you were disappointed with the challenge of the standard game, but you like the combat, Final Fantasy mode 100% is worth doing, even if it's just casually.
Yeah,
it definitely puts the difficulty to like a good clip.
Oh yeah, you can see right there with Rainbow, because they just left the aggressive range of those enemies with that lunge, there was that really long recovery animation because they weren't in combat anymore.
Yeah, the slow lunges, you just kind of feel bad.
Yep.
So some of these right here, we're actually going to lunge into the cutscene, but you really have to know what the distance is so you don't hit that recovery. I've had a lot of lunges of shame, and they just never feel good, especially when you've done it like 4 or 5 times. You're like, when am I going to learn my lesson? Just stop doing it.
When your lunge finishes right in front of the cutscene.
Oh yeah, and
trigger.
you walk a toe. You don't even walk a foot or a step. You just tap it, and you're like, oh.
And when you pick up extreme lunge, watching Clive do his little spinny dance, and then right at the end of it, he moves forward a bit and goes in the cutscene. It's like, man, come on.
You were right there.
You're just bullying me.
You're gonna hit me with a pixel in a 3D game. Come on, please.
Angel had a little bit of unfortunate time loss there. One of the Hornets escaped his wicked wheel and refused to die for a few seconds.
Yeah, so there is an interesting interaction. Like the Cyclone has a wider hitbox, but it pushes enemies away. Wicked Wheel has a smaller hitbox, but pulls enemies in. So if you know a Wicked Wheel won't kill, we're going to be doing this a lot more later, where we go Wicked Wheel into Cyclone, so that we can guarantee the kill. But unfortunately, a smaller hitbox makes Wicked Wheel a bit more frustrating to use, where if the enemies aren't... Because the other thing, too, is when you pull enemies in, they get stunned for a short period of time. But after we get done grabbing 4 or 5 enemies, the first one usually is like getting up and getting ready to move. So you have to be very quick to get the Wicked Wheels and the grabs to chain together properly.
Yeah, and for the fight Angel on, it's important to note that not only does Dying Sun have HP gate, but he also can't phase transition if you don't kill the Wyvern.
That should speed up the Wyvern kill. That was a really good setup.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a really good group setup there.
Yeah, they're
oh, very nice.
A nice amount of this.
Yeah,
nice
that's
Brooks Gambit on it.
Oh yeah.
Normally you're just like, Sid, please kill the dragon.
Yeah. Sometimes he cooperates.
Yeah, and today I guess we have decided Sid is not necessary. Angel has chose full violence.
Mm-hmm.
And Angel is specifically going for grouping up these enemies. Like, it seems like every fight Angel gets here, they somehow... This one honestly didn't even seem as good as sometimes they are.
It's a very good mindful setup to go for, honestly. Bringing the enemies to you and grouping them together, taking full advantage of multi-hits is very important in this game. Since everything's on cooldown and it's not like you can build ATB to use the move again faster, you just have to wait. So min-maxing is the name of the game, honestly.
All right, so much of your time save comes from how well can you group up your enemies in all these little mob fights, because it adds up so much time.
Yep.
Like
So
Rainbow just showing off,
Yeah.
just pulling characters with the Wicked Wheel there.
That hill is actually kind of weird too, because you want to get the camera in the right spot so that enemies spawn in a different way than the devs would expect you to, so that the grouping is a lot easier.
Yeah, that's a big part of this game too. Is Final Fantasy cinematic? It tries to spawn enemies where you're not looking, so you can actually manipulate like reinforcement spawns by looking a certain direction, standing a certain place, and you can get a good 20-30 seconds because of that.
Yeah. It's like Remake Rebirth, the big camera management is like looking where the game wants you to look so that the game doesn't take control of the camera. Here, it's mainly to like manipulate spawns or minimize lag, things like that.
Rashi's also done a really nice job of grouping up the Knight and Dragon here.
Yeah.
I should learn to do this, because that actually looks very nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of randomness to their movement. Getting them together is really big. You got to rely on that first jump. The Wyvern may just randomly decide to come towards you or spit a fireball, so it's kind of hard to know what's going to be happening with that too. You got to react to those situations, and they're all doing a great job of recognizing their spacing, their opportunities, and taking advantage of everything they can.
Yeah, it's super important even in this early game too, because we have 2 icons, so we have 4 skills, which means normally we can loop them on cooldown when we have 6, where it's like, all right, well, this one's up and ready to go, so we just fire that off and then move to the next, move to the next, move to the next. right here, or sometimes they're just downtime where we don't have access to skills. That kind of slow things down.
Rare use of Rook's Gambit to just kill something.
I
I
cannot
didn't know it
believe
was
that
possible.
killed. Yeah, I feel like I'm in a parallel universe because I'm pretty sure that is not possible. And Shiraishi has tampered with their game, and we're gonna have to send in the mods to verify integrity of files.
There were like 2 pixels on that health bar. That's a lot of damage for Rook's Gambit right there.
That's true. It's like when you're down to gouge as your last move, and you're like, I guess.
Yeah.
Why did this take 18 hits of gouge? Come on.
You throw gouge out, and then you realize what you're doing, and you're like, I need to stop attacking, but you just keep mashing anyway.
He's like, I should have just swung the sword.
But Torgal, get over here. You'll do more damage. Send in the dogs.
Yeah. And more, you know, this is the kind of movement optimizations you have to make from Shiraishi. Is, you know, jumping up slopes, jumping over little dips into up slopes, just to save a little bit of movement time, save a few, you know, overly excessive staircase movement animations.
That makes me think, like, the coolest thing with, I know this is, like, a really weird one, but, like, with Final Fantasy mode, where you use the Odin Slash to glide down stairways, especially in here. The whole time, every time I come to this dungeon, that's all I can think about is using Odin glides.
Yeah, and that was another example. Really good grouping from Rainbow there. Got all but 2, but, you know, the enemies will walk away. You can't always get all of them. Sometimes you gotta take what you have.
That fight is super goofy because, like, you want to deal with the spheres, but sometimes the enemies will back up. So, like, you usually end up having to move closer to the sphere and limit the range of your grab. So it's choosing which thing you want to deal with in the spheres, or the ones you want to get rid of, because they're the most obnoxious and have more HP.
I need to figure out what targeting cycling they're using, because, like, they're making this look like it's consistent, and I cannot get target cycling to work very well ever.
Yeah, I think I struggle with it too. It's a lot of, like,
a lot of practice.
It's a rhythm, I think, is really what it is. Whatever rhythm that will lead you to go press, 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 press. You just have to work on it. Because
I'm pretty sure Rainbow uses Control A.
It is a finicky system.
That's the way I do too. Yeah. A lot of it, like, it took me, like, probably a couple of months to get the, like, rhythm right in my head, because it's not as you would expect. There's, like, a little bit of a delay, and then you have to, like, go back to grabbing quicker. It's super goofy. It's even weirder on stick, because I think you have to, like, input on the thumbstick, if I remember right.
Yeah.
So it's like super. You hit a button, then you hit the thumbstick, then you hit a button, then you hit the thumbstick, and it's.
There are some interesting control style decisions you can make in this game.
And that must be
this game has led me to the decision that whoever decided to put buttons under thumbsticks is a criminal and should be tried for war crimes. It is the worst. Like, this game makes it so obvious that it's just like, why would you do this?
Yeah. Any game that has something mapped to L3, I have to get rid of it. I will always hit it. Why am I crouching? Oh, right. It's on L3, of course.
So Rainbow does a really cool setup there with the bombs. Grabs them all, hits them with Wicked Wheel. And I said it did group enemies, but what I didn't specify is it groups them all in front of you. So you can also hit them with a Rising Phoenix like you did there to do much more damage than the Cyclone. It's a really good tech that isn't readily apparent, that, like, it kind of stacks them in that one spot until you see somebody actually do it. And you're like, wait a minute, is that how that works?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Rising Flame's a good 50% stronger than Scarlet Cyclone as well. So, you know, big damage on that one.
Yeah, bombs are honestly very hard to kill otherwise. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, missed the Rook's Gambit there. Yeah.
At least it didn't get spent. So one of the other, like, really nice things about this game is if you go to use a skill and you get interrupted during it, outside of very specific, like, boss fights or interactions, your skill is almost always never used, so it's not put on cooldown. This game is very, very good with that. There's other games I know where, like, you go to use something, and if you get hit out of it, you lose whatever
Yep.
resource, and that's very frustrating. Like doing remake rebirth, like, oh good, the boss just decided to punch me on the frame. I decided to use braver, and now it's canceled. No damage, no ATB, no fun. Meanwhile, you use Rising Phoenix here. You just happen to use it a frame too late. You get punched out of it. You get knocked on your butt. You get back up and use it again.
Nothing like whiffing Dancing Steel, though. That crushes me every time.
Yeah.
This fight Rainbow's on is very technical. They were trying to get hit here before they used Scarlet Cyclone. Oh, it took a while.
Maybe someday.
Yeah.
Whenever the Amazon driver gets here, we'll get hit.
Now Rainbow's pulling some from one side of the, actually pulling them all from both sides of the room.
Yeah, there's weird spacing on that last bomb to make it really hard to do. But
I think good repulling there. That had to be done, unfortunately.
Yeah. With how durable the bombs are,
oh, yeah,
you have to.
Yeah, with how long that hit took, I think we had a better chance of getting hit by the Isekai truck.
Yeah, that was so unlucky.
Truck-kun, no.
That is just RNG.
Truck-kun, save me!
Yeah. Especially since it's story mode, the enemies aren't always going to cooperate with you and be super aggressive.
Yeah, coming up to Iron Giant here, good opportunity for some beautiful parries or counters, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, that counter at the start is like the standard play here. It's just free real estate. And then it puts Rook Gambit on cooldown so that we can fire it off again and get some quick staggers. Ideally, we do enough damage to push into the charge phase and then follow up with a stagger after that. That's mainly what we're looking for here.
And this can be an instance where, that parry, the additional will damage can actually lock you out of that too.
So Rainbow specifically avoided using Rising Flame until the charge phase started, right?
Yep.
To avoid staggering and delaying it from happening.
Yeah. And it actually can't stagger in this animation either. It's going to wait to get up before you can stagger it.
It's one of those where like you got to know when to let off the gas pedal. This game is very interesting with that. Then we get to use the full damage there and the stagger. A couple of aerial combos should help us get all the way through this.
And one of the big complaints about this game is how easy the combat is, but it's a lot more technical underneath all those layers than people actually give it credit for.
When it comes to the speedrun, it's so incredibly hard to optimize.
Casually, the combat is very thin. On story, it's extremely thin.
Yeah.
In action, I'd say it's reasonable. Final Fantasy mode is where like a casual player will encounter a lot of challenge and be engaged with the combat system. In terms of a speedrun, story and action, the combat system gets pushed to its limit because we're really just trying to avoid messing with anything that we don't need to. So sometimes we do actually struggle to get enough damage. And some of the enemies, like the cats, can just knock you around left, right, and center. And they just will refuse to hold still. A lot of these enemies are very dangerous. Cats, dragons, trolls, even the axe wielder and the jumper, the dragoons. Like, there's a lot of very dangerous enemies that are very hard to keep a handle on, honestly.
Cannoneers are my big one, always.
Like this Reaper here, too, can be very dangerous as well because he warps around most of the field. Luckily, this first one's pretty much free, but after that, it's not going to be so much. Yeah, this is definitely a game that is transformed by speedrunning. It massively changes the way you interact with it and pushing the system to its limits.
Yeah, and just listening to me, you can hear some of the differences between the story and Final Fantasy route, because there are things they're doing that are surprising me.
Oh yeah, it was a similar thing with Rebirth too. Luckily, I've done several normal runs and hard runs.
Yeah.
And Close to War had a lot of very specific numbers that were very enlightening to hear.
You're not
but
so very different, you know.
the dynamic between the two is interesting because especially like for Rebirth specifically, some of the fights that are easy are hard in hard mode and vice versa. So if you hate certain bosses, you can always switch to a different category and your life will be easier.
Yeah, one interesting quirk of easy mode in this game. So enemies have like 25% less health and will, which like obviously, but there's also a reduced number of enemies that can be aggressive against you. which is why sometimes you gotta wait a while for the enemies to play round robin to figure out who gets to be aggressive this time. You know, who did mommy give the talking stick to? I don't even know what that meant.
It's like early Assassin's Creed combat games.
Yeah.
You're like waiting for the guy so you can hit combo, counter on him.
As we get further into the run, all of us will get less and less aware and more sleepy, and we will just slowly slide into madness, so look forward to that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Speaking
and we're at hour 50, and we're got at least 6 more hours.
Yeah,
hopefully we make it.
About a 7.5 hour run here. And that is, all these runners are actually really close. I think they're like within 10 minutes of each other on their times, which for a 7.5 hour game is huge, right?
These 3 runners have very consistent times between the 3 of them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like their end time for each segment is fairly similar across the board from what I've seen. Been a little bit of closing of the gap, but not too massive.
Yeah.
Speaking of, this is where Rook's Gambit either you bemoan it and want to delete it from the game, or it makes Inferno Ifrit easy peasy.
Yeah, when you miss that first Rook's Gambit on the charge, you're like, ugh, why am I here?
Luckily, that one's pretty free as long as you like realize you have to do it a little bit before he gets to you. The rest of these are rough because like this is super delayed, and the timing for the explosion counter is not that easy. So this should allow us to skip staggering Ifrit because Rainbow did this properly. Unfortunately, decided it's time to back up and be a pain in the butt. That's unfortunate. That just happens sometimes.
You can see. Sorry, go ahead.
No. My thought was just kind of out there in the wind. You can see. Go ahead.
Yeah. You can see with some of these attacks that are extremely delayed, they were definitely, probably looking at like Elden Ring and stuff and being like, yeah, let's do that. Walk around for 14 seconds with your sword up, and then it comes out.
The Deadlands are aptly named.
I didn't realize they were this close.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Rainbow. Sometimes if it just jumps to make you look like you're bad, and then it's like, no, you're just not being fair. Stop cheating, game.
So with Evil Clive here, there's a very specific sequence of abilities to get a quick stagger, and if you don't do that sequence very fast and accurately, it will not be a quick stagger.
Shadow Clive is a frustratingly hard boss. Getting the Rook's Gambit on these thrusts is really deceiving because he has 2 different thrusts for each phase, and the timing is different for each one. Nice,
Rainbow. Good quick stagger.
Make it sound like I'm just make me sound like an embittered old man by actually doing it properly.
Also, these aerial combos on humanoid enemies when they're staggered are very hard to hit.
Yeah, like you have to really like tap the jump button, because if you even like slightly jump a little bit too high, the first and maybe even the second hit will whiff, and then your damage just goes down the drain. It's so frustrating.
It's almost equating to like a Kingdom Hearts low jump strike.
Oh yeah. The jump in this game, while short in most cases, it feels like it's really floaty here. So here's another Rook's Gambit that we need to hit. And yeah. So the timing between the thrust and the Molten Thrust is drastically different. So I wouldn't say it's super uncommon to hit one and miss the other. I find that most people are like adapt to one of them better than the other.
I agree. I can do Molten Thrust.
This is so punishing. It's so unfortunate.
Ideally, we like stagger and get through this without having to do all this fiddling around. But
we have to wait for this whole move to come out, and it won't stagger until it does.
The most major source of time loss thing we've seen so far. Yeah, it's just one thing. You just mistime one thing, and then you lose a whole minute. Like that's crazy.
At least versus like Jill's Blizzago or Garuda's tornado thing, you can at least hit them during that sequence.
Yeah. This is where not having the massive DPS bump kind of like starts rearing its head. This is like standard combat where you don't. Oh well, my damage is just simply double what I'm supposed to have right here. We're pretty much on level at this point, and this is how it's going to be for the rest of the game.
Yeah, with his outfit change, he got his daddy's sword, and it's about equivalent with the Buster Sword.
It's
so yeah,
5
we
power
are
more,
five
right?
more
Yeah.
points. Yep, staggering
Yeah.
damage, 5 points. That's it.
we are appropriately powered, and 5 points means it's about 1.7% stronger per hit.
Yeah.
So cool, but it does auto equip. So
That part is nice, yes.
yeah.
We
Get some new threads and a new sword, and you're looking pretty dang good.
A lot of the time, we're just going to buy swords as applicable.
Yeah.
Upgrade them usually because I think we get like an extra 10 or 15 from upgrading them. I think there's 1 or 2 swords that are like unique in the game. One of them we would get in, I think, the next or the dungeon after that. But it's such a small increase compared to just buying one, we don't bother. And then there's another one out in the desert that we pick up because it is a pretty sizable increase and actually isn't that far out of the way. But for the most part,
done.
We're just sitting in the stores and purchasing. There we go. Shadowclive's finished up.
Got that Rook's Gambit on the last one very, very cleanly.
Angel also took the blade as well right before the cyclone, so we should get the cooldown timer increase or decrease.
Yeah, that came out real quick for the second time.
Yep. Those guys are the little like white androidish things are kind of interesting. A lot of their attacks are very telegraphed to the point where it's almost difficult to time things properly because they feel a little bit slower than they should be. So honestly, a lot of these moves are deceptive on their timing and stuff, and that's really where the skill comes in is adapting to those.
Yeah, practice and repetition, just learning all of these moves and their very weird timings.
Yeah, like that backswing to get the enhanced cyclone, very weird, very tricky timing.
Honestly, practicing this game is pretty easy because you have so many save files. You can more or less make save files for any place you want. The one thing that you need to keep in mind if you are going to learn it is that your cooldowns aren't always going to be full. So you need to save in areas where your like cooldown starts, everything's at 0, and go through the entire segment and practice dealing with your cooldowns. That's the big trick. It's very important to do that. Because otherwise you're going to be like, oh, why don't I have Cyclone? Because you're in the middle of a run. You just used it in the last room. Unfortunately, you're going to need to practice both at the same time.
And there's Clive's Shadow bested. Very clean fight overall.
Yeah. Honestly, at my runs, I always expect to miss one of the thrusts. Rainbow only saw 1 missed thrust. I usually see like 3 or 4 thrusts. And I'm like, come on, let me counter this one. And then I get hit again. And I'm like, dude, this is embarrassing. Please stop bullying me. Look, I know I'm bad, but can we wait for later in the game?
Wait until I can at least blame being tired.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that our first Flames look from Angel's
Yeah,
screen?
I believe so. Good old Flames of Rebirth. Very powerful, full screen AoE. 2-minute cooldown.
Yeah, that's its only bane right there is the 2-minute cooldown.
Yeah, the alts, or ultimates, which is what most of us call them, like Aerial Blast is the one for Garuda. It's very good at staggering, but also makes it impossible to see. So we don't even really, we don't talk about it. Flames of Rebirth is massive. It is a good room clear. It's like a truck. Just takes forever to cool down. But
and Ignition.
Ignition just came in. That's the move. The Ignition is the Final Fantasy story move.
It's probably the most busted and most impactful move in the game because it's.
Can you guys talk about this little jump thrust that he's doing right now? Rainbow's doing. We haven't really talked about that movement tech.
Oh, the jumping
jump dash.
It's just a little bit faster because they're in the Deadlands. Rainbow's in the Deadlands right now and cannot use Phoenix Shift, which is a mechanic that doesn't really come back until the DLC for one fight. So this little jumping air dash is the fastest way to move.
Mildly
you kind of
quicker.
you kind of want to do like a little instant air dash. Pretend you're playing a fighting game for a bit.
It's basically jump dodge, jump dodge, jump dodge, jump dodge, blah 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 blah.
That group up right there by Shiraishi was beautiful, by the way. That was immaculate.
So, Ignition takes a little bit of time to recover, but basically think of it as a snowplow. It hits like a truck, and there's a cow catcher on front of it that pulls all the enemies with it. So it's very good at handling groups, does a lot of good damage, recovers fairly quick. it is going to be something we lean on very heavily. Right here, we're going to use it to pull some of these enemies. Otherwise, that one we left behind, we're going to hope Jill pulls to this side. But what we're aiming for is to get enemies in a tight enough cluster that Flames of Rebirth will just be able to screen wipe them.
Yeah.
It may not work out that way, but we just want to make sure Flames of Rebirth kills as many things as possible. Normally, the 2-minute cooldown is a huge issue, so we really don't use it a lot. But you can actually cheese the cooldown by saving the game and reloading to get that 2-minute cooldown back, because when you load the game gives you all the cooldowns back. Unfortunately, it takes so long, we really don't use it early in the game because we have better options.
Yeah, we'll see a lot of that in the late game.
Ooh. And there's your next bit of tech from Rainbow, the limit break cancel on Flames of Rebirth to get out of that animation, get the 10% damage boost, but recover much quicker and be able to continue on because Jill didn't do her job of killing 2 things.
Yeah, that is something that we use for a majority of the game. That limit cancel right there is super nice. We turn it on and off quite a bit late and mid game. It's pretty much the one place we want to use it early game. Otherwise, because when you use limit, you can turn it off, but it consumes that entire bar you're currently on. So we either use most of that bar, then turn it off, or we just commit to limit and then come back and refill it some other way by hitting with skills or hitting enemies in general.
And more on that ignition too. Also one of the best movement options in the game. So you have to balance using it for offense. It is almost as strong as an ultimate. It is insanely powerful.
It is one of the strongest moves,
In fact, it's only on a 22-second cooldown is wild.
Oh, yeah.
The only trick with ignition for movement is you've got to remember to cancel it because he does a slash at the end of it. But it's
manually timed every time.
It is pretty like it and Phoenix Wing, in my opinion, are just pretty much the strongest moves in the game. There's some other things that are pretty good, but
wind up.
There's Gouge.
Once we get ignition, I don't think we ever switch it out, and I don't know if that's true for any other ability.
I'm fairly certain we stick with ignition the whole game. Yeah,
I think so.
Even in Final Fantasy mode, except for like a few where you're only fighting boss fights, you might not carry it.
Yeah, ignition's kind of crummy for certain boss fights, but it's like 90% of the game, 95% of it's good.
Yeah. Sometimes it kind of sucks to use it in a boss that will kill you in the middle of it. Because bosses will start doing heavy chunks of damage, and dying, even in story mode, becomes a real possibility.
Actually, there might be a couple niche spots it's switched out, but
So to answer the question in chat, when we fought Shadowclive/Ifrit, it actually unlocked an additional icon thing in the center of the screen of our normal ability wheel for our attacks, and it gives us access to Ignition, Will of the Wikis, and then Limit Break. The Limit Break will increase, it gives us 2 bars for free, and that will give us a damage buff and a couple of other things. We also can't die while limits up. But
Infinite
the Limit
poise
Break
too.
Yeah. So basically, like, getting parries while in limit is free as long as you're swinging your sword. But leveling up that Limit Break will give you up to 2 more bars, 4 total. Will of the Wikis just does some fireballs that orbits around you. It's fun casually, but it's just not really good damage-wise in terms of a speedrun.
It's just a shield.
Yeah, it's good chip damage and blocks projectiles. Ignition, on the other hand, is the other move that comes with it, because the thing is, he's not actually the Phoenix dominant, he's the Ifrit dominant, which is kind of outside of the dominant circle, icon circle of the game. And it's kind of the whole reason the game is happening is that Ifrit has shown up. So he gets these extra abilities that are kind of Phoenix adjacent, but not really Phoenix. They look similar because of the fire.
Yeah, the fact that we don't get Hellfire in this game, it hurts me.
Nice Rook's Gambit opener from Angel.
Oh yeah.
This Rook's Gambit is the harder one. There we go, got it.
Yeah,
nice.
Coming up.
The Rook's Gambit off of the stomp, and then the
he did a Wicked Wheel off of the stomp.
Yeah. At least the first one, because you can hit it later off of one of the later.
But there's another Rook's Gambit coming up right, I guess, on the Vulcan burst.
Yeah, usually.
All right, let's see if Shiraishi can also pull this off.
Very nice.
Shiraishi also landing the opener.
Yeah, but these two are on this
Shiraishi
10-15 seconds apart at this point.
Yep.
I mean, Rook's Gambit is so powerful that I think most everybody levels it up before this fight to get extra damage out of it. I'm not 100% certain because I heard there is some difference between the routes of everybody, so I got to kind of suss that out as we get there.
Yeah, if you're not too comfortable with it, you might just skip it, you know.
Oh, he's using Wicked to pull him down. Interesting.
Yeah, maybe
Depending-
for cooldowns.
Yeah, depending on how you're going, it might be better to pull down there to make sure that you skip the stagger. Because the problem with the stagger is you have to just go through the whole time. It can't just end immediately like we've talked about with other bosses. It's kind of obnoxious.
Ignition for movement right there from Rainbow.
Yep.
The nice thing about ignition too is sometimes you can like ignition into certain things and it'll just cancel the slash anyway, so you don't have to worry about timing it as long as you do it at the right distance. Angel got the first thrust counter. Good. I think we're on. Yep.
Nice.
Oh, the charge shot to finish that instead of the Phoenix shift.
Yeah, I think that's similar to the strat that I'm supposed to be using, but I'm too bad to do it properly.
Yeah, and holding that while you're doing all those other inputs too, because you do have to charge it.
Yeah, so the big thing is your magic is on the top iconic feat button. So you have to use your the triangle iconic feats and then start charging it. You can't do both at the same time. So if you're not mindful about it, you'll completely screw it up. It's super annoying. Oh no!
Big whiff.
Oh, missed the Rook's Gambit there. He went with the Scarlet Cyclone to start. I wonder if that was a miss key.
We got
or
the
something.
counter, but on the wrong thing.
Yeah, jumping right over it. Oh boy.
It'd be nice if we had Heat Wave here too, because Shadow Clive really, really loves his projectiles.
Oh yeah.
One thing I want
could
to
be a
point out
pretty
here
good
is the
catch-up.
Rook's Gambit that Shiraishi missed is much less punishing than the one Rainbow missed.
Yeah, that's fair. The thing
we'll
is
see.
as long as you hit a counter, you at least get the cooldown too.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate, one missed Rook's Gambit can be 10 seconds and the other one can be 40 seconds due to the Hellfire move that follows in the after the second one. If you miss the second one.
I know some routes go back to using Rook's Gambit later, and I would rather not run the game if that were the case. Just no, I'm good. I'll
Shiraishi
take-
landing the really important one there.
Yeah.
Very nice. Good combos.
Yeah, Shadow Ifrit
There you go.
is like the first boss that can be a bit of a struggle to learn because it has some very strict Gambit counters. So it can be very frustrating when you're starting learning it and starting runs where, he was saying, we just kind of have a feast or famine moment. Some of them you can miss and it doesn't matter, and other ones it's just well, I hate it here and goodbye.
Someone in chat asking why we don't always use magic. Magic does a lot of stagger damage and not a lot of health damage. So it's not always great to use regular magic. It's also kind of slow to do the magic burst combo where you swing and burst between each attack.
Oh yeah, the magic burst is also really friggin' hard to do. So a lot of runners don't do it. That's why we just go with standard aerial combos. Theoretically, aerial attack, magic burst, attack, magic burst, attack, magic burst would do the most damage. I don't know how they programmed it, but it's just super hard to hit the timing, even with upgraded magic burst. So we just don't bother with it, most of us.
Yeah. One
Angel
other
was in a
fun-
good 10 seconds at the end there to just unfortunately got the stagger right before the finish.
Maybe they used magic in that.
Yeah. The other thing with magic too is, like I said, it's the same button as some of your iconic feats. So charging your magic to shoot also would lock you out of being able to use your triangle commands. So in a lot of situations, it's just not worth it.
Maybe it was intentional. I don't know, but I noticed that Rainbow avoided this stagger at the end, and both Shiraishi and Angel took it. So maybe it's a difference in strats, actually.
Could be a routing thing, yeah.
Yeah, and
well, it seems like Shiraishi's was more intentional, and Angel's actually he was stuck in an HP gate. I think Angel's was a mistake, but Shiraishi's looked more intentional.
Yeah. With the magic burst thing, the only runner I recall doing it, I think, was CBD. I know there was one of the Rebirth remake runners that could hit it consistently, but the rest of us are I can't stand this. The timing is a pain, and the problem is you lose a lot of time going for it if you can't hit it consistently. So a lot of us just opted for consistent damage over a 7-hour run rather than very, very volatile DPS.
Yeah, and especially when you're doing aerial combos, the magic burst is extremely unreliable.
Yeah.
Speaking of patches we need, come on.
I don't really... It's like you do it a couple of times and you're like, oh, that's cool. And then you keep trying to do it and you're like, why is this literally impossible?
The timing is very wonky for that magic burst / combo.
It's interesting to see differences in strategies already happening, and I think as we go farther into the run, more and more differences will arise.
Absolutely, especially with post time skip when they've got more options to play with. I think we're going to see a lot of deviant between the 3 runners.
It's nice to see that like the run isn't so hyper optimized to the point where people can take fights in a slightly different way, and it's not like a deal breaker in terms of competitive times. That's always my favorite part is having that variation between runners and then having the cooperative effort to generate a few different strats so that like if some of us are like, I can't do Rook's Gambit, I just can't, and it's like, well, here's the best way to work around it. It's not going to be as fast, but it'll get you through the fight consistently.
Right, like, okay, Rook's Gambit doesn't work for you. How about a Burning Blade parry instead, then, or something like that?
Yeah.
Burning Blade parries are something we haven't gotten to see, but they're low key very good.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Charging
before we got the DLC, that's how we dealt with Fafnir spin cycle, was the Burning Blade parry.
Yeah. We will use that on a couple of different spinning attacks. There may be a boss later that likes to spin that we can counter with a Burning Blade. But the Fenrirs and any other like armadillo enemy that do the spin thing, usually Burning Blade can be used to either get a parry or just completely stop its attack.
We're coming up on one of Sid's best lines after this fight, so definitely pay attention to Rainbow's screen for that. It makes me giggle every time.
Good use of ignition and the flames there to clear that room. That can be a real pain with 2 orcs like to hang out up top.
Yeah, clear the room and move towards the exit at the same time. 2 for 1.
We had flames, so why not use it? Now we're going to pivot back to any boss stuff.
We'll see if Angel has the same luck with their ignition flames clearing this field.
You're welcome.
It never stood a chance.
Nice. Angel got all 4 of them.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Yeah, this village is low-key really difficult. Until we went into the Flames of Rebirth, this area was just a massive free-for-all that took forever to clear. It's a good thing we found the Flames of Rebirth strats and realized how wide the AoE of it is.
Yeah, otherwise, Flames of Rebirth is very expensive to unlock, which is part of it, right? You could upgrade 2 other skills and get more damage, or you can have Flames of Rebirth.
So I mentioned it slightly earlier. Wages of Warcraft is an accessory that we can use to replace some of our other ones. We'll be getting in an hour or 2, I think, and it'll give us a buff on how much AP we get, so that we can afford to buy Flames of Rebirth and just leave it purchased. And that ends up saving a lot of time, because being able to clear rooms without having to put it on, equip it, take it off, and then depoint out of it, it's super nice.
Yeah. And there's actually a lot of places in this game where like the 2-minute timer or cooldown is exactly perfect for how long the rooms take between when you actually need to use it.
The one that's cool is the falling down segment, where like you just end up having enough story in between where you can just hit the nope, you're all dead button, go through a bit of story, and then have your nope, you're all dead button back.
Yeah. Limit break parry from Rainbow there. Really cool looking, but the limit break gives you 2 swings per button press, so you will also get a lot of random parries. It was probably intentional.
At the same time, the limit break parry up on Angel's screen.
If we get lucky here, I'm not sure what Rainbow goes for, but if we use a Burning Blade here, we can get a parry off this opening attack. I usually back up to give myself a little bit more leeway on it to interact with the actual movement. Everybody kind of does it different. So I remember talking with... Go ahead.
I use a regular attack to parry that.
You are...
I use a regular attack.
You're made different. You're just built different.
It
All that
feels
FF
so
mode
clean.
practice.
Oh yeah, it's so clean. It feels so good.
I mean, you gotta. Well, I mean, you don't have to, but you have to wait for the rush forward. So, like with a burning blade, you have more than enough time to charge it, and it just makes it a little bit easier. But it's definitely a good skill check. When you know you can hit parries without having to use burning blade or limit, you know you've got the game pretty well mastered.
Yeah, and it's important to note, parries in this game are kind of strange. You actually just need your weapon's hitbox to collide with their hitbox. It's not like, you press a parry button. You have to just swing with the right timing, and it takes a long time to learn those and get comfortable with them. Burning Blade has a lot of active frames, so it's very good. Aerial Burning Blade's actually better, but, being in the air costs you time to fall down, of course.
Yeah, it is nice that there's that slight variation where you can give yourself a little bit of extra leeway to be like, you know what I think? No, I don't think so.
Yeah. And if you want to be like extra careful, a jump back regular attack is like really safe because you'll move out of the range of damage. And it's got a really good active window of time too.
So one of the other things you may notice is that Rainbow's got like a little bit of a glow going on. That indicates that the strength potion is still active. So little animations like that let you know what your current effects are and can let you visually see if your strength potion is still up or your stone skin tonic or whatever, which we really don't use on the run, but it's a thing that exists, certainly.
Never mind.
Lionheart tonic, interesting. That should boost limit building, but I've never really used it in my route. Huh. I'd like to see where that's used.
Yeah, interesting.
What do the angels just buy one?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
With the strength tonic.
Huh.
It's fairly expensive too, but honestly, like, you have enough money to buy whatever you need pretty much with this game. They hand it to you on a silver platter.
Yeah, gale routing is not a thing on 16.
I think you'd have to buy like a lot of those insta-revive tonics that you get like mid to late game. Other than that, like buying as many high potions and even if you like straight up use strength potions every time and then go back, you'd never run out of money. And even with buying the upgrades as soon as they're available and everything, we don't even always have the items to upgrade, and we buy those to upgrade weapons as well, which is kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
The game is very interesting with its curve, where it just is like, okay, here's all the crafting items. You buy a sword, and then you just upgrade it to +2. Kill a bunch of stuff, and then rinse and repeat. And I think it's only late game that we actually have to buy some crafting items to make sure that we can upgrade the last couple of weapons all the way.
Even that's just crafting the weapons that you would already craft.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the crafting items, quote unquote, come from the bosses that we fight. Mostly the dragons, I believe.
Yeah. So many recipes require like one special thing, which is really just you need to be this far in the game to do this.
Yeah.
So, surprised there was no random parry on the Dragoon there, or champion.
Yeah.
It really looked like it should have happened, but that, that's how it is.
Yeah, the limit, I think, came out a little bit late, so the sword wasn't active soon enough. I've done that before, too, where I limit a little bit late. Getting the parries on some of these, like, we say limit makes it free, but that's a very hyperbolic statement, not necessarily true. Like, in the context of how difficult it is to do normally, it makes it free, but it doesn't necessarily give you a nice couple of lunges there without any sort of punishment.
Yeah, there is one parry in this game that is the freest in the world up against about an hour when we fight Liquid Flame, because the fight automatically puts you into limit break. And to get this parry, here's what you do. Press square immediately, and it's guaranteed. You will always get it. That's it. You got the parry.
Liquid Flame is actually one of those fights that feels really good when it goes correct, and it's not too terribly complicated. The only thing that sucks is the like final phase of Liquid Flame. You're trying to kill it optimally, and if it gets into certain attacks, you just straight up can't kill it. And you have to wait for it to finish up.
Yeah.
There's also the Coral Blade is in here, but it's like literally a 5-point increase.
Yeah.
So it's just
not
like
worth it.
It's cute. It looks cool, but it's just not worth it over the Flame Tongue because if you did get it and instead of buying the Flame Tongue, which is the way you would save time, you wouldn't have the Flame Tongue damage bonus for the early segments, the Cannoneer and the Axe guy. So it's like, I think I'd rather not limit my damage for 2 of the harder fights just so I can have 5 more damage on a Darken.
Yeah. And just to stress it enough, that sword was like literally 25 seconds away with time to equip it. And yeah, the 5 attack just not huge.
The only
I'm sure
time
they would
I
have
ever
figured out. Sorry, go ahead.
No. The only time I ever pick it up is when I'm like, this sword looks cool. I'm gonna go get it.
Yeah.
This is fun.
How could those creatures
I'm having
It's only been 2.5 hours. I'm already down a pot of coffee and an Adderall, which is a prescription. Don't get mad at me.
It's legal, I swear.
We're doing great. No, everyone's doing fantastic.
We're doing fantastic.
We're gonna have to call the doctor in for a performance enhancement check. Hold on, we gotta disqualify the commentator.
Oh, man. You want to know how I took the record? Whole lot of Adderall.
Oh,
the exact amount I was prescribed.
this room that Rainbow's on is actually like pretty annoying. The first part is pretty free, but this the Reaper spawns in a random spot, and you just have to kind of figure out where it is and then set this up. One of the big things is you'd really love to use Limit here to kill a little bit quicker, but we really need the Limit for the Dragon coming up, so we can only use just a little bit of it to get the damage buff, and then we need to make sure that we earn it back, or else we're going to have a really rough Dragon fight with no Limit up at the start, which I guess is what we're going for. Oof. They're all in. Yeah, because the problem is sometimes if you kill too soon, you won't get a full Limit bar back, which means you can't activate it. This will make the Dragon fight a little bit harder, but it may be part of Rainbow's route, honestly.
Yeah.
Limit.
That Thresh that comes out from the Lich, you can parry it, but it's very weird. And it's one of those moves where if you miss the parry, you kind of get vacuumed into the attack, and then you're gonna have to use Limit Break anyways to get out of it, because you could potentially die.
So we did pick up upgraded charge magic here, so magical charge a little bit quicker. In the long scheme of things, it charges much quicker. It's really only a minute increase, but it's enough to let us get a lot more charged vaults out. That'll save a lot of time.
You feel it.
Yeah. There's also
a lot quicker.
There's in the Ifrit fights we use charge magic quite a bit, and I've often wondered if it's worth picking up the scroll that reduces it by another 0.2 seconds, but never really was good enough to be able to test it outside of just wondering.
I don't think your equipment affects Ifrit. I don't know if it's
That's
for some of those.
That's why I was thinking I need to test it, because I wanted to think that it would, but that would just be too much fun now, wouldn't it?
Yeah. This Akashic Dragon also has an HP gate before it decides to fly up. I'm pretty sure you can. Not quite. Getting close.
Yeah, we're looking to force it to do Dance of the Dragons. Should be it should be after this. It decided to do the fireballs first, and then should be doing Dance. Yep, there it is. It happens like that sometimes. It's super frustrating, but sometimes you just get hit with RNG. I've had it happen a few times. You have to, because the thing is if you see the fireballs and then start firing, you can throw it all away, because this saves a lot of time avoiding an HP gate. And then it also allows you to stagger immediately here when you have all your skills back. A big thing with the dragons here is the game auto-locks onto the heads, which is the correct theoretically, because that's where you deal most of your damage. But when you're not actually hitting it staggered, you're usually better off hitting the body, because then you can guaranteed connect instead of with half your hits, because the head's all over the place.
This expends the second HP gate of the fight, the Dragon Dance. First one's Cauterize. And this move has to finish. I think the Dragon locks right around 10% health. But since this is coming out so early, we don't
Interesting
have to
way to
worry
handle
too much.
this.
Oh, good dodge
Yeah.
on that charge.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Wow.
a lot of people opt to just take a lot of these hits to get free limit out of it. So it's interesting
Yeah.
to see Rainbow opt to actually dodge and continually apply DPS rather than just tanking the hits for free limit. But it seems like it worked out because Dragon pretty much got locked in place. GG. That's one Dorgan down. Well, will be. 2, 3, there you go.
Unfortunate 3 seconds to the stagger.
Good dragon fight though. Those can be
Yeah,
really hard if they get out of hand.
Nice.
Every,
Yeah, well
like,
played, Rainbow.
there's a really awful one in the Imperial, the White Dragon, that will test your sanity by a large margin.
Oh. Yeah,
Yeah.
you'll get that fight is vile. You guys will enjoy it.
Oh yeah, God.
Chat, you'll enjoy the suffering of our runners.
It's like the Akashic Dragon and the White Dragon might be two of the worst fights in this game.
Akashic is like a marked difficulty increase. The White Dragon is just... they were like, the game has been easy up till now. Suffer.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember the White Dragon? First place, I was always scared of dying. Like, usually. in my run.
That's fair. That's an easy
Not
fight to
only-
die to.
Not only dying, but like messing up the staggers in the White Dragon are abysmal because it flies around all over the place, and you're just like, please stagger, dude, I'm suffering.
Shiraishi's just waiting for Sid to go under that hole there. Like, come on, man.
Actually,
We're running a game here.
That does remind me of something, actually. The staggers in this game are a little bit goofy. I don't know if any of the viewers have noticed it yet, but when you stagger an enemy, it'll warp you and the enemy to a specific position in most instances, especially with bosses. And you've got to be careful about that, because if you're throwing out specific attacks, it can cause you to just straight up whiff them. So with staggers, we normally want to initiate the stagger and then start firing stuff off. Because with Rama, we get this lightning orb move that is just the best. But if you just throw that out somewhere, lightning rod, and then the enemy gets staggered, the lightning rod will be on the other side of the room where you were, and you're like, where's my lightning rod? You know what, I'll just replace it. Don't worry about it.
That is nice that move was able to be moved on the fly.
It would be unbearable if it wasn't.
That would be awful if you couldn't do that.
Nice.
Good parry.
The parry at
Angel.
the start of the Cannoneer, second phase. Very tricky.
I think that was a non-limit parry as well.
You gotta work for Cannoneer here.
Yeah, you don't have limit at the start of that phase. You use it.
Oh,
all at the end of
Shiraishi's
phase
also
one,
on Cannoneer. He's caught up.
Or at least Angel did.
Very nice.
It depends on how you burn your limit, honestly. Because you can do very conservative strats with limit. Like you go Phoenix limit, and then you ignition to refill your limit, or you can just be like, it doesn't matter. Depending on the skill of the runner and the attentiveness, because sometimes you can intend to conserve your limit and let it pick over into the first bar, and then at that point you just got to use it.
Yeah.
Because you
Shirashi
lose the
also
whole
got
bar.
the limit break, non-limit break parry to start there.
I am just feeling like a clown in the circus. All these
Then he
parries
popped
they're
his
hitting, and
limit
I'm
break.
like, am I actually speedrunning this, or am I acting like I do it?
I feel the same way. Cannoneer kicks my butt almost every time.
Nothing
all
like
these runners
whiffing
are
and getting
a very
bonked by
high skill
Cannoneer.
level.
Yeah.
It's a bit frustrating, but that's why I love the game, because even though people are like, man, it's not very hard casually, but the moment you put this into speedrun mode, the difficulty spikes, and you actually have to work for your lunch. There's no free lunches here.
Yeah, this is a game like casual. You can just stall out. The dodge has really excessively nice iframes, stuff like that. But finding the fun in this game is what makes the best part, really getting into the combat, really optimize. It feels so good to play. And I mean, I run this game, so obviously I'm going to be biased, but this feels like, a speed run that's relatively low RNG, just like skill, execution all over the place, which is why it's so satisfying to watch and to do.
Yeah,
glad I get to be here.
Absolute
This is
killer
really fun.
soundtrack. Because I'm so glad.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
We're on
yeah.
Rainbow screen right now. Oh, Sokken's soundtrack is just
The-
an absolute banger.
The
Oh,
music
yeah.
hard carries some of these like really long, drawn out icon fights where you're just like, bro, let me play the game, and you're like, all right, at least the music's a bop.
Yeah, and this game uses a lot of leitmotif in their music, so it's, you know, you hear songs come back that are slightly modified, right? It's a beautiful track. You will actually hear this kind of again way later in the run. But Typhon here is the first actual real icon fight, quote unquote. Because you have your normal set. Of course, you don't have any abilities yet. You don't get those until the next icon fight, unfortunately.
Yeah. You get one in the next one, and then one in the one after that.
Yeah.
But you get access to like charge magic, charge slashes, timed inputs. Just basically, Ifrit is an actual character rather than a tutorial. And if you come through here in Final Fantasy or any New Game Plus mode, you get both the Hellfire or Brimstone and Hellfire Laser, whatever it's called, which makes these fights a lot more interesting in New Game Plus. So you actually have like things to do other than just slap it with your hands.
Yeah. To make chat happy, Rainbow did just use magic there.
Yeah, we're actually going to be using it a bit in this later segment. The demon wall, surprisingly enough, is a suggestion and not really a wall. As is Demon Wall's issue.
I think it's called Spitflare, and Hellfire is the finisher of the combo.
Yeah. Got
Spitfire's the one you learned during Bahamut's fight.
Yeah. And you get, I can't even remember the other name. The one you get in Titan.
Brimstone.
Brimstone, yeah.
Brimstone, yep.
See, 50-50, I got half of it right.
And we haven't really talked about the story at all, but obviously this is the path of Clive learning Ifrit's powers as he goes through these fights.
Also, you won't see it much, and this is something the game does not demonstrate at all. There are actually a lot of like hidden combos with Ifrit that you can do that are really cool. And it isn't until the DLC, Leviathan, that you actually need to do it. Because that fight will kill you if you don't actually know how to play Ifrit. At least a
Angel
little bit.
just pick up the coral whisker just to spite me. Okay, I see how it is.
I see that happening.
Nice. Yeah, the coral whisker has got a really nice shape to it. The cool thing with this game is it's very good with cosmetics. Like, there's a couple of cosmetic outfits for every character that look very good. Joshua, I don't really like, but everybody's... The cool thing, though, is with the swords, especially since each of them end up becoming a glorified stat stick for the most part, you can actually, as long as you have a sword, you can change the cosmetics to just display that sword type. So, like, earlier on when Rainbow had the Buster Sword equipped from the DLC, theoretically, Rainbow could just put Buster Sword on as the cosmetic and have it equip the entire run. And it might mess with you a little bit because you're like, you can't visually be like, yes, I'm on the right weapon. But in terms of a nice little quality of life things, it's a very cool thing because there's a variety of really cool looking swords. Here's the Demon Wall. And there's the Demon Wall. It's...
Okay, that's really cool. I haven't done that yet. Dang.
How do I not know you could do this?
I didn't know you could do that either.
How do I not know this?
To be fair, I didn't know you could do it until I started running either, and it's not necessarily hard to do. The big part is you actually can't get close because of that little aura around Typhon, so we have to use charged fireballs to do damage there. Otherwise, you'll get blown back and just kind of get stun locked, and you won't save any time at all.
Yeah, it's not hard, but if you do get hit by one of those walls, then you're pretty much stuck there for the rest of the move.
It knocks you all the way back.
At best, you'll get past like the last two walls, if you're lucky. And then you'd be like
a hot chunk of damage too.
Oh yeah. Luckily, in story, like you have to be really, really zoned out to die.
Yeah.
Because you have enough potions and they do little enough damage. In Final Fantasy mode, you can chew through your potions in a single fight really easy.
Oh yeah. Especially Leviathan getting hit with that jet stream for 95% of your health bar.
Oof.
And Rainbow is not having fun in chat, just picking at every little mistake. It happens. It happens. It is a relay race. You can't race.
Rainbow, you're doing
killing it.
fantastic.
You
What
are
are you talking
doing.
about?
You are doing great.
You're doing so well.
Yes. All the runners are doing great. Honestly.
Yeah, everyone's doing fantastic here.
If your
Three
place on a
hands.
leaderboard is single digits, you're doing fantastic.
Yeah, you're doing
Yeah.
good. Also, I believe Shiraishi and Angel are pretty much tied after Shiraishi kills this one little mob here.
Yeah, they've been very close, if not neck and neck, for a fair chunk of time right now. Honestly,
Yeah, slowly making up time there, yeah.
Might see a reversal of fate here. Yeah, the one thing you do need to keep in mind is we still have 3 days left, and the teams are balanced based on all of the game PBs, not just one. So it may look like Rainbow's ahead here, but there can be a change of fates, and it's going to keep going back and forth and kind of even up in the last few games.
It's true. I mean, we've seen all three teams now hold at least 30-minute plus leads at some point during this relay.
Yeah.
It's actually just this last segment that Shiraishi caught up. I believe they were 40 seconds apart just before this dungeon, and now they're 10 seconds apart.
It must have been that coral sword. That was it.
Yep.
Yeah,
Those 7 seconds were worth it.
I'm out here making sure Angel throws the run.
But yeah, I mean,
we can see how they both tackled this dragon fight here.
Yep.
Angel
that HP gate.
immediately got into the dance. Nice. Getting that fireball is super unfortunate. Sometimes the game just loads it up, and you're like, well, that was cool.
Yep. Shiraishi also got the fireball.
Just one plus a tail whip. Come on. I know your AI is programmed to do the friggin' attack. Get over there. I know.
It'll be a hoot when we get to Behemoth with the AI being supposed to do stuff that it doesn't.
Oh man, yeah.
This game is full of it should, but it won't.
Yeah, that hit from Cauterize, like even on story mode, that was a serious hit straight to red health.
Yeah, I was concerned there for a minute.
Thankfully, the game's very generous with potions, so you can burn them. It's just painful when you have a few fights back to back, you know. Basically, every boss has a big hit that will really hurt you.
Early game, there's usually like one boss that can kind of chew through your HP, and you can restock on potions every time you go for strength tonics, or anytime you're in town. Really, it's like once you get to the Imperial Capital is when things start getting higher in difficulty. Like I mentioned earlier, Shiraishi is tanking damage here on purpose to build limit. So as much as it looks like it's a dodge fail, this is actually intended to get that extra damage.
It appears Angel performed some black magic wizardry and has regained the 30 seconds he lost in the dungeon.
They brought a pet.
Yeah.
You made an agreement to not let the dragon do those fireballs before Cauterize?
It's dragon RNG. Because immediately pushing into that phase is very nice. I think what it is like you have to get enough damage at a certain point so that it can't choose that next action. And it can be a little bit random depending on like if you hit it in the head or the body. Because I believe you get extra damage hitting it in the head, and that is not easy to do.
Yeah,
It's our first view of Lightning Rod over on Rainbow screen here with Ramu's power.
Oh, yeah.
We're on Rama, but we don't have Lightning Rod just yet because we actually can't go into the purchase menu.
Yeah.
But so we have Rama's Pile Drive, which we're going to get rid of very quickly.
Yep.
And the Thunder attack. It's
Thunderstorm, which is one of the best attacks in the game.
Yes.
I expect to see that a lot.
Thunderstorm, actually, Judgment Bolt is really strong as well, but too expensive.
Too expensive, yeah.
I buy it for Ultima Fight just because of the cutscenes. I'm like, nope, we're doing this. Probably a big time loss, but I don't care because big lightning bolt go burr.
And Ramba's iconic feat is not very good either. So,
it has been buffed, but it takes so long to put the static charges on, even with the buff, that it's like the only time you see it is when somebody accidentally uses it.
And even if you wanted to use it, it's so much more on the mental stat because you've got to charge it all the way, pop it out, and then you have to wait and manually time an explosion later to get maximum damage.
You pretty much only use it in the iconic trial, and that's it.
Yeah. And there's plenty of like stuff on the mental stack here between parries and your dodges and all of the combo sequencing you got to do that, you know,
Yeah, you would
even
think
if it
when
could
you-
be useful.
You would think when you have like 2 buttons, or like 3 buttons, I guess if you put it, attack, shoot magic, dodge, and then there's a lot more to that than is actually like surface apparent. So we're gonna ride the elevator here on Rainbow's side. Normally we would just reload the map, but you actually can't here. Funny thing, that Badge of Might Plus that I was talking about, you actually get that from the oarsman in a side quest called Cock and Ball.
Yeah,
And-
there's a few of those.
Every single time you are near the oarsman, the side quest is locked. Anytime that you would naturally be right next to him. That is why we do not get the side quest, because you have to ride the elevator down to get it, and you have to ride the elevator down to turn it in. It is the most frustrating thing about this game. It's like the side quest itself is right next to a spawn-in point. It's just a little bit of walking out of the way, kill a couple of nothing enemies, and then go get it. If we could just pick it up, do the quest at our leisure, and then turn it back in, we could get that little bit of a damage buff, which really isn't much, but it would cost like a minute, maybe 2, instead of like 3 to 4, because we have to ride the elevator down and ride it down a second time.
When you teleport back to the hideout, you don't actually start at the bottom. That's only for a few story sequences.
It's like the first time, and that's it.
It's like that.
I think there's one other time, but you
Yeah.
can just warp back to it, and it puts you on the upper floor.
That's a fun thing too.
There's a lot of weird things with this game, but you have to go down there a few different times, but they're like, no, you can't pick up the side quest. And I'm like, why? Literally, why?
So I think we just witnessed the second accessory that we go out of our way to get. Rainbow purchased the Wages of Warcraft.
Yep. It used to be that we just focused on Badge of Might, and then we would use accessories that would increase the damage of special attacks. There's 2 types of accessories for pretty much every special move in the game. One that increases the damage and one that reduces the cooldown. A few of them have unique ones, like Lightning Rod secondary accessory increases the amount of time it can be up before. But the thing is, with Lightning Rod, it can only take a certain number of hits. So the uptime actually doesn't increase its effectiveness. And there's a few others where it has like weird corner cases like that. Rainbow picking up some new outfits here. Maybe not.
Also, Angel just hit a really cool Ifrit combo. The grounded combo into a burst, up flip kick, and Ifrit combat can be really fun.
It is.
When you are really using everything. I wish the game did a bit more to make you do that.
Yeah, the Ifrit combat's actually really nice. The problem is that a lot of these segments are kind of scripted for and intended for you to fight in a specific way that puts you in a position where like you can't always interact with the combat in that way.
We need to find the others.
Yeah, I love that flip up, flip down. That's even if it's not optimal, I love doing it because it looks so cool. It's so fun to do.
It looks good. It feels good, but unfortunately, sometimes you just can't do it, or it's slower.
Yeah, because it does build up a lot of extra stagger damage compared to normal combos and even like the backdraft burst at the end.
Yeah, that's one thing I need to get better about is learning the optimal Ifrit fight. Because I'm just like, all right, get backdrafted, idiot. And it's like, you're the idiot because you're building stagger dum dum.
Yeah, and I mentioned this to you guys earlier, but the sequencing the Ifrit fights is also a really weird thing because like they'll have to deal with staggers in story mode. But I did find out in Final Fantasy mode, you can stagger skip Titan, but it's literally like perfect to the hit. And if anything is stray or misses slightly, you lose 40 seconds right there.
I believe it. Strife had taken a little bit of time to mess with Final Fantasy mode back when this released. And I saw some interesting fights like that where like he skipped staggering on the Iron Giant, I think, and a few other fights, and you're just like, oh, that's possible. And it's the same thing with story, but the problem is the stagger is so short. It's just as narrow. Like you can do enough damage, but if you miss and do one wrong attack that does too much will damage, you're getting the stagger. Just deal with it.
Yeah, in fact, the record holder for this game, Yitamoda, that once said, I forget if it was routing or execution, but he said that story is actually harder than action due to how crazy the HP gates are in story and having to avoid them.
I'd believe it. Yita is very good with the parries too.
Yeah. Yeah, taking the staggers in action mode is a lot more worth it because the extra 25% health, you know, you're doing the same damage. You're taking a little bit more. And
and the other thing is you get the boss to hold still too, so you get your cooldowns. You get it's just a little bit more like balanced rather than putting you in a position where you can't progress the fight. It puts you in a position where you can just keep going. Everybody got Demon Wall skip. That's nice. Sometimes you miss Demon Wall skip and it just feels bad, man. Just feels bad.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
There are a lot of like skips.
I've never tried it. Didn't know.
Honestly, like the first couple of times, you'll probably mess it up. It's really neat.
You just got to go fast.
The trick is making sure that when you go through that second gate, that you're outside of the range of that little like pain area that he's spawning in while doing Demon Wall.
Wow, those cutscenes are so close together.
They really are.
Yeah.
And you know,
Shiraishi must have made up a few more seconons.
Yeah, I think they're trading back and forth the little bit of time saves here, a little bit of time lost there. There is some amount of like randomness to the way the bosses progress. The Ifrit fight should be pretty straightforward.
Let's see how Rainbow handles this Ahriman fight.
Oh yeah, the Mark, very dangerous enemy. What are we gonna do?
We run.
We're gonna walk away. He's gonna walk away.
You know,
brilliant execution there.
So there's been a couple of times I've come over here and that fight didn't trigger, and I was like, cool, I figured out how to skip Ahriman, only to realize I forgot to grab the ashes and...
Oh, no.
Yeah. So you have to pick up... Once you finish those enemies, you have to head over to the side building and pick up the ashes of the slaves that have overused their ability to cast magic and turn to powder.
The powers, yep.
And that is actually what triggers the progression here and triggers Ahriman to spawn there as kind of a tutorial on how the dangerous marks work. I don't really like the way it's implemented because in this game there's dangerous marks like 12, but 12 tells you where they are. Yeah. And here it's just kind of like, it's there in the world, somewhere in the desert. Shrub.
A couple of them were annoying to find.
Yeah, I give you some slight context clues, but that's about it. We're about to start our Get Chocobo side quest here on Rainbow Screen.
This is the only side quest we will actually do because it saves time over the course of the run. It's.
Sorry, go ahead. I was gonna say I have been practicing my explanation of ambrosia movement for when it comes up. It's a whole thing.
Choco drift.
I'm glad because So the thing is like initially with ambrosia, we thought it was like broke even or saved a little bit of time. And as routing this went on, we figured out more and more of Ambrosia's movement tech, and it's to the point where Ambrosia saves a significant amount of time over not getting Ambrosia. But it does really require. Go ahead.
It was a big debate at first.
Yeah.
Initially, it was like, does the 2 minutes to get Ambrosia really save you?
Yeah. Does 2 minutes worth? Yes, actually.
I didn't get Ambrosia in my first run, and it felt fine, and then I got to Ash, and I was like, this is the biggest mistake I've made in my life.
I could maybe see an argument in Final Fantasy because you have access to more icons, so you have a little bit more movement options. Especially, like, you could go through the DLCs to get... Because some of the DLCs actually have a accessory that, like, makes Phoenix Shift go further. The only downside is you don't have, like, a setup... Because you have a setup for your iconic feats and stuff, but you don't have, like, a switch for your equipment. Because why would you?
That's a big disappointment.
Yeah, having to manually change the accessories is kind of frustrating because there's some like tech accessories that would make other things easier, and then you could also like use, oh well, this setup I'm going to use lightning rod, so I need the damage bonus and ignition, but other ones you'd be like, all right, we're going to all in on judgment bolt, so I want the damage bonus for that because that's going to make this fight easier, but unfortunately it just doesn't exist.
Yeah. When you guys get Ben Star, tell him to make Square add accessories to loadouts because it would be so much more expressive.
Bro, there is so many things. If I could ask them to implement things, there are a lot of things I would be like, hey, I understand where you're going with this, but if you could tweak this, it would make the longevity of this game so much better, because when we're talking about it in a marathon, we don't have to go, this game is great, but this game is great, but this game is great, but it's really
Rainbow,
hard to like,
great.
I love this game, and then you have to say something negative about it.
Yeah.
And then people are going to be like, I mean, you love it enough to speedrun it, but you say nothing but negative things. It's like, unfortunately, that's the reality of things. Nothing is perfect.
I don't think I've ever met a speedrunner that doesn't scream at the game.
Dude, we do nothing but complain. It's never good enough. It's never good
calling
enough.
a game trash is actually a great compliment.
I love this game so much, I'm going to keep trashing on it.
Spending like a set 7-hour block of speedrunning a game is the highest compliment you can pay to a game, honestly.
Right?
Yeah.
With one built-in break, unfortunately. 30 minutes.
Yeah, this game is a bit top-heavy when it comes to breaks. It's a bit... Like, the best you're going to get is a water break where you can take a drink of water or pour water into your bottle of ice.
Until like close to endgame where you hit the Barbados.
Like, like the 7-minute unskippable cutscene.
God, that's so miserable.
You get the boat, you get the boat, you get Barnabas, you get Barnabas, you get Barnabas. Game's over.
There's some crazy movement tech down this cliff that Rainbow's working through right now.
Oh yeah, this is some really slick movement, but man, is it hard to implement.
And that must be faster than the Chocobo?
Yeah, the Chocobo is not worth summoning.
Takes a while
here.
to mount.
Yeah, you'd get kicked off right here, but about to spawn it just after this area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a couple of areas where it was timed, and it's like the Chocobo movement is faster, but either enemies are in the way or it just takes too long for Ambrosia to arrive. And
this movement segment coming up is the hardest movement segment in the entire game, and it's crazy because it's the first time you use the Chocobo.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Like, this is some of the hardest movement in the game, and this is, as like a runner, this is probably the place where you get your first taste of Ambrosia movement.
Yeah.
And it will leave a bad taste in your mouth because it is so hard.
And directly
like this, snaking through here is rough. Go ahead.
So to do this movement, Ambrosia can sprint, and Ambrosia can you have a brake button. And if you've ever played Mario Kart, you know that if you are going and turning and braking, you drift. So by doing all of that, Ambrosia gets a little bit of a speed boost for just a few seconds. But it turns out that if you attack while that's happening, Ambrosia gets a few properties that probably aren't intended. Number one, you saw right there, doesn't lock onto enemies for some reason. It lets you go straight through them. If you weren't in this state, Ambrosia would have turned and hit that enemy. You also, so long as you're chaining your attacks well, which is hard, there's a strange rhythm to it. You can't just purely mash. Basically, you only lose like a few frames of that timer between each of those, which is why you can do it for so long. But yeah, and especially another bonus is when you are in combat, you can continue doing that, and you actually lunge further with Ambrosia too. So yeah, very important, very weird.
I call it like they're regular kicks, and then I call it speed kicks when you're in combat, because it's so much faster and just you fly forward.
Yeah.
But the hard part is if like enemies are in the wrong position, you'll turn around and kick the opposite way. So it's super like context sensitive, but it saves so much time if you do it right, and it feels so good when it's done right.
Yeah.
You feel like you're saving days.
Yeah, the turning on her Ambrosia when she's sprinting like that is not very. It kind of feels like you can only go in like the ordinal and cardinal directions and not really do finer movements, which is why snaking through that area is so hard.
Yeah.
I have one time done it perfectly, and that's it.
There's a segment like that in Rebirth too, where you get the green chocobos and you're leaving the Gaga, and the area is just as narrow and winding, and we all hate it too.
I got the platinum in that game with the piano, and I set it down when I put it back. I love the game.
I went to go do the crunches, and then I gave up on platinum. I platinumed this game though.
Oh yeah,
If
this is a nice.
If somebody
platinum.
wants to do the crunches for me, I'll platinum it. I swear I will.
When I saw the piano trophy, I was like, I have to save that for last, because if I try to do it now, I'm going to give up. I need to be one trophy from platinum before I go for this piano stuff.
Piano playing in that game is miserable.
Oh god, it's
one of my
so
friends
wonky.
He loves it so much, like up, down, left, right. He's like, this is so good, and I'm like, I hate you.
Have they ever
You're
played
what's
a
wrong
game?
with this world. You did this.
Rainbow's using this enemy to lunge farther and therefore
Get those,
go faster.
speed kicks, yeah.
They actually slowed down a little bit just to make sure that they lined up the enemy how they wanted them.
Yeah, grabbing that spider is a really nice little time save that's not readily apparent, because otherwise you just have to walk it out. But kicking the spider across the field is super good.
It's also just really satisfying, the sound effects you feel of kicking something with a chocobo.
Yeah. It's perfect that the spider's tether distance is far enough to hit that cutscene trigger too.
The fact that it doesn't like despawn or kick you out of combat is super nice.
Yeah. Yeah, eventually an enemy will just, like, their health bar will turn gray and they become invincible, and they'll just, like, walk away from you really slowly.
Nope. Nope. You're cheating. I'm gone. This fight here with Rainbow is actually a little bit goofy. It seems pretty straightforward, but if you're not super tight with it, you can miss one or two of the enemies. Kind of like that, if you take too tight of a line. This is luckily you have enough like moves on cooldown that like you can pretty much just throw literally everything out, but ideally you want to get it done with a single ignition, which is not as easy as it sounds.
That is contrasting to this next fight. There's a lot of enemies, a lot of different waves, and every use of an ability needs to be very precise to execute the fight as fast as possible.
So one of the things that's really big is like we keep talking about like lightning rod. The cool thing with lightning rod is it does a lot of damage. If the enemy hits it, it does even more. The trick to it is it either has to have a minute to cool down and you get the move back, or if you don't make it disappear and then a cutscene triggers, it will refund lightning rod. So in this next fight, we're going to lay down lightning rod, use it to kill some of the enemies, but not cause it to disappear, and then try and trigger the cutscene that, by killing all the enemies, will trigger consistently of the Dragoon spawning. And because the lightning rod is still active, which it will be active for 30 seconds, or until we hit the hit count, it'll stay on the board, and then we'll get it back for the next phase. It's not the end of the world if we don't get it back, but it is something we would like to do, and we end up doing that a lot more later, because a minute is a very long cooldown. Like I said earlier, we can save load to reset cooldowns, but it's definitely not optimal to do that, so we only want to do that in very specific circumstances where we absolutely have to have all our stuff back and to make it so we don't lose a lot of time. The reason that this is so frustrating is the lightning rod can be targeted, and once we get rid of the Drake, there's a couple of bees that are flying around the edge of the arena, or Drakes or something, so we need to kill the worm here and then kill those, while making sure we don't accidentally do enough damage to lightning rod to cancel So it looks like we got 2 left. Unfortunately, lightning rod seems to have dissipated, so unfortunately we took a little bit too long.
Yeah, Rainbow got trolled. The Rising Flame
Yeah.
just targeted the mob to the left of the Drake.
Yeah.
I don't know why that happened. That looked dumb.
The targeting in that specific fight is kind of goofy, and it feels like sometimes it just does whatever it wants.
It looked like it should have hit the Drake, and then it just didn't.
Yeah. Like we said earlier, that one specifically has a very tight hitbox, so sometimes it just seemingly whiffs when you're like, what? Huh?
It's
So
also
ideally-
nothing worse than when you target something and the lightning rod eats your target and use a move on, you're like, not what I wanted.
Yeah.
So
Stop
lightning rod is really good at like adding some additional damage in here and forcing out the stagger, and it really helps with DPS during downs as well.
Did that
Lightning rod.
connect with the Dragoon?
I think so, yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, my bad.
The lightning sphere is relatively good in terms of like how far it reaches. So a lot of the moves, when you upgrade them, it'll like increase the damage or increase the number of hits. Lightning rod's a really goofy one where it like increases the range of the explosion. So leveling it up is kind of a moot point because we more or less just drop the lightning rod on whatever we're trying to hit. We level it up way later just because we want to be able to master it. So every move has 3 different levels. Some of them we get for free, obviously, like the Rising Phoenix or the Cyclone. They come with the Phoenix icon. Leveling up to the next level will either increase the damage, increase the number of hits, or like I said, for Lightning Rod, it's a unique case where it increases the range of the lightning explosion and really nothing else. If you get it to level 3 and it's mastered, you can actually put that move on any icon. So say we want to keep Garuda's grabbing ability, but we want to also get rid of Garuda's bad moves. So we say master Thunderstorm and we master Rising Phoenix, and we can just equip those on Garuda. That's extremely expensive AP-wise because I think it's like 1,000 per ability, which is part of where part of the Wages of Warcraft kit comes in, allowing us to have access to different iconic feats while avoiding the downside of some of those iconic feats of having just weaker moves or moves that are specifically for staggering versus staggering and damaging, which is why Lightning Rod is so good because it kind of does both.
The DPS from Lightning Rod is absolutely insane. Honestly, I think I would say it's the second most impactful ability in the run, the first being Ignition.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, you get it very early, and it does so much
Especially-
DPS.
Especially because they synergize well, too.
Oh, yeah.
Throwing down a lightning rod into ignition, as long as you don't slide off the boss or enemy, you both are just hammering them with ignition as well as triggering lightning rod. And in some cases too, lightning rod does a marked increase of damage if the enemy hits it. So there are some situations where we bait the enemy into lightning rod to get a huge will damage and attack bonus.
That's very important, especially in some of the later fights, especially the boss fights, where bosses will pretty much delete their own phases by hitting the lightning rods during certain moves.
Anything that has a Kamehameha beam gets wrecked by lightning rod.
Barnabas in Ultima Phase 2 absolutely ruins themselves on the lightning rod if it's placed correctly.
Yeah, it's almost double damage if the enemy hits it. It is sizable.
Yeah,
It's the
that's part
fastest
of the
HP drain you'll ever see is one of those moves
Oh,
hitting
yeah.
the Lightning Rod.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah,
Liches,
that's-
when they throw out their little ball
orb
of energy on the
explosion.
floor, yeah.
Yeah.
Getting-
There's a lot of really, like, anything that hits multiple times can just turn it into an absolute nuke.
Yeah, I'm hoping they'll use it on Iron Flash in Phase 2 of Barnabas, because that is one of the most satisfying beatdowns in the game.
Yeah. If you can place that and then get out of the way at the same time,
yeah.
it's a tight window, but when it works, oh, it's so beautiful.
Ideally, you drop a lightning rod, you get a level 1 or a level 2 Giga Flare or Mega Flare, and then you get behind him and the lightning rod will just shred his stagger bar to the point where it pushes him out of Iron Flash, and then Mega Flare helps deal with the rest on top of the Giga, if I remember correctly. Though the runners
Yeah.
may have a slightly different route. It's more or less
Angel
what you
not
do.
going for many kicks during this hard move. Is that normal? I think he's playing it a bit safe.
You can get stuck really easily and lose a ton
Yeah.
of time, so I'm not too surprised.
Yeah.
The big
Could-
thing is, like, if you kick too much, you can get turned around, and then you just basically throw away all the time you save.
And
So-
there, the
Oh,
Shiraishi
Shiraishi
just
getting
got
stuck a little bit.
nicked,
Got
like
stuck,
on the
yeah.
corner and ate the whole thing. Very unfortunate.
These-
Very
these
easy in
walls
this area,
are-
though.
We also want to make sure that we don't get hit while we're on the bird, too, because we'll get knocked off and then forced into combat. And that's even slower than messing up a kick. So, Ambrosia movement is a kind of risk-reward proposition in some of these areas, specifically this first one, because there's just so many, like, walls that are
Yeah, that's definitely one of the
unreasonably large.
tightest areas for that movement. I can't think of another one that's as bad as
Yeah.
that one.
It's
Stinky
like
Marble.
it's the first one, but it's also like the last one. You need to come back and optimize it. You'll get better later. You can
Yeah,
do
there-
some really cute stuff here with dropping the lightning rod into the Marlboro breath. You can get like 3/4 of the stagger bar, but it's super inconsistent. So a lot of runners don't go for it in RTA. But I just figured I'd point it out because lightning rod can absolutely melt this boss if things go properly.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see the DPS jump they got just from getting that. Crazy amounts of damage on the lightning rod.
Yeah,
It synergizes with every ability that has multiple hits very well.
If you get the lightning rod set up there, you can get the stagger early, which speeds this fight up quite a bit. If I remember correctly, it depends on your strat, but ideally you want to just let that ride and not push a stagger here so that he starts doing the rundown, and then but it depends on how much DPS you can get out. So Marble is a bit of a very fluid fight that everybody kind of takes differently. It can be very obnoxious. And it's very hard to hit the Marble rush phase quickly
Yeah.
and consistently. This is about the point where like a lot of these fights probably have like a quote unquote optimal way and the best way, but just because it's the best, if it's not consistent, it's not worth it. It's
Right,
the,
and unlike the first Smorble, we can't skip the Wild Rage on this one. It's required.
That's the other thing. Is like in that fight we didn't have a DLC sword, but it was intended to be a tutorial, so some very solid play could push you past the Wild Rage. But here we're just very pressed for DPS.
So one thing about the kicking the enemies here on this movement, you're about to see Shiraishi do it. A big it makes them go faster, but also if an enemy is near them and not where they want to go, then Ambrosia will kick just the wrong direction. Even if you're facing the right direction, you will target the nearby enemy. So that's why it's important to line the enemy up like this.
Yeah,
So that we kick in the
this
right
kick
direction.
right here is a very, very important. Otherwise, you're walking with the Chocobo, and then at that point, you're really like not doing much of anything.
Shiraishi took the enemy all the way to the exit. That was clean.
Yeah, getting that lined up is not as easy as it looks. You have to get some practice with it.
It does fall out really easily if you're not like straight on.
I can usually only get it about halfway to the cutscene, I guess is the easiest way to put it. Clean fight from Angel? Yeah, pretty good. What, something had 1 HP. That's unfortunate.
But they can sometimes fall out of ignition. It's very bizarre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ignition, like I said, Ignition's kind of like a truck with a snowplow on it. And like sometimes they just roll off the edge because you're taking too tight of a corner. It's usually pretty consistent, but once you get to the point where you're catching so many enemies, it's very easy to lose track of one of them and not even notice, or have them kind of get pushed off by like hitting a bit of the environment or whatever.
Yeah, Yida bringing up a good point in chat. The Ash movement section is pretty awful too, just because of all the like random clutter on the ground you can get stuck on. And then it's really hard to reactivate, the drift while you're fighting enemies, because if you do it too early, you're just going to flip right back around. Of course, you're going to get hit off as well.
I don't know if Rainbow's going to do it here, but this is going to be the first case of just absolutely going guns blazing on the slime here, and then I save load to get all my cooldowns back. I'm not sure if that's Rainbow's.
I
route, but
believe
think-
every runner does this because we burn all our
Yeah.
cooldowns on this slime and then reload because the flame lizard is immediately after this fight.
Yeah.
So
And
reloading takes like how long?
I think like 10 seconds,
Yeah.
5, 10, something like that. And
But yeah, it is absolutely worth it to refresh all the cooldowns.
And the thing is we don't even have to save load because if you complete a fight, there's an auto save. So a lot of these places where you save load, you're just loading.
Yeah.
But there is also the mithril wrist here. If you like are really worried about your defense, it pretty much will last you all the way to the end of the game, and it's right there. You don't have to buy it and upgrade it or any of that nonsense. But honestly, like in story, you really don't need to worry about defense. There's only a few bosses that you have any risk of dying. Pretty much any Odin fight has the risk of killing you. Or Behemoth if things go awful. Yeah, Barnabas.
Yeah, Barnabas can kill you with quite a few moves. Ultima as well, particularly like the first fight with Event Horizon and Deliverance.
Event Horizon just Thanoses you if you fall into it. Even in story, it Thanoses you. It's so annoying. I'm like, oh, I knew that was there. Why did I do that?
Even in Final Fantasy mode at max level, it is just shy of a one-shot on Clive. And that's only if you only get hit by the explosion, because it also does tick damage if you're too close to it.
Yeah, there are moves in this game that just are like, you're not allowed to play the game anymore. Fire lizard here, we really don't have enough damage to just like instantly kill it, and there's a lot of like phases that trigger automatically. So a lot of this is just trying to like force out as much damage as possible. There's a good example of the like enemy getting moved during stagger, because you'll notice the lightning rod is behind the flame lizard for some reason, and it's because it warps you and the enemy to a specific position. You see it a lot more with lightning rod, but once again, like casually, you got to be careful. You can't just like throw out your Giga Flare, because sometimes you'll just whiff with it because of that.
Yeah, any new game plus run of this game, throwing out a proselytize and getting teleported is the worst feeling in the world, because that's one of the most powerful attacks in the game, and it's on an obscenely short cooldown, and then you just lose the whole thing.
That actually, maybe I am a bit more interested in FF mode now that I think about it. I totally forgot Ultima was added to the menu.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Proselytize is insane.
Yeah. Ultima's skills are like across the board. You get them at the very, very end by clearing both the DLCs. You get like an additional like challenge dungeon, and then you get Ultima's skill set, and it's just bonkers. All of them are really good. Proselytize is better than the other ones, but
yeah,
except
Voice of God. We don't talk about Voice of God.
Yeah,
Rainbow carefully grouping up enemies here. Gonna use her cooldowns very smartly.
This is actually one of the places where Wages of Warcraft kind of kicks in, and that may not make sense in like a vacuum. But the thing is, you normally have to buy Flames of Rebirth here and then refund it for later rooms. But with Wages of Warcraft, you should be able to just keep Flames of Rebirth as long as your AP building has been correct. So that this way we can just leave Flames of Rebirth as an option for any rooms with a bunch of enemies. So we just fire it off, clear that entire room, and then it lets us sit right next to the door instead of have to cow catch and drag all the enemies towards the door and just take forever in that room.
There's a nice parry set up on this fight. Right as the Axeman is swinging his axe, you activate Limit Break and then start attacking, and it's 100% consistent as long as you time the Limit Break right as he's about to swing.
Getting axe parries feel so good, because normally when you get hit by the axe, you just get slapped down and told to sit down. But when you get those parries, you're just like, oh, that's right. Get wrecked, idiot.
And later when they learn execution as well, you get punished hard, because you can't stagger them out of execution. There goes 20 seconds. And you might die. That move hits really hard.
It does hit really hard.
So we're starting to get to the point now where we have to be very mindful of our cooldowns. A lot of the fights have basically been like, you pretty much have to use X or Y. To this point, now we really have more of a fluid cooldown management. So you have to be mindful to not just kind of like throw out Cyclone where you don't need it. and you have to weigh risk and reward when, like, okay, the group of enemies is not dead the way I want them to. Is it worth using Cyclone here right now? Or am I going to need it more in the next fight and I should just kill him with a sword or whatever? So a lot of this point, from this point forward, we have to be very mindful with just throwing things out and making sure that we actually need them. And if we do throw the wrong thing out, we adjust in a manner where we're not just throwing out more skills to cover up our mistake, because it's going to leave us basically without any means of good DPS for later fights. This right here, we're going to hit another load to reset our cooldowns. It makes Liquid Flame like reasonable.
Yeah.
Here's the hardest parry in the game.
Free parry.
We really, you know, important. We need quiet time for this parry. Got to really focus on this.
I love that Rainbow finished that fight.
Oh, wow.
There we go.
Oh, so hard. Oh, no.
Nailed it. Nailed it in one. Let's go.
Honestly,
The rest of this fight is hard, though.
It's a bit weird because you can move out of Lightning Rod like that, so it puts you in a really weird position. And that is one of the more annoying parts of Lightning Rod. Your auto-targeting can get changed to it.
Targeting will take it, yeah.
Yeah, so Lightning Rod targeting is like, it makes sense from a certain perspective, but man, that is pretty cursed in some instances, and you're just like, I hate everything. So we do want to manage our limit break in a very particular way here. The next phase, we can parry with a charged Burning Blade, or what I do is I'm bad, so I use a limit to make sure to force it out. But we also want to make sure we have enough limit for the final phase. Fortunately, leading into the final phase, he just does like a really long, more or less cutscene move, so we can kind of tank some of those hits to get a majority of limit. As long as we have a little bit to start with, we can go into the limit, because we will need that to just face tank some of the attacks to hopefully kill instead of letting him do another cutscene move.
Angel hitting that really early stagger on Morble there. Very, very clean.
Yeah, so the Lightning Rod thing I mentioned is really toxic, because it's pretty inconsistent. Sometimes it just doesn't work, and we're not really sure why. We just know it just doesn't want to work sometimes. So it is a bit of a dice roll.
You can get I'm not going to call it easy, but a relatively consistent parry at the start of Liquid Flame Phase 2. But it uses one of two random attacks, and they have very different timings. So you really need to be on your game for it. And if you miss it, I mean, you could have just.
I think Rainbow intended to have Limit Break at the start of Phase 2, but unfortunately canceled out of Limit just a little too late in Phase 1 and lost the first bar.
Yeah, I play it very, very conservative, because getting enough damage to push into Phase 2 and hit the HP lock really isn't that difficult. So, like, as soon as I get him into stagger, limit goes off, skills go out. Luckily, having the full limit here should be fine. This is one of those multi-hit moves that Lightning Rod is absolutely going to completely capitalize on. Let's see here. Do we get... Oh, the backup here is super annoying. Ah, it's unfortunate.
Oh, oof.
Yeah, when he backs up, like, you need to kill him before he gets pushed back, and if you use the wrong moves, it's a problem. Unfortunately, no matter what, even if Liquid Flame was at 0 here, it wouldn't die until this point right here. This fight's pretty rough, honestly. Good recovery, good recovery. Honestly, Liquid Flame is one of those fights that is kind of a catastrophic failure type moment where no matter if you miss one input, it's just like, all right, well, I'm in recovery mode. There's no way to make this whole again. There's no way to make this perfect.
Yeah, you'll just have to wait for your cooldowns, because it'll take quite a while to, aerial combo it to death.
Unfortunately, that is the feast or famine. If you have the moves and you miss with them or misfire them, you just got to kind of suck it up and move forward.
And then that shows off your expertise of how well are you able to improv from that point, and that was very nice recovery by Rainbow.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, not just firing off more skills to like fix your mistake is the correct way. You need to think about it logically and use them in a measured response. Just hit button to do damage doesn't work in this game. It completely throws everything further out of whack.
That was an interesting parry. On Angel's part.
On the miss.
Yeah, the flan is a really weird fight where like lightning rod can be used to do most of it. You can get some interesting parries with limit break there. So it depends on your routing choices for this fight. But basically, you just skill dump. Flan. It just depends.
Oh, Angel actually not reloading.
Hey,
interesting.
Maybe it might have been a mistake.
Early parry, perhaps. To get
we
those...
could.
Is it business or
Well, everything's off cooldown. It might have been intentional.
Oh.
I guess
really
if you
good
route that
sequencing.
fight in a particular
Except
way, yeah.
Except for Rod White. Oh, there it is.
I mean,
Really quick
like I was saying,
stagger,
you could route it for this. The big one is like getting your lightning rod back, because it takes 60 seconds. So as long as you land it immediately, it should be turned back on by the time you get done with the liquid or the flan.
Yeah, and Shiraishi took the reload. Nice parry.
Yeah, because the thing is, you'd have to be a little bit less aggressive with the flan, I would guess, to get all your cooldowns in a optimal order. Because the thing is like some of them take 20 seconds, some of them take 30. So if you use those ones, they're going to always be back by the end of that fight. It's usually the big ones like Thunderstorm, which I think is like 45 or 40. And Lightning Rod is that hard 60. So like you got to throw that in first. And it just does too much on the flan to not use, honestly. Because the
It
flan
must
will
have
do
been the opening parry. You use
I
that
would imagine,
opening
yeah.
parry, immediately go into your longest cooldown, you get triple cooldown reduction.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Big tech right there.
Hard skill check. Luckily,
Oh, yeah.
the reload is not that bad.
This might be a
This
recent
game loads
innovation
pretty
by
quick.
Angel.
I wouldn't be surprised. Some of the runners of this game are extremely resourceful with.
And
the
he
way
did
that they
hold back
manage
a little bit
cooldowns.
on the flan though to make sure he had his abilities ready, but I don't think he spent like a full 10. I think he saved time by skipping the reload and how he played it.
Oh yeah. If you
Did
do
anyone
it
see
right,
if
it should
Shiraishi
save time.
reloaded?
They
Yeah,
did.
Shiraishi did.
Yeah.
Okay, because they also did that opening parry, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah, big props. That opening parry on the down slam, very challenging. That's
feel like
clean.
this- Okay, I think the Flames of Rebirth might have been a bit early. I think it. Okay, it looks like Torgal took out or Jill took out the other one at the door. No,
Yeah.
that's a problem. There's one still alive that didn't get hit fully by Flames of Rebirth because it was still spawning in from the door. Unfortunate.
Yeah,
You just
that's
saying
one of
that-
those. Go ahead.
You just saying that Angel got Lightning Rod off cooldown going into Flame Lizard's Flame Lizard's cutscene while the Lightning Rod was still up.
Oh,
yeah.
big tech.
He
We were
delayed
just
the use of
yapping
Lightning
about that
Rod.
earlier. That is
Scene tech,
slick.
let's go.
I didn't even consider like triggering a cutscene for a
I didn't know
different
that would
fight.
happen.
To be fair, you guys taught me that happened. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, no. So ideally, we did that in the Black Sun fight with the Dragoon, but I didn't even consider going from the Flan fight to the Lizards fight and using that cutscene to trigger the same thing. I figured it'd have to be part of the same fight. That's super slick.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I got quiet for a bit because I had to open up my notes and be like, "Yo, dude, this is
Let me write this
clever."
down.
Let me write this down.
Write that down. Write that down. That's cool. That's cool.
I'm learning so much from these runs tonight.
Same thing happened with Rebirth. I learned quite a bit of stuff from like just routing optimization to like some changes in how I should handle combat. That's the one nice thing about commentating. Honestly, you get 3 example runs to look at.
Yeah.
Not only that, I mean, it's nice that you can elevate the run and explain it to a lot more of the audience so that they can also appreciate how complicated some of this stuff is.
Yeah.
But you also get a lot of learning opportunity too, and exposure to other people's thought process.
Man, this
Clean
is it
parry
keeps
on the
going up and down. Angel and Shiraishi were actually only 10 seconds apart at the Akashic Marble, but now you can see Angel is taking the lead farther again. Like they keep coming right next to each other, and then Angel takes a 40-second lead or so.
We were saying it earlier that certain runners were stronger in specific portions, and this kind of shows it that Some dungeons, Angel's a little bit better. Some dungeons, Shiraishi's a little bit better.
Yeah, and things go differently from run to run, of course, too.
Yeah, the routing options obviously will impact that.
Rainbow in this big combat arena has to kill just enough enemies to spawn this next wave and wait to trigger Flames of Rebirth. The enemies are so far apart that that's better, even though that's effectively a dead skill slot for the boss fight coming up. And even then, Flames of Rebirth has a lot of range, but that enemy just didn't get fully caught.
Yeah, Flames of Rebirth just like simplifies that fight by such a significant margin that it's worth taking a empty slot there. Honestly, like, we leave it equipped for the next fight as well. And if you're really like trying to optimize your menus, you even leave it on for the fight after with, forgetting his name, Kupka, yeah. You can just put the Phoenix Wing back on if you're bad like I am, but you end up wanting Flames of Rebirth after that too, so you have to take it off and put it back on. But this is why Wages of Warcraft is so nice. For certain routes, you can just buy Flames of Rebirth, leave it on. I saw Angel like unpointed into it, which is what I do, because I need a little bit extra because I want to upgrade some of my physical attacks to get extra damage so that I have a little bit more leeway. But ideally, Wages of Warcraft facilitates you having a lot stronger of a skill set so that you can actually hit a lot harder and have a lot more leeway, or even push the fight a little bit faster. Angel
Really
over here
quickly,
is tanking these hits on purpose for the limit, so that we have the limit to ideally just stand through this explosion, and then we don't have to like play defensively. We can just go limit, push through this, and then spam to kill. That extra 10% makes this a lot easier too. Oh, yeah, nice. There we go.
You can see the damage
This
ramping
Corel
up on
fight
Rainbow
really,
here.
really being rough.
Yeah, getting this wild charge. Oh man, that's painful.
So yeah, Rainbow was telling us earlier how he really hates this Corel fight.
The curls are very rough. If you so much as like use Wicked Wheel in the wrong order, your cooldowns are all messed up. This fight's really heavily scripted, where like you want to make sure you do A, B, C, D, and if you swap C and B, it's free for all, 100%.
Yeah, and
like,
that stagger. Sorry.
Even in this fight, like you purposely take a hit to get like a faster Cyclone cooldown, and just missing that is another thing that can throw you off.
Yeah. We also saw that stagger teleport hit Rainbow there, because they were in the middle of a combo, went into Wicked Wheel, stagger teleported, and just completely whiffed, I believe. You get a lot of fun with that later in the game when you try to use Giga Flare and you stagger an enemy and it teleports to a place where you can't reposition yourself. I love that.
I think Angel might have saved a minute in this split so far over Shiraishi.
Yeah, that's a minute and change, I think, yeah. You walk so slow in this game, fast traveling back is actually like a big time save. And especially if you're playing on PC, because you can map all the menu screens to individual buttons, which is huge because the map screen in this game is really slow to load for some reason. And on top of that, the game remembers your last menu position. So it really sucks to like open the map to fast travel sometimes, and then the next time you open the menu, you have to deal with that map animation again.
Or if you're trying to switch over to quick load and it's like, oh, here are the abilities you learn. Like, no,
yeah,
menu, don't do this to me.
Yeah, I wish the map loaded fast. It's bizarrely long how long it takes. Pretty annoying fight here that Rainbow's into with this pre-Kupka fight. It's like 3 reinforcement waves, I believe, plus these 2 assassins at the end as well.
Yeah,
getting
really
them to stay together. Yeah, getting those assassins to stay together, because one of them's going to try and target like Jill or Torgal or Gav here, So it can be really hard to get them together and kill them at the same time. So they've done a good job, dealing with that.
The RNG too, I think, what
Yeah.
they do and how they jump around.
Yeah, they don't have a set pattern. Sometimes they'll
Yeah.
do certain moves in a row, but sometimes they just start bouncing all over the place on you.
You either nuke the ninjas, assassins, or they separate and they poison breath you, and you just like, oh, yay! 'Cause the other thing too is you want to do that same thing with lightning rod and carry it into the cutscene, so that you get it reset. And ideally, they're close enough that they poison breath hit both with a lightning rod. But the problem is that the poison breath will stop when they're halfway, hit the half pressure, and then you're just like, oh, annoying. Nice.
Good parry to start off with, Rainbow.
Yeah, this parry right here has been a white whale for me.
The lightning rod didn't hit with the Flames of Rebirth there.
Rough.
It's a really precise script at the start of the Hugo fight, and that might hurt a lot.
This is why I was saying, like, you can use Flames of Rebirth here, because it does recharge during the nuisance that is the first phase, but because it can result with that, I ended up going with Phoenix Wings, so I just have a faster move. So it's like, well, whip-de-doo, I missed the big hit. The thing with Kupka is it can be a very frustrating fight, because this is one of those situations I was talking about. If you just throw out one of the moves in neutral here, where like neither you or Kupka are hitting each other, it'll block the move and cancel it. And it's just one of the first instances where that is a thing. So we have to make
too bad, actually.
No, yeah. Outside of like
covered.
missing the Flames of Rebirth, we still got the damage from it. We just missed out on a lot of lightning rod damage, which is unfortunate, but not a big deal.
The ignition whiff too, that's the big pain.
Yeah, ignition can be a real pain in single target fights sometimes.
This fight right here is one of the first places where I started thinking to myself, do I really want ignition in boss fights? Because it is very frustrating to try and land ignitions in boss fights.
Yeah.
It was something I started thinking about specifically when I was like messing around with Final Fantasy mode casually and kind of like half considering speedrunning it. I'm like, ignition is good, but God, is this awful in boss fights. If you miss so much, you're just like, yay! Not only did I spin around for 45 seconds, but I'm without a move.
Yeah, and it's important to note that ignition is like, it's going to do more damage than Flames of Rebirth. Especially because they get level 1 Flames of Rebirth, which is actually an intentional decision. After the Kupka fight, I might explain why sometimes you want a skill to be level 1 instead of level 2. I don't want to interrupt the Kupka fight, though, because this is a really good fight. There's a lot of room for interesting parries and approaches. And we get to unlock one of the best icons in the game, at least offensively. I don't really care for Kupka's iconic feat, because it's defensive. You don't really use defense. Counters. Yeah, you don't really use defense in a speedrun.
I think Rainbow will place the lightning rod right where Hugo's going to come up.
Boop, bop, boop, boop, bop. It hits himself there for some nice damage. Yeah, you're not joking with the ignition, because not only that, we have 3 accessory slots. One is the Badge of Might that gives us +7. One is the Wages of Warcraft, which is boosting our AP earnings so we can start buying more skills and just holding on to them rather than having to learn, unlearn things over and over again. And the last one is the Ignition accessory that gives it a 10% damage bonus. So
good use of the lightning rod positioning there, getting a lot of hits in through the lightning rod.
Lightning rod is one of those moves that like positioning and min-maxing the use of it is super important. There's that reflect I was talking about with Kupka, but that was just a normal sword swing, fortunately, not a skill waste.
Yeah, Angel kind of got hecked by that curl too, because it was going really well, and then they landed on an attack and like flinched, and that wild charge came out, but they recovered super fast. So good going there.
Yeah, from messing around with the coral fight, if you get off cooldown organization, it gets kind of rough. Shiraishi throwing out a couple of like charge magics, because the thing with Flames of Rebirth here is it hits everything, but the ones on the very fringe of the map end up getting pushed out of the range of Flames of Rebirth because it's just smaller than the room. So doing a couple of extra damage while everything's spawning in there is probably a pretty good idea. That should be bop.
Big damage on Kupka here. And blocking again. Ooh, and a counter. Ooh.
That is a really interesting way to utilize Lightning Rod. Unfortunately, until we get done with this last little bit, we actually can't kill Kupka. There's certain attacks that have to come out before he's killable. I think we're past that point.
Yeah. That last when he turns into riot
at the end.
It's a little hard to catch when you're like looking at 3 different things and you're like, all right, which one am I supposed to be staring? This one fight here on Angels where you've used Flames of Rebirth, you want to make sure you do it at the right time, because part of that is another one of those, you don't want to use Flames of Rebirth and get too many hits on the Lightning Rod, because then it won't recover for this phase. Lightning Rod management is a big portion of the new game runs.
Really rough start to the Poison Mist fight for Angel.
Wise choice, though, to just throw out Cyclone to avoid falling down, though. A little bit greedy, but it's a lot better than having to lie on your stomach for a little bit, especially since you get the cooldown reduction as well.
Oh, interesting. Angel waits
wow.
to stagger both of the Poison Mist guys next to each other before placing the Lightning Rod to like make sure that the Lightning Rod gets full
ninja
use.
fight.
I
That's
can't
insanely
really...
hard.
That is probably intentional, but I cannot like 100%
Yeah, I thought he was
say
having
that
a bad fight at first. He was just making very sure to stagger them in the same spot and then using the Lightning Rod.
It's so hard to like get them in the same spot. I'm like almost completely convinced that was luck, but I could believe that was what we were waiting for. Their
It
movement
might have
is
still
so
been a rough
annoying.
start to the fight, but
Yeah.
wow, very clean execution.
That's an
So, yeah, we
example
wanted-
of the 2 assassins playing nice with you instead of jumping all over the place.
Yeah, so what I was saying about the Lightning Rod here is showing off on Shiraishi's side. We do a little bit of the damage before we place the Lightning Rod to make sure that we don't overhit it, so that we have it for the Ninja's phase.
Beautiful script coming in here from Angel.
Oh,
wow.
yeah.
Big parry.
Clean Kupka.
Perfect stagger. Yeah, that can't be a better start.
Getting the parries on Kupka is like high key, like one of the hardest parts. Even with limit, it's really not guaranteed. It's super rough to get these counters.
Yeah, he has so many moves you can parry, and I mean he's got a hefty health bar, so it's definitely worth it.
Especially with like the cooldown reduction, so that you can fire off more attacks more aggressively.
Yeah, because if you need to take a stagger anyways, of course you want to parry. You want to parry. You want to get that stagger as fast as possible, while dealing with your cooldowns. But that's what the parry's for.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what Rainbow's saying. Lost myself in abilities. That's basically what I'm referencing. You can very easily kind of get like mixed up what abilities you're on, and then you're like, why did I just Lightning Rod? And you're like, oh, I'm on Rama. I should have been on Garuda. How did that happen? Well, guess I got to make the best of a bad situation.
Yeah, you want to do your best to keep all of your abilities. Like, if you're using Rising Flame, you always want it in a specific slot. But as you change out abilities, you might not be able to do that, and then it's really easy to get mixed up.
Yeah.
Especially as we start mastering abilities and moving them around icons.
Yeah, one of the minor optimizations is putting both like Cyclone and Wicked Wheel on Garuda. Because like you pull everything in, you hit them with both those attacks so that they're together, then you go into Ignition and carry the enemies to the end of the Abyss. But it's one of those things, yeah. Once you finally get mastering, you actually have some options with the order you're in. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have to.
Parry at the start of the Hugo fight.
Honestly, like this parry with that, even the parry at the beginning, like supposedly limit and then thrust, should be a consistent parry, but it just isn't.
You can see how punishing that was. Like, yeah, 20 seconds at least versus Angel's start.
Kupka's a rough fight. Those parries are so obnoxious because they should be consistent, but they're not. It's one of the places where I'm just 100% certain there's like no consistent setup. You're just like have some frames in there where you just fail. This is one of the places actually where I was saying like we could fail this quick time event where he like lifts up the floor and you jump over and then he's behind you.
I want to focus on Angel for a second here. There's some very crazy tech you can do. I think he's gonna go for it. Yeah, limit breaking right here.
Oh wow!
You can stay in range and not get killed, and immediately start nuking the lightning rod. So Rainbow actually elected to play that move safe because it's a little risky. If you mistime that limit break, you will just die. Like that move will kill you.
Yeah, you can chug potions through it, but obviously limit break's the better choice.
Okay.
Yeah, I've chugged the potions to survive it, but you still get knocked back, so it's like I might as well back up here. I didn't even know you could limit break like that to maintain control. The thing with limit break is you can't die while you're in it, but it still will put you to 1 HP. So you'll have to potion after in most every circumstance.
Angel only had 2 potions there too. That's only like a 40% heal. That's very, very bold to go for.
Yeah, luckily in story, the few potions that we have access to are usually enough. I think it's like 3 or 4 potions and then 2 high potions is
something like that. It's
like
either like 4-3 and then 2 for the tonics and 1 for Lionheart.
Something like
that. Yeah.
The thing is that like our potions are less effective than they would be in like Final Fantasy mode because not only do you get more, but it either increases the duration or increases the effectiveness, and with potions it increases the effectiveness.
Yeah, by about 20%. 20% duration and 20% effectiveness, I think.
Yeah, and then I think you get like an extra 2 slots on everything, something like that. It's been a while since I've
everything
played
except
with
for
everything.
Lionheart. Lionheart.
Yeah, that sounds right.
But yeah, everything. I think you get to 8 potions and 5 or 6 high potions.
Yeah, you have so many potions, but the thing is, everything does so much damage. You have to go like potion to survive anything.
You're not using 1 potion in this game.
Yeah, you have to fire off like 3 back to back to not die.
Oh, Akin.
What's up,
Hugo?
I'm so sorry.
Mog. Nope, I just noticed it was going. No worries.
I'll ping them. I'm gonna wait until after Shiraishi's done, so I don't make the same mistake.
Only one way to find out.
Oh yeah, the splits.
Yeah.
At this point, we're running.
It's a lot.
We're running on fumes.
I wouldn't have made it this far without forgetting one. Well done.
You're doing great. I was doing fantastic.
You're doing better than me. Close to War had to tell me to split like half the time.
Shirashi's doing the same thing, doing the lightning rod until limit break to get through this move. Ooh, he went down real low.
That right there being the proof case for like not needing to. You can just face tank everything in a limit. Obviously, you would prefer not to. You do also recover a little bit of HP here with Flames of Rebirth. It also has like a side gimmick that isn't usually a benefit, but it is one of those cool things. Like the ultimates are expensive to get and expensive to level up, so most of them aren't really worth it. Flames of Rebirth is kind of a unique one where it does increase the damage, but it actually causes a second cutscene to play. So when you use Flames of Rebirth and cancel it with a limit, you miss out on the bonus damage anyway. So we really end up not being able to use it too much in easy. It is, if we had enough, there might be a use case for it, but luckily in story, it almost always gives us enough gas to push through a room, because a lot of the trash mobs are fairly weak in general.
Massive split for Angel there. This is by far the biggest gap we've seen between Team Mog and Team Choco this race, and the gap between them and Tonberry is closing. We're getting closer.
Massive split, even with me screwing up the timing.
Yeah. Hey man, at the
Angel
end of the
split
day,
especially, that was schmoovin'.
Oh yeah.
Pretty good Chocobo movement. The desert movement here with the Chocobo is pretty cursed, honestly. It's really hard to get good movement here. There's so many
Byron won't
enemies.
shut up.
Yeah.
You have to. Your uncle just keeps yapping, and there's so many enemies that like you want to kick, But if you kick too close to an enemy, Ambrosia just goes, all right, I'm going to kick that way. And you're like, no, stop it. Forward, I say. Forward. This is
Like lunges or lightning rods sticking or targeting.
Yeah, that's the issue with the game. Is like all the movement tech ends up sucking you towards enemies, which luckily a lot of the maps are kind of wide and open to the point where you can get around it. But a little bit of like not paying attention. Next thing you know, you look away and you look back and you're kicking towards a part of the desert you haven't seen in months, if not years.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that rock cliff for quite some time that Rainbow's getting stuck on there.
Yeah, really just trying to cut that corner real close.
Yeah, sometimes when you make a little bit of mistakes, you're kind of like you're fiending for every like little bit of time you can save, and it ends up being like an avarice thing where it ends up biting you in the butt. And you're like, oh, I'm gonna save a second here by taking a tight corner, and then next thing you know, you're stuck on a wall, and you're like, what the heck?
That guest is in.
I believe Chocobos say both work and que, but they also say a few other things. Not Cobran.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a goofy comment. I had to respond to them.
Mine constantly tells me my run is bad, but I still have yet to realize. I guess it's a parrot because I say that a lot too.
You got negative Chocobo?
Yeah.
Looks like we won't be getting back to Drake's family.
See a chocobo on my right shoulder with the horns in red.
One thing we haven't talked about yet. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Pete. I'm moving over here.
So certain mob fights, you can actually manipulate where enemies spawn. Actually, before the coral fight, there was a situation like that, and there's another situation like that coming up here in a few fights. Not quite yet, but it has to do with where you're positioning your camera, and you can make enemies spawn in much more ideal locations.
Yeah, that's the whack thing about learning this game is some of them don't seem readily apparent, so you have to like be mindful when you're looking at it. Be like, wait a minute, do they have the camera jammed in this weird position for a reason, or is it just because they're too lazy to move the camera?
The enemies Rainbow's fighting here are surprisingly tanky. Also, Titan. Yeah. With Titan, we pick up Wind Up and Upheaval. Wind Up is an amazing single target attack. It does a ton of damage. Also, unless you want to get it off Titan, there's no reason to upgrade it because all it does is shorten the precision window. Upheaval also really great. It is a charge move, but you can also, it has a special use condition. If you get enough height, you do extreme upheaval in the air, which does as much damage as a fully charged grounded upheaval, but without the charge.
You can achieve that in a few different ways, actually. You can Wicked Wheel into it, and then that always gets the right height, or you can actually grab enemies and then jump off them and grab them again to get that height. Depending on how we handle the fights, but some of us do that in the mines to get the extreme slam to kill the orcs a little bit more efficiently.
Yeah, if you're really careful, you can like stomp off enemies, but if they're not big enemies, you're cutting it close.
Yeah, it very rarely comes up, but it is nice when it does.
I'm so glad I don't have to rely on that move. I get proselytizing crosswell. They solve every problem in the game.
We literally do it on one set of orcs because we need to pull them in anyway. So we pull them, stomp, pull, stomp, slam, GG. Worst case scenario, you didn't like hit the full thing and you have to tap them a couple of times with the sword.
Oh yeah, I wanted to complete a thought from earlier once they were done with Kupka. So it's probably been apparent, even if you haven't been thinking about it, but attacks in this game can be a little strange where, you know, a move like Ignition, only the last hit of that move is actually allowed to kill or stagger, or maybe not stagger, but kill enemies.
Yeah.
So it can be really annoying because you can like grab all these enemies and they're dead, and then they like slide off each other and you drop them and then they don't die. Bounties are a big waste of time. So you're not going to see them.
This actually isn't a bounty. It's part of the story. It looks like one on the surface. The only like bounty or side quest you do is actually picking up ambrosia because the movement saves a significant portion of time if done correctly.
Interesting movement tech by Angel there, not mounting Choco right away.
Yeah, a lot of lunges. That was fancy.
Yeah, some of these areas you can do some sneaky movement to like save a little bit of time versus immediately just whistling for ambrosia.
Yeah, if you can manage to keep that combat state active there, but also far away enough to use lunge, it is great. It's actually really tricky too, because enemies sometimes just like to just decide that they're not chasing you anymore.
Yeah, they've actually used that tech quite a bit throughout the run yet. I don't think we've mentioned it, but yeah, like getting in combat, but then getting far enough away so you can lunge because you're in combat, but you don't go towards the enemies. Apparently this spot's kind of weird because it seems like he started lunging pretty fast, and
yeah,
I guess the enemies didn't chase him very fast.
Yeah, the lunge movement is super goofy. I have yet to like fully wrap my head around it, but it is definitely a time saver if you know and understand how it works. Yeah. This is another place where we're positioning the camera to force the enemies to spawn.
Yeah, the fight I was actually referring to.
Yeah, there's a few of these, but this is like one of the big ones because you don't want to have to go all the way to the other end of this gorge. You want to make sure the enemies are right next to where you spawn.
Yeah, especially with the chocobos, they're quite tanky and like you can't knock them down, so they can be very annoying enemies to deal with.
Yeah,
if you're not like getting on them.
The only thing that really like controls the chocobos is straight up ignition. Every other move they kind of ignore, and you're just hoping that it kills them so they don't move. There is
Giga Flare works pretty well on the Chocobo.
Yeah, that's I mean Giga Flare works pretty well on literally everything. Yeah. It is a one size fits all solution. The vendor here at the very edge, right next to the fence, actually has an accessory that increases the damage of lightning rod. But turns out it just doesn't really do enough because lightning rod's damage is based on multiple hits rather than like high damage. So I think it's only like a couple of extra damage, even though it's a bunch of ticks. I think it would really only be good if you could get an enemy to like Kamehameha consistently.
Right, so you're only switching it out for a couple of fights at best if you were to grab something like that.
It's an interesting thing that like you would think is useful, but when you actually run the numbers, you realize it's like, oh, okay, yeah.
For an ultimate, Giga Flare's cooldown surprisingly low. Oh, let's take a look at Angel's fight here. Like the finisher is just so cool. The Wicked Wheel into Upheaval.
Yeah, this is
here. Yep, there
this
it is.
Works casually, like 100%.
Or oh no.
So level 2 wind up to save time, but
so we did save
wind up at the start of the fight, but he did it at the end.
Yeah, so you can use wind up or ignition at either end of the fight. It depends on how you want to do it. Wind up, I find, is a little bit easier to start the fight because they're all kind of in a line. Versus at the end, it's like ignition, if they kind of separate, which is due to happen when you hit them with something that isn't Wicked Wheel, you can always kind of pull them back together. The cool thing though is like we said earlier, you wouldn't level up wind up because it doesn't actually do damage. But being able to throw a full charged wind up just a little bit faster can open some windows for timing that make your life a little bit easier. So personally, I do pick up the upgraded wind up, but in terms of damage, it doesn't actually affect anything. It just makes timing a little bit easier.
Yeah, because the timing window is pretty tight if you don't upgrade it.
Yeah, and once you upgrade it, it's like maybe a half second faster. I just end up doing it because I feel like it makes the combo lines a little bit smoother, but it's definitely not necessary. You could skimp on that the whole run. As long as you're really good with timing it wouldn't matter.
And it also helps when you want to use level 2 versus level 3. Level 2 windup is not much weaker, but it comes out a lot faster. Although it has the weird added downside of having a lot more hit stop. So if you hit enemies weirdly and they all get hit like on different frames, you can get like this really... It looks like a lag spike, but it's just because there's so much hit stop on it.
That orc just hid behind that pillar for Rainbow.
he was
so
using
he
the
had to
pillar
just
as cover.
reveal the rest of them because he knew that if he tried any harder to get the orc, the rest of them would spread out. So they had to bite the bullet and just wicked wheel and then go attack the one that ran off to death.
Literally the only thing that can stop Garuda, a pole. But yeah, right here is what I was actually referring to. Like, you can wicked wheel into the punch if you have it. Some runners, like me, I opt to grab, jump to get the thing, the bonus punch, so that way I don't have to bother charging it. It's just one of those like slight optimizations to manage cooldowns, and this is kind of what I was saying.
So hard.
Oh yeah, this room is pretty rough, even with using like Flames of Rebirth to simplify it, because the enemies always end up outside of the range of Flames of Rebirth, so it gets kind of obnoxious.
Yeah, and it's a reinforced room, so even if you use Flames of Rebirth, you still got more to deal with, and they spawn in high up places too. Like, you have to Garuda them down.
So, what you would do is you wait for this wave, you limit break, and then Flames of Rebirth, and then you also have to pop a Strength Tonic so that you can do enough damage. And if you don't manage it properly, it'll push enemies outside of the range of Flames of Rebirth. So you Flames, limit cancel, then start using Charge Magic. But the way that Rainbow did it, it was consistent, so he didn't have to worry about.
Yeah, Rainbow limited before the Flames to make sure to get the limit. Okay, yeah.
Well, you can limit after, and it gets the damage bonus.
Yeah.
As long as you're still in limit. The big problem is if you Flames of Rebirth in the wrong spot or at the wrong point and let enemies spawn in the wrong area, they'll get pushed back out of the range. Like, I do my Flames of Rebirth too far away, and they get pushed back to where they spawn, so I have to like shoot them with Charge Magic, and it's a common mistake.
Well, that explains why I always messed up that fight.
Yeah, it's one of those things I didn't really like consider until like just now saw Rainbow do it. And I'm like, oh, I need to move forward like 3 steps. I'm stupid.
Yeah, that's one of those unfortunate, like, they can only die on the last hits of Flames of Rebirth.
Yeah.
And that's also a move, when you upgrade it, it becomes a lot more powerful, but it gets 2 waves, and they don't die during the first wave. So you have to let the entire first wave go off. You can limit cancel the second wave. But yeah. And also, the first wave becomes weaker when you upgrade Flames of Rebirth. Like, it does more damage overall, but it becomes weaker too. Yeah, it drops like 20%.
What?
Interesting.
That's so weird.
Almost all the moves are like that. Rising Flame, the last when it's level 1, it's only 1 hit and it's 1 big hit. When you level it up, all the hits do less damage, but it's multiple hits. Which also lends it to enemies falling out sometimes. So that's like one of those traps on leveling up some moves.
Interesting. That's such a weird balance change.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I don't even know like what you would quantify that as. That's just weird.
Yeah, and like getting a glancing blow on wind up, you kill something, but it falls out on the last hit, and too bad, you gotta go. Of course, you can just pop it with a magic shot and it'll die, but
just slap it.
It's still time.
That's an interesting bit of information to know that I was just straight up not aware of.
I have discovered a lot of very annoying things in this game, which means I love the game because I'm making fun of it.
It's a speedrun thing.
As we established.
Kamehameha Gober.
Oh yeah, big time.
The important part here is actually like using the moves in the right order. You would think that you want to use like Cyclone immediately because it has the longer cooldown, but in this case you actually want to use Wicked Wheel because you'll get it back in time. So there's a lot of like weird things like that where you use something with a shorter cooldown first because you'll get it back, versus using one that's just a better move in general because you want to get the stagger here rather than get that extra little bit of damage off Cyclone.
Yeah, and the way stagger damage multiplier builds too is based off of, it doesn't actually scale with your level, it's just based off of the sort of stagger potency of the move. So starting with like the weaker moves, Wicked Wheel, even Scarlet Cyclone, they build a ton of stagger, they build that multiplier quick, and then you can go into bigger moves to
I don't
get
think
the
we
damage.
ever even mentioned that we can increase the multiplier in this.
Yeah, so your stagger starts at 1.05%, a generous 5% damage bonus.
Yeah.
But you can increase it all the way to 1.5 times. If you get the
think it's-
DLC, you can get it to 2 times with an accessory.
Isn't it 1. Oh no, I'm thinking of Rebirth. I'll just shut up now because
Yeah.
I was gonna say, isn't it 1.6? And that's Rebirth remake is 160%.
Yeah, it's
If
1.5 normally, 2 times if you get the accessory, and I think in Kairos Gate you can get it to 3 times.
These things here for me.
Also, if you felt like the combat in this game was easy on Final Fantasy mode, go do an all S rank run of Kairos Gate. Get the secret boss. Good luck.
I've seen that. That is just watching some like casual playthroughs or like combo nads
Yeah.
of it. You're just like, wow, this is rough.
Seeing some of
Yeah.
the combos that the certain community members pull off is just like I'm so impressed by this.
Yeah, considering like a lot of people look at this as like Devil May Cry Light, the things that you can do in this are super cool. Honestly.
Yeah, you can be really cool in this game if you want
Is
to.
this your doing, Ultima?
Especially when you have your full move set in Final Fantasy
Oh,
mode,
yeah.
I'm sure that you can just get bonkers
Oh, yeah.
real fast.
The first like 70% of the run, all of the fights I have are completely scripted in like the order I use moves and everything, because you always have just enough damage that if you squeeze everything properly, you get your parries. You can like one cycle everything. And also, I guess this is an extension talking about enemies falling out of attacks. Since it applies to stagger too, there are places where you can use tech to like use wind up, but cancel it with a limit break before the last hit, because then it won't stagger, and then you can use another move like Rising Flame, which can't stagger until the last hit. So you can delay like that half stagger just long enough to continue to build damage on these enemies without, pushing them to a full stagger, potentially losing time on it.
That's pretty cheeky. There's something similar in Rebirth where if like you use a team up attack and then switch to a different character, the game just won't allow it to stagger. So we use that to like hold our stagger in a couple of positions. Even in hard mode, we use that in a few spots. Not super often, but like easy. Luckily, we can just kind of throw those out and the enemy can't cancel them. But that's an interesting to know that there's a similar way to do that in this game, which kind of blows my mind, honestly.
If you do like new game story, that is obscenely powerful. Okay, Angel has not made it to Undertaker, right? I'm not going crazy. We're almost there. We're almost there.
Angel had a very clean Orcish Warlord fight, though. There was no teleporting around.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut up so I can focus on this. Oh, we're getting into Titan.
Yep.
Cutscene the boss.
Oh, I do have to remind you, since it is Rainbow there first, they did provide us their notes, and for this fight it says, do your best smiley face. That's all the notes.
That's
all the notes.
Probably, I think my notes say the same thing. Like it's just
Phase 1 of Titan especially is so hard to get perfect.
if done
But we also
correctly,
get
you can
Brimstone.
avoid the stagger on this boss. And I cannot emphasize if done correctly enough. The biggest one is like when he jumps away, you want him to jump back in and hit him with Brimstone, which is what you learned in this fight, which is the explosive move.
Yeah.
But I'll be darned, the timing that like explosion jump in is so friggin' hard. Because as soon as he hits you, it'll like early trigger the Brimstone. And Brimstone does have a timing window, just like wind up and the overheaded swing attack. Upheaval, yeah. So like if you don't hit that timing window and then have him jump into it, you just, well, that was fun. Time to stagger him.
Yeah, popping those brimstones like the last frame is a very, very rewarding feeling. I got the split on time.
Yeah, the icon fights end up being like fairly drawn out, but when you actually learn to do them right, they feel good. The problem is just like they are a giant cutscene, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're like 20-minute fights easily.
They're very hard to learn, and like if we had the ×2 fast forward on cutscenes, this game would probably be an hour shorter minimum.
Oh, easily.
The individual level run on this is comical because it's like a 30-minute level, but getting to Undertaker is like 3 minutes, and then it's Titan. Titan is the whole rest of that time.
That tracks. Yeah.
That's the big struggle with this, is that the icon fights are very fun, but the cutscenes kind of overstay their welcome in like repeat playthroughs.
Yeah, they're very cool, very cinematic. The soundtrack's incredible, but then you're like, okay, I've sat through these same 6 minutes over and over again. Let's go.
Yeah, when we get Phase 3 of Titan, that Heart of Stone is one of my favorite songs in this game. It's on my Spotify permanent. You know, every time I'm in the gym, Heart of Stone plays at least 3 times.
If nothing else, they at least are reasonable bathroom breaks, but unfortunately, like the restroom breaks in this game are straight up backloaded. 4 hours in, and you're starting to get your bathroom breaks, and you're like, oh, cool. Now I get like 9 of them in an hour? Neat.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the only one you can squeeze, you get 90 seconds in the shadow fight, but you have to have a controller that's wireless because you need to mash. So now that I'm playing on PC with my DualSense Edge, I have to route a different restroom bacon.
There's a couple of the icon fights where I just wander off and continue mashing the button from another room, and I'm like, if it's optimal, I don't care. Whatever. I need a break. I need anything but this right now.
Good brimstone by
Rainbow
there on that jump in.
Smiley face indeed.
Oh yeah, the game treats it like you're supposed to use brimstone to counter that stone throw, but you can just you can just dodge through it and save the brimstone.
Maybe some of us just learned that now. I don't know. I'm not gonna.
Honestly,
it took me a while to learn.
You could get hit by the rock too.
Yeah,
you could take the hit, but it makes it so you can't do the brimstone on the hop in, which could be better. Because the other thing too is you could like hold the brimstone for a different part where you know that Titan is actually hittable. It really depends on how you want to take these, but the icon fights are kind of rough in optimization. No dumb stagger indeed, yeah. Normally you'll end up like staggering this by just the slimmest of margins for like 3 hit points, and you're just gonna be like,
yep. It is razor thin.
Now Titan's getting a mid fight snack. He's very hungry.
I'm about to get a mid
Angel's
fight
just
snack.
now starting his Titan fight.
Yeah, Angel and Shiraishi both making moves here.
Okay, now that split's done, I can talk again.
A really hard thing you can do to optimize the icon fights is like do your brimstone finisher as you're getting hit, because it does more damage than precision dodging, and you have brief like iframes or what do you call it? You're just immune to being thrown around if you get hit during your
super
finisher.
armor, almost like
Super
Smash
armor.
style.
Yeah.
You giant dadding,
Like
poison
super hype,
it up.
whatever you want to call it. Yeah, you take the hit, you don't get knocked back, but you still take the damage.
Hyper armor, yeah.
I get the two mixed up all the time too, because as
That
far
was
as
a
I'm
fast
concerned, they're the
stagger, it
same.
seemed like.
Yeah, it
not
was pretty
perfect, but
efficient.
very fast.
The combo lines on Angel's
Nailing it.
effort fights are just they look so clean.
Yeah, these look very much sequenced and very intentional. Very, very powerful for time saves. I'll also point out the phase Rainbow's in has like a Rob Zombie soundtrack to it, which at first I didn't really like, and then I listened to it like 3 more times. I don't know if it's like Stockholm Syndrome, but I love it now.
Let's call it the Sonic butt rock of Final Fantasy.
This is like a Sonic level.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
It's better than Sonic Forces, though. I've never played the game. I'm gonna say regardless.
I mean, the one that's always a safe bet is saying it's better than Sonic 06. Like, that's kind of a low bar.
Like Sonic
just put
06,
the limbo
Sonic
bar
Black
on the floor.
Knight.
Yeah. I mean,
Any of the
some people
Wii
could make an
Sonics?
argument it's a decent one. I really haven't played much Sonic, so I always play it safe and try not to make them too mad, because I know the Sonic fans can get very, very angry if you push too hard.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not big on 3D Sonic, but I gotta tell you, Sonic X Shadow Generations is a banger of a game, and I highly recommend it to anyone, even if you're only like tangentially interested in it. It's just such a solid game.
I've heard that
That's
too.
it was, but Sonic Frontiers also a solid Sonic game.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
One of the other things to point out with Angel here too is we haven't been like firing off magic because we couldn't do any damage, and we're trying to avoid staggering. So like all we would have been able to do for a lot of that was just do will damage, which would have led to us staggering. It's a mistake I make often in this fight where I'm just like mindlessly charge magicking, and then I'm like, oh cool, I messed up the strat. I forgore. Also, one of the other things too is we get some free potions here called Firelights whenever we're in the Ifrit mode. So it is exceedingly hard to die in these Ifrit fights. You're pretty much just always going to be losing time to like getting a stagger or getting bullied a little bit too hard. Dying is almost something you have to try to do in pretty much every one of these icon fights.
And they're high potions, like equivalent to high potions, I believe. They're 40%, not 20%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, and you get 6 of them. So unlike the potions getting 4, that's not even a life bar. But here you get like 3 extra lives, basically. You ever feel like you're just like looking at a game and you're just seeing millions of dollars like flash before? Like every frame of this fight is more money than I will make in my entire life. I love it,
just
but it
this
hurts
shot
my feelings.
Just this shot of Titan's back is worth more than my yearly income. Yay!
Oh, and now we get weird. We're gonna see some Naruto moves in here. We got some Rasengans. We got a Dragon Ball reference later in this fight too. Very fun.
This fight's about as anime as you can get for this series.
You could definitely like feel some Ashura's Wrath moments in here, man.
Oh, big time.
It's either like this one or the Bahamut space fight. That's like the most anime of the fights.
You literally have a beam struggle to destroy the planet.
That's true.
Anime.
Yeah.
I love
right
this.
There.
All the space fights are really fun. The Bahamut one and the Ifrit Risen one. Those are like my favorite icon fights by far.
Yeah, people don't always realize Ifrit Risen has its own move set, and it's got a lot of hidden, immensely powerful attacks.
Watching these runners, I gotta study the Ifrit combos a lot better because holy crap, I'm missing out on a lot.
I struggled with it too, and then I started looking at some of the fights where I was just like YOLOing it, and I'm like, oh, you can do that. Oh, you can do that. Oh, you can do that. I see.
Yeah.
Effectively, you can mash like Magic Burst after any number of physical attacks, and there's a different combo route that comes out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes, and some of them, like the earlier ones, have not only can you get them off sooner because you don't have to do the whole combo, but like the animation's much faster. Like a lot of the times in that Titan Phase 1, they can't put in a full Brimstone finisher, so they'll do one of those early finishers. I think there's a specific name for them too.
Yeah, they all have like unique names.
Yeah.
It's almost finish a lot, I noticed, and then I use backdraft finish a lot, but it's got that knockback, so it cuts your combo a little bit.
Yeah, it's not optimal in every situation, but
and kind of painful. It staggers.
If you're gonna like do one thing, that is probably the one thing you should do in most circumstances, but it's not always the best. Honestly, it's a bit frustrating that like Ifrit has such a robust combo line with his standard attacks, and Clive's normal attacks just kind of boil down to hit it with a sword, or hit it with a sword, then magic, and then another sword. And the worst part is like the magic bursts are like impossible to get at the time. Meanwhile, this one has an absolute like gulf where you can do the inputs for most things. As long as you suggest to use magic at the right time, the game is good with giving you that combo line.
Yeah.
I also
just smart use of charge magic by Rainbow here to cut down on these stagger moments as well.
Yeah. This is actually part of the reason why we get the charge magic. It does make like normal combat better, but it speeds up how fast we can charge as Ifrit, so it makes the icon fights a lot more bearable when we can't get in close and attack, especially in the Titan fight where it's like...
Especially in this part of the fight, yeah.
Yeah. We're pretty much helpless for half of the phases here.
This part of the Titan fight makes me kind of mad, because when you hit the HP gate on a stagger, it stops the stagger and just immediately recovers, and it's like, oh, you can do that. Look at that.
Yeah.
Just right back up. What? Why isn't this there for the rest
Every
of the
other
fight?
fight? Nope. Here? Yeah, we can do that.
Barnabas
It's
has
like-
1 HP. Why can't I kill him for 30 seconds?
Yeah, right?
we need to promote this dev and fire the rest. Wait, no, wait, that's toxic. Can't say that. No.
It's for reasons of absolute cinema.
There's like it's a sparkle of hope amid a sea of depression. You're just like, hey, so we can do that. Why don't we do that everywhere else? To make you suffer.
Because the heck with you gamers, that's why.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry,
Brimstone straight into that punch.
Backdraft finish, not the brimstone finish. And the burst finish is what the shorter one's called.
Yeah, the burst finish is one I need to try to use more. I didn't even realize that was a thing. They don't
Yeah, I
really
think
telegraph your Ifrit combos at all.
Yeah.
You have to like go looking for them.
They give you like a very, 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 very truncated explanation for how Ifrit works. And it's just kind of like experiment and find out for the most part.
Yeah, my favorite is like 2 melee attacks into burst. Gives you like the flip kick you've seen
Yeah, the
Angel do a
aerial
ton
combo.
times. And then you can go straight. Yeah, you can go straight into an aerial combo and then do like the down thrust with it as well, which is also a really powerful move.
Yeah, that combo, that also is like the sickest looking combo line too. So it's like not only is it pretty good with damage, but it also is like the most visually appealing out of all of them.
I'd say all 3 of our runners are in various stages of Titan Lost right now.
I mean, that's to be
And they're
expected.
still separated by minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so like
I
a
was gonna
10
say
minute difference.
That's to be expected with like a 30-minute boss fight.
Yeah.
I would hope they would be in the same boss at this point.
We literally just split on Undertaker, and this is the next split, is when this fight's over. That's how long this fight is.
It's such a long
Practicing this fight is an endurance test.
I refuse to. I will practice the first phase, but I will not practice this ever. I will lose time here and have a smile on my face because I know I saved hours of my life.
Did any of you guys expect this last phase? Whenever you beat Titan Lost.
Oh, the
First
internal
time, no,
phase?
I was
Nope.
so
It's
upset.
Yeah, the 5th phase or whatever. Like I was like, holy crap! It's
There's
so
more.
hard.
This phase is really fun too, honestly. It's like a very unique phase where combat never really ends up being like this again, where you're like in the kind of a state where it's like charge magic is your best and you really don't have any better options. Because once you get to Ifrit Arisen, they give you a lot more tools. So this is a very interesting one where you're kind of like very strapped for what you can do offensively. And you have to
get a little bit of it back in the Leviathan fight's first phase. So they did bring it back for the DLC at least.
Oh yeah, the Levy fights. I remember like commentating one of moonblazewolf's runs for the DLC, and I was like, okay, he died to Leviathan. Good to know that like I'm not the only person that died to that fight. The Leviathan is like stealth, super difficult.
Yeah.
Where you would think most of your difficulty comes from regular combat. Turns out the Leviathan is the most dangerous thing in the game.
That DPS check, it got me.
Yeah.
I wasn't a runner at this point, so don't make too much fun of me. I will cry. But
got
it
killed
took me
by
like
it, too.
10, 15 tries.
Yeah, I think it took me
time.
3. Yeah, I died to it twice, and I'm like, what the actual heck? And that's after doing new game runs, so I was really annoyed. I was like, what? Fudgerino, this is ridiculous. I hate it.
They did
I
not
think
mess around with
Melania
the last
faster.
2 bosses for their DLCs at all.
Yeah.
So Meg Weapon's also a nightmare of a fight your first 2 times trying it.
Omega Weapon has a lot of really cool references in it too. When he first phase transitions, his maximum overdrive is Dark Eater Midear's combo from Dark Souls 3. And then this is super interesting. So he has this move, I can't remember the name of it, but he like jumps into the sky and then like dive bombs into you, and it leaves these waves of explosion. And it's Bale has that move in the Shadow of the Erd Tree DLC. So they're like, oh, you borrowed from us, we're gonna take this one from you. But I mean, they look amazing in all the games. I am all for it.
Rainbow showing off missing a quick time event for a quicker fight.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't comment much, but in that phase of the fight, it is really hard to judge Titan's distance. So you saw a few times where they were whiffing attacks, or even a brimstone. It just be like that, right? It can be hard to gauge that distance. It
The
sucks
close
sometimes.
range combat in there is pretty toxic.
Yeah,
You have
so
to
in
be
terms of
very
speedrunning,
careful.
that part of the fight's very frustrating.
Yeah.
This is one of the places where like I flat out like I don't understand how the hitboxes work, and it just you just whiff hits that you should be landing. And luckily that's the only place in the run, at least I feel, but it's still frustrating because you should practice this so you can get used to the hitboxes, but it's like it's a 20-minute time investment to take one shot at it, and it's like
Thankfully, now that it's on PC, I've actually been modding parts of the fight so they only have like 1% of their normal HP. So it's still like 5 minutes to get to this part of the fight.
Yeah, I'll jump to the PC version the moment we get a cutscene remover or like a fast forward for cutscenes, like one of those two things.
Yeah.
I will hippity hop onto my PC so fast it will make your head spin.
Remapping interact to triangle is the reason I can't go to PlayStation, because I will just be jumping. I will be jumping to certain my dominance all over the place.
The one that kills me is like opening the doors. I'm like, why do I have to hold triangle? Just open it, dang it!
Sometimes
I have to hold this down.
Yeah, it's sometimes when the game feels like making you hold a button to see if you're still awake.
Yeah, unless you need to hold R2 to open the door because it's a slightly bigger door.
Right. Because Sony told PlayStation, told Square Enix, like, we need you to show off our controller. Do something with that.
It could be worse. In Rebirth, they make you crawl on the ground by holding the shoulder buttons.
Yeah. Oh my.
Because
that part's pretty awful. Yeah.
Oh no! Like the one of the runners that like helps me a lot, Strife. He's like, I cannot bear these segments because it kills the pacing of the game, and like I can't ever tell him he's wrong. I literally just can't. I'm like, I didn't hate it that bad casually, but he's right. It sucks when you have to agree that it's like, this objectively makes the game worse.
Oh, you might have just noticed that Angel intentionally failed a QTE just now, and it saves a significant amount of time actually failing that one. Like
yeah,
15,
there's a few of these
seconds.
where just taking a punch to the face is way faster than dodging it and then counterattacking and then spamming punches, and it's really goofy.
Yeah, like once you learn them, obviously it's not hard. You just need to know which ones to fail, which ones to succeed.
Yeah, I didn't really think about it too much until like somebody had mentioned, oh yeah, if you fail this QTE in the Phoenix one, it saves X amount of time, and I'm like,
yeah, it was one of those ones someone in my chat had to point out to me. Like, oh, thanks.
It's a hard time. So it's like gamer brains like, no, I can't fail these. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the one thing that like that may not occur immediately is like I ran the demo, and I was like, oh well, if I fail it, I have to wait for it to fail, and it didn't really occur to me to hit the wrong button. So I was like, failing this obviously can't be quicker, and then I was like, oh yeah, I just misinput. Huh.
Yeah, it doesn't occur to everyone. I want to say 6 months ago, I was watching someone on Twitch do runs, and I was, they were failing the QTs, and I was like, isn't it faster to just mash the wrong button? They're like, that's a great idea. I was like,
yeah, you let it time out, and you're like, okay, I've been told this is faster, but like, it'd be even faster if you hit square instead of R2.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can do that, can't you? So, one of the things that may not occur to people is like the way that they make the icon fights hard in hard mode is they just don't show you the button prompt.
Yeah.
and like a lot of people that have just played through standard don't even know that's a thing. It's like, what? Why? How?
Can you remember? We don't need the buttons.
What was the what? Yeah, did you remember this was square on the 40-hour playthrough you had 2 weeks ago or 2 months ago?
Well, also, it's like red. It feels like the colors are backwards, right? Like the red one should be the other one that it actually is.
Yeah.
It's also funny they don't show you the square for this mash or any of the mashes, but if you wait a second, it like pops up with the thing like press square to fight back.
I know, yeah, it's a
Idiot.
Like I said, where it's like you don't have to mash it, and it like it condescends to you. It's like you're not hitting square fast enough.
Oh, we hit that big Rasengan from Shiraishi.
Let's go.
That did like 20 million damage. Can't do that normally. I don't know why. That speed up this fight a lot.
That's because you're not throwing around huge stone arms all the time.
Yeah.
That's why.
Team Mog is less than 3 minutes behind Team Tonberry now.
Let's go, Team Close Race.
This is a pretty balanced one, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, all their times, 10 minutes ish. That's very close.
I mean, for those that aren't in the loop, the runners of this event actually rebalance the teams like very close to the stream going live to make sure that this was as close as possible. Yep, you love it. You gotta love jumping, trying to pick up Stardust.
Oh my goodness.
Interact remap to triangle changes lives. But you can't do it on... That's the only remap you're not allowed to do on console. It's so bizarre.
So you actually can, just not in the game. You would have to use like the edge controller and then use the remap feature for that. The weird thing though is like it changes all of the buttons. So like if you want to say remap Torgal's Ravage to a different button so that you don't accidentally use your strength tonics, you just can't because it's always the same shared button.
Yeah.
So there are some instances where remapping can be nice and other instances where it literally you can't remap things the way you want because using Strength Tonic instead of Ravage because I'm on my potion menu instead of Torgal kind of sucks.
Big time. Yeah. Because that's a resource they want to really ration out throughout this run. So losing one, go out of your way.
You can't just get another one. You have to be in town, and some of the dungeons they do give you a salesman in between in middle segments. But for the most part, if you fire off a strength tonic, especially at this point where we don't have power overwhelming like we did in the early game, it can massively impact some fights, and it's going to make your life suck. And I've fired off a few strength tonics, and you see that glow on Clive, and you're like, no,
that's not what I wanted.
I didn't just do that, did I? Hold on, let me reload the autosave.
Yeah.
It's probably worth it.
We're gonna erase that mistake.
We're gonna pretend that never happened. Chat, you didn't see nothing.
I am staring at Shiraishi. I am not gonna make that mistake again. I'm gonna make the mistake on the next one. White Dragon's so far away.
Dude, every time I say like I'm going into a run and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna remember to do that thing, and then I proceed to not do it, and then remember it right after I would have done it, and I'm like, oh yeah, I should have done that thing.
Like I really should have written this into my notes when I said I was gonna do the thing.
Yeah. And then it's like 3 runs later that I remember it's a thing, and I'm like, all right, the run's dead. I should note this now.
I have the issue where I'll put it in my notes, but I just autopilot the old solution, and it's like, oh, man.
Yeah, you put it in the notes, but you don't like always check it once you get to a certain point of like muscle memory. The big one is the fights you have to like purely do it on muscle. You just absolutely have to if you want things to execute properly. And like the big trick is writing notes in such a way where you can like look at the first couple of inputs and then like it jogs your memory to do that. So a lot of these later fights are even tighter than the early ones to execute. Like once you start getting to Barnabas and Behemoth and some of the real like endgame fights, if you don't go exactly on script, you're gonna get spun upside down and they're gonna shake your lunch money out of you.
I believe this would be once Rainbow's done with this, a relatively decent place to restart the stream. I'm pretty sure there's a moment. Yeah.
This is a really good time.
Yeah, this is a good time. I mean, this fight against the Airman is going to end real quickly. So yeah, this would be like the perfect time to do it if you still need to. Well,
the mid-fetch quests.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, so yeah, hope everyone's enjoying the event so far. We're just going to quickly take the stream down for a couple of seconds and then bring it back up, because Twitch has a 48-hour video limit, and we want to make sure we can keep the stream running through to the end of the event. So nobody panic, we'll be right back.